Welcome everyone to the Kia Tilt Proof Challenge. We're here to see if 4 gamers can stand up to the test.
¿Dónde está?
Uy, uy, uy.
Ah, gas.
Dios mío de mi vida.
I think I lost.
I'm so happy that I didn't eat before.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Wow, this is amazing.
I mean, I had a break, so... do you want to try? I'll be right back.
I want to try. Me? Maybe. What am I going to do?
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Wow! Veli! Incroyable, magnifique! What? No, what are you doing? What are you doing? No, keep it! It was so good!
Yours was better.
Hey, shouldn't you be on stage right now?
Hey, you got a pick.
Tom Kent? What? I was not expecting this.
And a crazy off-meta pick that secured you the win. How did you come up with it?
I just listened to my gut.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize
Hey, Ginny. Doing good. Yeah, another day in the office. Are you okay?
I'm good. I'm working today, just another day in the office. I hope you're doing well.
Yeah, the interviews, right?
No, I'm not. Yes, but also no. I'm the director today. It's Bring Your Favorite Chatter to Work Day.
That's funny.
Oh,
April
I'm
Fool's
not.
you.
No, I'm not joking. Like, I am running the show. Yes. Are you okay?
Have you ever
no one
directed
told
before?
you? I mean, absolutely. Yeah, of course, totally. Why would you think I haven't?
Okay.
Have you not seen me, direct interviews?
I have not seen you direct
yes.
interviews. All right,
Well.
so let's get ready, everybody, for the
right.
show, and hold on tight if Ginny's going to be directing this. We've got
Hold
the
on.
show open in a minute.
It'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Honestly, I got this. How hard can it be? All right. Okay, we have 1 minute left. Everybody, good luck. Please don't int like I int my solo queue games. I appreciate that. You sound a little worried.
Listen,
You good?
I've never worked with talent in this capacity before.
But that's what
I'll
we
try
call
to keep us on
talent.
the
Because
rails.
we're talented.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Got it.
Don't
Okay.
worry.
Well, just so you know, here's your script. We've got the opening sequence in 30 seconds, BDS's arrivals, and then we're live with lore. The first segment that we have today is a review of the bracket, and then we're taking a look at some tweets that have gone on Twitter. All good with you?
Oh, yeah, I love Twitter, man. I
right.
hacking love Twitter. Let's go.
Here's your timer, 15 seconds. Stand by, everybody. Follow Ginny's call.
Break a leg, but please not really. I don't know if we have insurance for that. Okay, 10 seconds.
3, 2, 1.
Roll and track EVS. Lose graphics. All right. It's going well, guys. You're very pretty.
30 seconds. Let me know when you want me to queue talent. You've got the BDS arrivals
All right.
coming.
20 seconds.
10, 9,
Cue talent.
7, now? All right, track talent. Go talent.
Go talent.
And welcome to the
Where's the
LEC
talent?
2024 Spring
Roll.
Playoffs
You
live
gotta
from the
roll
Riot
BS.
Games
Roll
Arena
BS.
in
Right.
Berlin,
Roll
Germany.
BS.
Today we
Take it.
continue with
Take
games for the
Yeah.
upper bracket side, and I will be joined by Jamada and Broxa. How are you guys doing?
Great.
Yeah.
Happy to be here. Excited for the day.
Yeah,
Camera.
LCS finals last night. Really excited.
Camera
I'm happy
33.
Core JJ won.
Please.
Zyra,
Me too.
base Zyra and Joyer. Of course, it
Yeah.
was
Always
deserved, but
happy
I
seeing
can
Team
imagine
Liquid
that
win, of course.
Stay-
Yeah.
No bias
stay
involved.
on
No bias
No bias
ever.
involved. No bias
Actually,
involved.
let's do camera 34.
I want to
Broxel
talk about the playoffs we have ongoing here in the LEC,
yeah.
though, because Jamada, when we're going to
got a-
take
you
a
got a
look
graphic waiting.
at the bracket,
Okay,
you're going to
cue
see that
graphic,
today's
the lower
matches
third.
offer a spot in the
Animate
best
graphic.
of 5 upper bracket
Let's go,
finals.
32,
and we're
camera
going to take a
32.
look at the bracket
Jamada? There we
actually
go.
right now
Hi,
to
Jamada.
see
He also
what we
looks really
saw
confused.
so far.
Nice.
Bracket
Sorry.
not coming.
It
Okay,
will-
it's fine. We
let's
can
do
talk
that
about
in
what
a
happened
second.
anyway, because
Okay.
it's going to be a
I would
rerun
love to.
of
Can
the
we,
Winter
close the
playoffs, Jamada. Vitality BDS on one side,
wanna look at the
Fnatic
graphic, right?
I
G2
want to
on
lose
the
this
other.
graphic, lose
We've
the
known
lower
this
third,
games before.
okay?
Yeah, we have a lot of reruns,
bracket
right?
to live feed.
I'm definitely looking forward to Fnatic G2. You know,
You're gonna want
Bracket
to
to
Fnatic
live feed.
G2,
pre-animate
what
them
more
for
is there
that.
really to
Can
say
we
about it? And
pre-animate
Fnatic
the
have been
bracket?
looking a lot more competitive, so hopefully for them they can take their first best
Jamada,
off in a
wait,
while.
stop talking.
And
Can we?
stop. What? Shush,
You're gonna open the live
director
feed,
in my
right?
ear.
Yeah, open the live feed, please,
Someone
guys,
talking
okay?
to you?
Someone's
Oh, there you go.
saying,
Live
hey,
feed. We have the
bracket.
bracket.
Awesome.
Perfect. Yeah, well,
Flash the
now
camera.
we clearly see that Fnatic
we're
G2 is
already
going
on
to be a
camera.
rematch. Of
We're
course,
already
we
on
saw
camera. Can we
in
zoom
the
in on
regular
the graphic?
season, it went well for
Yes,
Fnatic.
thank
For once,
you.
we
Thank you
have
so
a
much.
competitive match,
You
Broxa.
guys are doing
And this is
great.
what you highlighted on Twitter this morning.
Yeah, I feel like finally
no
after all
idea
those
what
years,
the,
Fnatic actually might have a
analysts
chance of
say.
beating
They
G2
just
and
look really
contesting them. Hopefully this is going to be
You're doing
you know,
Do I need to-
hold on.
can I
similar
not hear them?
Fnatic
Why can I
G2
not
like
hear
we
them?
saw
Should I be
5
able to
years
hear
ago.
them?
Jamada, when you think of the other game that we're gonna have, Vitality BDS again, a rerun of what we had in Winter. Not the same story though. Vitality's journey stopped after that game, and I feel like VDS was speaking. What is? Sorry, guys.
Question mark?
I don't know what's going on either. But
Hi.
What you guys want?
the fact that I know it's strange. The fact that we're getting Vitality and VDS though in two different kind of forms. Vitality kind of on a up and down, off kind of swing, whereas BDS, whilst I don't think there's necessarily a lot to take from their most recent series, it still feels like they're discovering a little bit more about themselves. So I think there's a very interesting clash of styles that we're potentially going to see today.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest, I'm not sure what exactly you said. I'm losing focus a little bit, but I'm sure it was very smart and on point.
Thank you.
I
Are you guys not
agree.
getting the right info?
I don't
Anything
know.
going on in the MCR here, guys?
It's going fine. Thank you
Wait,
so much.
what?
You look
Ginny?
great. I appreciate it. You're really smart. Thank you. Can we go to camera 32?
Ginny,
Because why is Jamada standing like that?
What is she doing here?
Anyway,
what are you doing here?
Advance Ventus to Adam and Noah pictures.
All right, let's
Oh my God,
forward
okay.
to
Come on,
Adam
guys.
and Noah.
I don't know
Keep
why
going, guys,
Ginny is
okay.
in the MCR, but I guess everything is under control. Producer Ginny, I guess. We saw a lot of new things in the LEC playoffs, new patch, and of course new takes from our players on which role is
Can we,
OP. For me,
can we go to
it's a
camera
tale
32
as old
again?
as time. And this time it was
Full screen,
Noah
full
and
screen,
Adam
yeah.
debating whether top
Yeah,
lane
I
or
wanna
bot lane
animate
was
the
the
graphic. Can we
strongest
have it
role
on
we have
full
right now.
screen?
If we can pull the tweets. If you guys
Oh,
have
there we
missed
go.
this one. Guys, what do we think? Which role is the most OP in the game right now? Any
If you say
bot lane
jungler, I will be
defenders?
really angry. Don't say jungler. Don't
Oh
say
my
jungler.
God, the jungler is laughing. All right.
I think it depends on if you look at solo queue or competitive.
going
I think
great.
in solo queue it's not that fun being an AD carry because you don't have any agency
Yeah.
over the game
Can
for
we
the first
take the
20
tweet off
minutes
the
and the game
screen?
is already
Lose
over at
graphic,
that point.
lose graphic.
But in pro play,
I'm
as an
lower
AD
third.
carry, you have 4 supports,
third.
just funneling
Okay.
gold into you and just helping you carry games. So
up lower
pro
third?
play, I
Lower
would take
third,
AD
animate
over
lower
top
third.
any day of the week.
All right. I mean, you're supposed to be the maestro of the game, so of course the most unbiased
Chat
opinion.
can vote.
You on
Gamba
the
is
other hand.
open.
What do you have to
Gamba
say?
is open. Let's vote.
Yeah,
Actually,
I
no,
mean,
it's not Gamba.
my
Gamba's
nickname is CEO of ADC Hate, so I think we all know where I'm going. To me,
Can we do camera
ADC
31,
is
please?
like super OP. Obviously in pro play, everyone's giving it loads of
Alright,
gold.
let's play
I feel like
B-roll.
everyone just
Roll.
ignores the top lane,
All right.
even though it's probably got the most
track
broken champions in it. So it's really frustrating,
take-
especially to see all these
take
ADC players complaining,
Back on
Laura.
track.
It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, and it
On
doesn't
it.
always fall the
Wait,
same
can
way,
we
whether it's
remove
going to
my
be
face? Can we
in
have
pro play
camera
and in
33?
solo queue, Brox, I would say.
Well, I think what you need to keep in mind when discussing the two roles is that while top lane can be considered a
30
strong
seconds
role,
left on A, guys.
the entire purpose of the role
Yeah.
is to keep the AD carry alive so the AD carry can get pentakills and win the game.
Yeah, they're always going to be complaining anyway on
Yeah, I mean,
which role.
let's be real.
Wow.
Like, any role that's...
Please, everyone, stop the AD carry slander.
Are you okay?
Thank you. Okay.
I better be a little careful about what I'm saying here. Okay, I'm not gonna call out AD carry specifically. I'm just gonna say that
Fade to camera.
any,
Camera
human being
34.
that plays League and is not a jungle main, their opinion
Camera 34,
doesn't matter.
please.
All right. I want to know what
Camera
the
32.
chat thinks here. Do you think top lane is the most OP role right now, or do you think it's bot lane? We had Smolder on the bot lane lately, and it feels like it became way
Okay, you got another
easier to
B-roll
get
track.
pentakills.
Track
So I
B.
would give it to
Yeah,
the top
look,
laners for
roll
once.
it.
Roll it.
ADC is so
Take-
broken.
take
ADC
B,
start
take
game
B,
played
yeah.
in top
Yeah.
lane.
Alright.
That's my entire argument here, as well as the fact that again,
I think it's
like
going
Roxo
really
was
well.
saying, everyone just gives all of the gold to the AD carry. Everyone ignores the top lane. Top lane's not that broken. They've got strong champions. That's it. No one cares about
the
the top
interview's
lane
next.
players.
And it feels like you
Yeah.
can innovate though. When I look
Me?
at the games I saw
I'm really
yesterday, the
interested.
Varus top lane, for instance, from Mirren,
That's up
kind
next.
of giving a solo
No, it's
queue
not.
look.
Yes, it is. It's right
Oh,
Do you want to go?
shoot!
I gotta be honest,
Wait,
that was
wait,
a
I
real
need to
solo
cue us
Varus.
out.
Like,
Okay,
if
wait,
that Varus ended up
okay.
on my team in solo
Roll,
queue, I may have
track, lose it,
considered
lose it,
reporting
lose
him.
it.
Let's be
Okay.
real.
To the camera.
You
Camera.
cannot
Okay,
blind
go
pick
back to
Varus.
camera.
That was a little bit too far.
Happy April
but,
Fool's Day,
at the
guys.
same time,
Hope you guys have a
gotta
great
respect
time.
The confidence
Bye.
and creativity, I
Yeah,
guess.
I'm kind of excited to see what we're going to see today. Twitch poll result, 62% think bot is more broken than
Any
top lane.
truths?
Based.
Smart people,
Yeah,
smart viewers, no
based
surprise.
results here, not surprising. I'm just getting word that our intern director was actually double booked, which explains a lot here actually. But now Ginny has headed backstage for the interview. Let's send it over to her. Director, take it away.
Thank you so much, Laure. Hi, guys. I'm Ginny, joined with Nuke from BDS.
Hi.
Welcome. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Yesterday was an incredible performance that you've had against Heretics. Very quick 2-0. Adam said it himself in the interview. I was a doubter. I was an unbeliever, I'll be honest. But you guys impressed me. So I want to start off with the draft, particularly. Yeah. We were saying, okay, Azir, available, Nuke's favorite champ. He's going to do it. Why is it banned? Why are you not playing it?
Well, I mean, I think I'm good on Azir, right? We're not banning it because I can't play it, but we were like, okay, this is why we will jump on Arena, we have answers to it, so it's like fine. And we just rolled with that, right? We had a good draft and we just played.
Had a good draft, but also a good game, particularly.
Yeah.
So it felt like it's a new BDS. This is the BDS that we were seeing more in winter. What's been going on behind the scenes?
Well, I think at the start of the split, we still had like, even from the previous split, like issues in like how we approach Scream and how we like are disciplined in it, and it was like a major focus. And especially with like the meta shift that happened in the early season, the discipline in Scream and the work that we need to put needs to be a lot more, right? We had to like adapt, but we I think didn't put enough effort on this, so it kind of showed in the early stage of best of one that we were struggling a bit in like finding how we want to play, the map and everything. And especially like after the last week of best of one, we put a heavy focus on this, and we still have a lot of things to like improve on, obviously, but I think we did a good job to at least go through the best of three, to at least going top three, and then keep improving more, right? So yeah.
You're on the right track. Improvement is important, and you're talking about top three. A little discussion we had before the interview even started was around the fact of MSI being that end goal and you finishing top three last split as well. When you're looking at how potentially close you are, does that add more fuel to the fire?
I mean, personally for me, it doesn't add fuel because no matter what, I just want to improve and be the best team, right? So we no matter what, like you just have to do what you will do, like usually. But obviously, making to MSI going to China is like must be an incredible experience. We went to Korea, it was crazy. So I hope we can make it to MSI for China. So yeah.
So any prediction for this one?
Against Vitality, 2-0.
Okay, I respect it. Thank you so much. The confidence is there. We'll see. Thank you for that, Nuke and Laure. We're going to be heading back over to you.
Thank you, Ginny. 2-0. Confidence here on the side of Nuke. But I think it makes sense when you look at BDS and the last time we saw them. Huge improvements compared to the regular season. And I do feel like they're getting back to the form they had in Winter Broxa, but with different drafts.
Yeah, I think what's interesting about this matchup is that on one side you have the BDS that's really controlled, that have like a clear book of BDS, like how they want to play the game, and they're very easy to identify. But on the other side, we have a Vitality, who I think probably haven't even written the first page of their book. Everything they do seems very aggressive and kind of random. And you know, in this series, one way to see that is just looking at the two junglers. Sheo is always on point, he's always at the right place at the right time. He has a very clear style in terms of what he wants to do, but Douglas, for me, is very undefined and a big question mark. And I think part of it is again, because they don't have a clear identity, so, you know, what the jungler does is a little bit random and changes from game to game. And I think that makes the series really hard to predict, because a lot of it is going to come down to Douglas and how well he adapts in the moment, where Sheo is always going to be at the right place at the right time.
Yeah, and I think you can wrap a lot of these points back around to the drafts as well, right? I think for BDS, they jumped the, well, not jumped the gun, but they were ahead of their sort of mark with 14-6 moving to front to back for the most part for a lot of teams. They were already doing that throughout a lot of the regular season, whereas Vitality have been basically kind of experimenting with loads of different answers to a lot of the things that are being played by other very powerful teams inside the league. So Vitality's overall identity has been more about prepping team by team, where it feels like BDS has kind of been structuring themselves around, okay, we have a plan around ice normally, and we'll kind of see how things go, and that's what's been giving them a lot of structure. Whereas Vitality has kind of been game by game with, okay, let's see what we can cook up. And I think that's why sometimes Dagnus felt a little bit out of sorts, because sometimes you've got some very confusing drafts to kind of navigate early game around.
I don't know, like if you don't know what you're doing, how can the enemy know what you're doing as well? Yeah. And in that sense, I'm just wondering, does Vitality actually have a system and they're experimenting because their fundamentals are good enough? Or do they need to get back to basics, do you think, before going in this weird zone?
I think BDS is like the clear control team, playing by the book, playing smart League of Legends, so to speak. Slow, controlled, play good macro. Vitality is kind of being carried by the fact that they have very good individual players that are very strong in their lanes, with Douglas trying to, you know, kind of be a single firefighter, trying to extinguish any fires that show up on the map. And that can make them really scary, because they do play aggressive and play into the like strong individuality, but sometimes it also makes their games kind of, you know, messy, so to speak.
Interesting. Yeah, you wanted to comment?
I mean, I think a lot of that messiness then kind of goes up towards top too, because you've got not only Adam, who historically has been very volatile in terms of the champion pool that he has, but then you've got Photon, who the last time that these two met, Photon got the better, like he manhandled Adam on the Rumble into the Olaf matchup, right? So I feel like a lot of what could end up happening could revolve around the top lane, simply because Photon, we've spoken about the individuals, has been on fire, whereas Adam, he sacks a lot more of his lane these days compared to sort of just going through lane and running over his opponent every single game.
I mean, that's the thing. Adam always had a clear, distinct style in the LEC, and even playing against Adam, I feel like it's going to be a headache for a majority of the LEC top laners. But when you have Photon on the other side, who's the most complete player that we have right now on top lane, how do you expect this one to go, Broxa?
Well, if you look at the stats, it's obvious that Photon seems to be the better player, but it's also not that simple. I don't necessarily think it's that black or white, because I think Adam has shown a lot of proactivity. He's a really strong top lane in a lot of ways. He just sacrifices himself almost entirely for his team, meaning any opportunity he has to sack a wave or two and roam down to assist his team and give Nuke and Ice an advantage, he's going to take. And the question in the series is going to be how far he goes to give them that advantage, because if he sacrifices himself too much, Photon is going to get a lot of free farm and free plates, and he may take over the game.
All eyes on top lane anyway for this game. That's going to give us a spot in the upper bracket, beginning of best of 5 for both these teams. Vitality versus BDS starts now.
It's a firm grip you have on my shoulder.
It is. It's good to have you back, isn't it? It's good to be back.
It's very ominous, though.
It was nice. I mean, it is a very special day, isn't it? The 1st of April.
True.
Anything's up. I can say anything and people I can get away with it.
Yeah, it's true. You could say anything at all.
Almost anything. Welcome back. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to get into what is going to be a Barney of a day. My new favorite word, because since joining the LEC, we've had plenty of them. And when you look at a team like Vitality that are off the rails a little bit, that can be quite bloody in the early game, that sometimes come across as unpredictable. Hey, all the time come across as unpredictable. And then BDS is great team fighters. I think we've set up with a really nice narrative that we're expecting this series, this best of 3, to really pop in action.
I'm excited. I think we have a really distinct clash in styles. A disciplined, pre-planned, controlled BDS versus a lot of individuality, creativity, and playmaking on the side of Vitality.
Yeah.
The question is, what version of Vitality will we see today, and what plan have BDS cooked up to try and deal with Vitality? I'm very excited to see everyone get onto the Rift. In particular, we had the pleasure of getting to see Kazi really popping off when we cast him 2 days ago. Photon, of course, having an incredible series as well. These two in particular, I'm going to be keeping my eyes on as they're going up against Ice and Adam, two of the big carries that we often associate with BDS. Ice continued to having a strong performance overall when we think about the spring split. And Adam bringing out the Twisted Fate top lane yesterday. Very uncharacteristic for him, but he made it work. So let's see what the preparation is coming into today as we get into draft.
I think that draft in topside is going to be interesting overall. We start with one of the gods. Adam's Olaf off the board. Orianna follows through, which has been a pretty standstill. But remember, BDS in their playoff games, they ran this team fighting comp as we expected, with Nuke sitting on something very passive mid in the Karma, which even since getting nerfed, BDS still isolated and said, hey, that's how we want to run our draft. As we just talked about topside as well, as a quick note, double ban towards Photon seems very aptly done.
Kalista, is that going to be banned away?
Good question.
Orianna being taken away by Vitality. It's fascinating how Vitality have picked up this Orianna ban because BDS have shown they're happy to give it away because they'll play the Karma into it.
Yep.
Kalista will be the final ban. Now, will that rel priority come through from Vitality, or what will the mid lane lock-in be? Azir already for VTO. We didn't see that come out from him once. This is his 4th champion across 4 games.
Yep.
We talked about individuality and creativity from Vitality. Every single player has played a different champion in every single game. They're only adding to that list, bringing Azir out. I'm curious if they're going to keep the momentum going. But BDS, actually going for the Xayah here. I was expecting something like the Rel, maybe even the Zeri for Ice, but Xayah Nautilus, a very aggressive bot lane 2v2. This is the bot lane that you would normally associate with Kazi and Hylissang
Agreed, yeah.
after their performance from just a few days ago.
It's funny because for BDS, they must have watched that series and be like, hang on a minute, maybe we need to take away the Xayah from Kazi when these crit 80 carries have been buffed so heavily. And again, team fighting seemed to be so important going into this game. Brom being looked at now, and that's going to be a bit of a pain for the Xayah to deal with, but what partnership do we build up when we talk about Kazi being important? Or do they just say, hey, you're going to have to go through the wheelhouse a little bit later, Kazi, and what, jungle here, Thaddeus? Might be the play for Douglas?
Well, my instinct was going to be Rel. You want to put the priority on it, but the beauty of this Twisted Fate for Vitality, if they do lock it in, is they've shown to flex it between both AD carry and top lane.
True.
So if BDS now lock in a top laner that can deal with the TF, there's an option for them to be able to swap it to the bot side. Now, I will say, TF Braum is not a bot lane I'm familiar with at all.
Not at all.
So it'll be a learning opportunity for everyone. But interesting priorities here for Vitality. Very surprised to see the Rel make it this far into the draft.
Yeah.
Right now, I think Vitality are lacking that primary engage tool, and BDS, after locking in this Vi, now have the luxury of taking this Rel away. They could also take away the Xin if they're concerned about engage options for Douglas, maybe even the Sejuani or the volley bet. Both things that he's found success on so far in the LEC, and just effective ways to start fights that they might want to try and mitigate.
Curious about that jungle path, because pairing up with Brom always, there's been frail Yordian duos, as I think that's the right way to say it, with Sejuani coming into the jungle, but a lot of partnerships that through jungle support, which we know Hylissang and Douglas are going to play towards, can be really oppressive with CC chains. Jarvan definitely being one of them, that's taken off the board first. Let's see if BDS continue with jungle bans here, with still so much being available, and it feeling like you got to take something away from Douglas that gives control on CC, as we said.
The Jax does suggest a volley bet. If they also add a Viego here, it pretty much bans out the pull that we saw from Sheo yesterday that he used to answer Jankos' volley bet.
Yep.
Question is, will they actually look to do that?
There's
that
rel.
rel that we were talking about. So two very easy engage options have now been taken away from Vitality. This will force them onto something like a Sejuani or a volley. The difference being Sejuani has a lot more late game tankiness. The Yasuo are going to be banned away from Nuke. I say Nuke, of course, could still be moved into the top lane.
Yeah.
But perhaps Adam has really been expanding his pool if he also brings out a Yasuo.
Further than it's already expanded. Does Adam just not... Does Adam just play everything? That's the question. Silas we've seen recently too. But it has been few and far between, usually into the Alistar matchup, as Syndra gets locked in. Now, Syndra globally, talking to a lot of pros, no one's really been looking at this champion.
I swear we saw it in the LEC not that long ago. I will say that Nuke, familiar with Syndra.
Of course,
It is one of his most played throughout his competitive career.
Great mid-jungle duo as well, right? Powerful mid-jungle duo.
Great setup with the Syndra into the Vi. They both complement each other very well. Do have to add the caveat that across his career, he does only have a 35% win rate on the Syndra.
Good caveat, buddy.
Let's hope that he can turn that one around today. As we're getting to see Kazi's Ezreal paired up alongside the Maokai. So a lot of zone control on the side of Vitality, but also a huge amount of range. Ezreal and Azir is a duo that loves to hit you from the other side of the map. Braum acting as a very effective frontline. The Maokai likely to go tank. Vitality have a very traditional front-to-back with a lot of poke, but crucially disengage. When you're trying to dive into them, they want to retreat. They have Azir ultimate, they have Maokai ultimate to create space, they have the Braum ultimate as well. Vitality's playstyle is very much about patience and control. While you're starting at a team fight, you ideally want them to be on an objective first so that you can chip away at their HP bars while they're trying to secure it. I would say it's a harder to execute comp because your engage is not as reliable. Maokai ultimate is not a reliable way for you to dive in, but also you don't really want to be diving in with the Z here, Ezreal,
When it
Twisted
creates
Fate,
space, right?
Exactly. It's all about creating that space, whereas BDS have a lot of dive tools. Vi wants to go in, the Gnar with the Mega Ult wants to go in, the Nautilus wants to land that ultimate, connect with the hook, and basically close that gap as quickly as possible. So you've got a lot of dive versus a lot of disengage. I'm favoring Vitality's comp a little bit more, even though in the early game, I don't think they're going to have as many options to play with. Bot lane dives are going to be a high priority for BDS. Mid lane ganks are going to be very likely from Sheo and Nuke, and it's all going to be about action from mid, pressure into bot, and BDS trying to find an early advantage so that this range that Vitality want to try and play from, they're not going to give them the opportunity to do so.
Well, again, hard-hitting, hard-fast here for BDS is what I'm going to take away from it, because seeing the Syndra come out of left field, I mean, for me, this is a bit of a throwback. I can tell you about it in game, but first, if you're sitting here watching and waiting and wondering what's on the line for Vitality and BDS, the winner here goes into such a good position going into that round for the upper bracket finals and being one step away from the grand finals, which when we look at championship points gives you such a good lead regardless if you win it or not. It's for that second spot at MSI. Remember, G2 secured it due to winning winter finals. And now we look towards championship points, which this series is going to dictate so much of.
Well, that's assuming G2 can win the Spring Split.
That's also true, right?
Last year, it was Mad that kind of came out of nowhere and was able to win out on the split and ended up being our first seed going on the side. Labrov losing a lot of his HP in this early skirmish as Vitality clear out some vision, but we are seeing a rematch of the upper bracket. Last split, it was BDS that got the better of Vitality, and they also then ran into G2, who got the better of Fnatic. We're going to see how different things are today as Photon.
Gold card comes out.
Douglas.
A lot of damage coming through. I mean, Douglas is level 1 Maokai already. That Q as it flies through. He's done his rotation. Photon now looks for the gold card. Show flashes over so he survives, but Photon's in trouble now. Orb comes down, and for Nuke, he's not got anything else. Video joins in. Gold card on the way out. Photon had to ghost for that, and everyone lives. But a few summoners to take track of his. Sheo without flash, Photon without ghost is what we start the game with.
It's a very awkward start for the junglers. Douglas, I think, wanted to try and steal away those Raptors. Of course, it gets spotted out by BDS. They then tried to fight it 3 versus 2, but the gold card's doing so much work. Sheo forced to go back to Vase means that he's going to start his camps very delayed. Information from Vitality as they've dropped wards on both the blue and the Raptors means that they should be able to identify where he's starting, unless those wards run out before he actually gets there. But Douglas going to have a slight advantage in the jungle clear. We'll see if he can make much of that, as Sheo losing his flash in the early game does make it harder for him to set up some of those early ganks.
Not the be-all, end-all, though. I mean, we already talked about mid-jungle synergy, so let's kind of track how Sheo can get his presence into that mid lane, especially when Vito on the Azir is going to try and play it safe.
Spotted. Thank you, observers, for highlighting that. So, Sheo, information has now been shared with the team. Vitality know exactly where he is, and now they can look to try and play around that. Talk about many answers that we've seen for Twisted Fate. Gnar going to try and match him in terms of the range, but we look at these short trades being taken by Photon. Crucially, you want to play around that passive on the E, you know? You get like 2, maybe 3 stacks, and then you wind up a card, and then you play the auto attack, and the auto attack reset with the card, and you can get a really nice little trade, and you're seeing it on your screens right now. He's also running the fleet to have that extra bit of sustain. Adam looking to match it. In the early trades, I do expect Photon to be able to get the advantage. And frankly, I feel like that Photon should be able to outscale.
Yeah.
But once you hit level 6, you have a lot of threats with the Vi plus the Gnar, so they can potentially shut him down and mitigate it.
I think it's an interesting trading pattern, because for Adam as well, as he goes Mega, feels like you have to kind of all in, get your trade, get out. But as Photon gets Merc treads, think about the value this game that he's going to have as well. Feels like the boot to go to here for Vitality, maybe for more than just that top solo laner. As Sheo, he is in this top side. Speaking of, remember that flash was burnt, and as the wave pushes against, Photon has now warded the Pixel Brush, but Sheo looking for that push-up.
Photon does have his flash available. Douglas on the bot side of the map. Kazi actually goes in with the
It's
E.
a bait. Dredge line here. Douglas still twisted advance there, but under turret, he's taking a shot as Hilly goes a bit too far forward, but first blood nevertheless. Vitality open up with a kill bot.
Nicely done from Vitality. Labrov thinks that he's buying space for Ice, but he actually just doomed himself. Great chain CC coming out from Hilly and Douglas means that they're able to get the kill. Unfortunate for Vitality that it goes over to Hilly's Ignite, but still, a kill's a kill, and they'll deny a lot of farm away from Ice.
I mean, the plate going down for Kazi, as you said, Ice has to sit on the back burner here, like this wave's going down. Another one crashing in, Douglas still on a ward. Lebrov has just joined back in, and you can see Sheo is beelining bot to help Ice and Lebrov and give them something. Wait, Kazi? Flash for flash, Lebrov gets the summoner out of him. He arcane shift forward. There's a dredge line, but Lebrov doesn't have Ice nearby. He wants a CS. For Sheo hovering around, it's all for the Scuttle Crab, but Douglas has a level advantage, and he has Video who can move nearby, gets himself the smite down, and Sheo is denied again.
I mean, things are just looking up across the board for Vitality.
Yeah.
You can see Adam with a slight CS advantage, but Photon, thanks to his passive, is keeping the gold even. I think that largely came from the fact that Photon had to come back to lane relatively late because of how the level 1 went. But in the bot side of the map, Vitality find that first blood. They also get that bot side crab. Top going to be exchange, of course, for BDS.
Oh, Hex Flash. Okay. Douglas is there, so I mean, Lebrov might have regretted it.
Kazi would love to get a base off right now. He's very low on mana, very susceptible to getting dived. Douglas is still here, though.
Hello, Peekaboo. He's been so patient himself. They jump onto Sheo. Who would expect this man to stick around for so long? Kazi gets the CS. Ice and Lebrov now, as they push the wave in, have to walk up to complete the task, but man, I guess that's a big brain play from Douglas.
When we think about Vitality, I would say that you have a lot of strong individual laners, right? Vito, Photon, Kazi, all players that have a very strong pedigree throughout the LEC history, and you can kind of rely on them to beat individual carries. The hardest part is getting them all to connect and enabling them when it makes sense, and that is a challenge for a young player in the form of Douglas joining this roster at the beginning of the year. And a part of me feels that the inconsistencies that come from Vitality is how well Douglas can enable his team, and I think that was a great example of him doing exactly what he needed to do. His bot lane couldn't get a good bait off. You saw multiple times Lebrov even committing his flash to interrupt Kazi's base. The wave then gets pushed in. He then feels like he has to stick around. And that whole time, Douglas is there to cover at the risk of a potential dive from Sheo. Much needed in the early game, and now look at how well his bot lane is set up for success. This lane that we expected BDS to try and play through is now suffering as Kazi and Hylissang find themselves collectively with 1k gold lead.
And look, the time efficiency as well for Douglas further that point leads him now to topside for either a potential dive or a response to the Grub program, excuse me. One's going to be taken away from BDS, so not all three as a starter. Means experience for Douglas continuing to be quite large. You look at the EXP bars on the side of your screen, Douglas is half a level up over Sheo. And I mean, this early game jungle so far has been clinical. And again, right where he needs to be, I think, is the catchphrase that everyone at home needs to attach to their mind right now as to how this early game's going for him.
Vitality, the great start to this first game of this series. We look back to last split, and it was a commanding 2-0 in favor of BDS. Vitality, though, with a different look. Feels like that with their complete coaching staff here supporting them this split round, they've showcased a lot more growth. And we can acknowledge that their series versus SK was something.
We were there for it, though.
We had a lot. We had fun.
We had fun.
But
it was
crazy.
Definitely
something to watch. And obviously, people are going to have their skepticism around what Vitality looks like. But I think that is just the Vitality you need to get used to. They have high highs. They have some low lows. And admittedly, while it does look good, we'll see how their mid-game transitions, because BDS have this knack of finding really good team fights.
Out of nowhere,
Yeah, they have a great awareness of how to play around objectives. And let's have a look, because right now the early dragon is being eyed up.
One starts off, Hylissang in the middle of the river, trying to bait on in. That's a dredge line to kick off. BDS do have numbers, but it won't matter because Lebrov is dead from the start. Scout of the week is great here as Nuke is exhausted, but Unleash Power won't do enough damage. The exhaust from Kazi may have saved his life. As BDS get on out of there, the range is starting to be too much, and as the 6 comes through, Ice has got to run for his life. He's on the edge, he's okay. And wow, Vitality getting a kill in a numbers disadvantage seems so foreign.
And Vito, he's going to get a plate in mid. He's going to drop some wards down. He might even be looking for a roam top. Adam.
Okay, Photon's just out.
Doesn't actually connect the ulti there. Can Vito make something happen? Oh, he's looking.
Waiting for Meganar to just pop out at the very least, but Vito poking.
Interesting. So they've actually sent Vito to go and catch this wave to allow Photon to go back to base.
I just can't
believe
believe
we look back at this skirmish. Nuke is collapsing first. So many resources thrown into Hilly. He tanks up a lot. The passive gets put on. Nice ulti into auto attack from Kazi to secure that initial kill. The exhaust was clutch there from Kazi to buy space for his jungler to retreat. And then Douglas, the comm is very clear. Guys, I'm almost 6. I'm almost 6. Just need to get one more minion. He's able to get it, throws it out. Unfortunately for Vitality, they couldn't find another, but 3-0 start A 1.5k goal lead. Impressive stuff from Vitality.
And when we talked about the poke and the range and, for Vitality maybe not being the most simple comp to execute, I think a thing that makes it a lot easier is having an Ezreal in charge, right? Having an Ezreal with a lead, because the poke is going to be influential when you're running up against something like a Syndra. A Syndra who, again, is going to be looking for those picks herself. So, Kazi, the playoff of not taking TP and going into Exhaust works out is onto Ice. There's good poke damage yet again. Next Mystic Shock doesn't connect, but Vitality in their 2-version form are going to continue pushing in this wave and maybe setting up for the first Dragon, because it's been sitting there for a while. No one's picked it up. We are going to have a late Dragon game regardless if Vitality make this move.
So I will say, Hilly, level 6, obviously been involved in all of the early kills, but normally we see him roaming, right?
True.
But on this Braum, he is glued to Kazi. The jungler has been coming to him. They have been playing so much around this bot side, and now they're looking for another play.
Shot Barrage comes out. Ice is taking so much damage. The Glacial Fissure hits too. Labrov gets out, but Ice has the flash. He's got Cleanse available, waiting for the concussive blows. Ice gets out, but his health bar does not. And as Video walks down, this is turning into something more.
It's looking like a dangerous situation. Sheo with the 6, but Nuke is there to match. Right now, it looks like the Gromp is the priority, denying more camps away from Sheo. Smite comes through. Ice is getting very low. Kazi is full HP.
Yep.
They're going to have to back away from this tower. Ice feels relatively safe. He has the cleanse still. VTO on the roam once more.
Suffocating the bottom side. I mean, for Sheo, yeah, you have the cease and desist, but with Nature's Grass there as well, Sheo has to go back and clear camps because he's wasting time while Dragon's going down. And the poke, as it continues to fly through, will hit regardless. So for Vitality, I think they've done a good job as well, forcing out bot side. And we always like to talk about what's the response on the other side of the map. Right now for BDS, can you see anything? Can you see what BDS are trying to achieve?
I mean, they're trying to get something back. They're trying to stem the bleeding, it feels. It's difficult to really invest resources top. Syndra's not the best roaming champion.
Very true.
Even though Nuke has found some good windows to roam towards bot lane, they've not been able to convert it. 4 versus 3 and they lost. Okay?
Yeah.
That just goes to show the value of Braum in this draft. You think about how effective Braum is into Syndra, right? When you have all these champions that want to dive into your face, Braum is great at disengage. And the beauty of Hilly is that he is a player that he both protect and he attack. And we saw an example of that in the bot lane. He was the one flanking. He connects the Q, lands the ultimate, forces the flash out from Ice. He's a player that even when he's on these champions that are designed to peel, protect, they can still look for these aggressive plays. Now, BDS looking for an aggressive play of their own.
Are they going to get their first kill? I mean, the ult into the wall, almost a solo kill. Adam takes 2 turret shots, though, as Gold Card holds out. Nuke just unleashes power, but he doesn't have enough damage. Gets stunned up, flash away. Nuke is going to die to Douglas. Photon is doing the cha-cha-cha, running down the top lane as Adam now TP'd on by Video. And BDS tries, you might. Vitality are in your head this game.
When we get a replay, observers, please show us the slow-mo of Photon. I'm not sure if he had a biscuit or not, but there was a tick of health that he got back to keep him alive just enough to survive the burst from Nuke.
Yeah.
And then he was able to flash away to safety. His team arrives. Great TP from VTO. This is a fantastic early game from Vitality. So this initial engage from Adam, good setup. He's ultimately just waiting for his mid laner to come. This all looks promising. Nuke arrives, throws the ultimate out, easy kill. You think at this point it's pretty straightforward. Photon is going to pop some health there. Do you see that tick of health? 76 HP, just enough to keep him alive. And then they're able to turn it around. Very well played by him. VTO with the TP as well, gets the kill onto Adam.
Wow. Well said. Must have been the biscuit, right?
Well, it was either his potion or it was a biscuit. It was one of the two, but he popped that health pot at just the right moment, just enough health to get him back to
Why does
life.
Photon look tilted? He, again, surviving that, and I think Mac's like, yeah. I mean, still, the fact that the play doesn't go through is huge for Vitality. This early game has been so successful through Kazi in the bot side, now through a kill given over to Video with that roam up using his teleport. Photon surviving as well. Nothing over to this Syndra. And we talk so much about the Syndra size. I could speak normally, but now I'm going to pause because Gold Card under turret. Adam taking this into his own hands, leaps away, gets a kill. A solo kill for BDS. That's something finally.
Adam really did just take matters into his own hands, didn't he? My expectations on this matchup were clearly off. In the early few trades, it looked like he was going Photon's way, but Adam has progressively taken more and more control, has been winning out in the 1v1. He's now got a nice CS lead and a kill to boot. Means that he's in a much better position than he was a few moments ago. Perhaps he can still turn this game around.
Maybe, yeah.
Things are looking a little dire in this early game as Vitality draw their attention to the bot tower once more.
Well, that bot turret might transition slowly into the next Dragon as well. Sheo waiting here, and Hylissang happy to take it up. Glacial Fissure hits Nuke on the back end as well. Twisted Advance and the flash. True Shot Barrage. The poke and range comes in, and Hilly blocks all the orbs. That's why Brom is so good as a depth charge. Gets a 3-man though. Meanwhile, Video is hitting from the side. Flash forward from Nuke, not finding anything. An orb down, but it's a deceptive one at that. As Vitality continue to poke down, and Douglas Hylissang lucky to be alive there, but for BDS, you can see how annoying it is to have this Brom in their face.
There was, I would argue, a bit of an overforce there from Vitality.
True.
It ended up being a 4 versus 4 that Vitality had to retreat from, but they do deny a lot of farm. They do burn a couple summoner spells, get the flash out from Sheo, the flash out from Nuke, but Hilly and Douglas going to exchange those as well. Ultimately, no significant advantage gained for either side. The Dragon spawns in about a minute's time. Ice really needs to get a reset off as Sheo looking.
Cease and
Not gonna
desist.
go for it though.
We've seen, I think, one ult so far from Sheo, unfortunately, and Betty's, this is what I was talking about before, is some of these objectives spawn. We haven't seen that Scatter the Week into Vi ulti or vice versa, right? This was a combination, and I think Top Esports did really well when it was Tien, when it was Knight on his Syndra as well, a classic. They had this really powerful 1-2 punch that made this duo look OP in its prime. And that's what I'm looking for from BDS. I'm looking for that setup here when Dragon's 20 seconds away, when it can open up for a pick, give them numbers advantage, maybe set up for a favorable fight because they are down in gold for the time being. I'm trying to play catch up here, especially with Adam on the bot side. Zoning off Video with Labrov, also doing a good job of that too.
Gonna send the Azir to try and match the Gnar. But Vito rightfully respects the possibility of BDS being in this quadrant of the map. Douglas, though, there to cover. Hilly looking for a fight. Just trying to control that vision coverage in the river. Feels confident with Photon at his back. And now more vision being cleared out. So the Dragon is now available. They know that the jungler's on the top side, but there's still 2 members of BDS on the bot, so it's not an easy secure for Douglas. Adam is keeping pressure on that bot wave, which makes it harder for Vitality to just enter the river. They need their bot lane to come down, and that's exactly what we're going to see. Photon has the Destiny available. I'm sure he'd love to catch another wave, but maybe they could just force something now.
Adam's in mini, ulti used by Video. The rest of BDS coming in, but the shifting sands moves Video out of range. Adam's just getting auto down. He's now a one-shot. If he goes Mega Gnar, that will change as Nature's Grass helping out. A 3 versus 2 again, but Vitality are looking for this Mega Gnar who's now finally evolved. Video with the range once more. Hilly, Kazi moving in, but BDS back to that outer turret that has stood the test of time. While top side, BDS are getting a turret. So it's not like they're trading down here, as gold now within 1k while Vitality hover bot again.
Yeah, we talk about absorbing pressure. Adam's doing just that. Gets the ultimate out from VTO. And Photon forced to come down and catch this mid-wave as both Kazi and Hilly make their way to get involved in the bot fight. This leaves Nuke open to secure the top tower. The first tower of the game actually goes in favor of BDS.
Yep.
But now the Dragon is fully in control of Vitality. This is going to be their second of the game. Unless Labrov has something to say about it.
Look at the ultis up. Nature's Grasp is not there. Azir Emperor's Divide is not there. Depth Charge is, though, onto Kazi. Arcane shifts out, builds spaces. True Shot Barrage is there, but there you go. Cease and desist onto Kazi. He flashes over, survives somehow. But the burn eventually takes him. It's a 1-for-1 while Destiny was used to bring on in the funk. But Douglas is not funking or jiving at the moment because there's no one there to help him. 3 members of Vitality go down for the cost of Dragon. BDS again with a team fight. Might not be too discombobulated.
I was not expecting BDS to find that fight, especially given the position on the map. But well played. Vitality with only 3 members on the objective. BDS recognize a window where they can gain the numbers advantage and they force it. Look at this chain CC that comes down onto Kazi. But also recognize, even with all this, they still don't quite have enough to kill him. Of course, the Syndra isn't quite involved. If her ulti was there, Kazi would have been one shot.
Yep.
Was it the Ignite that ended up finishing off? No, it may have even been
red buff.
The red buff. They end up getting the kill regardless. The Dragon ends up going in favor of Vitality, and then Hilly is forced to retreat. Photon also dying on the back end.
Yep.
Still gold lead in favor of Vitality, but BDS showing that they can definitely still go toe-to-toe in the mid-game. Their composition does spike very hard around those 1-2 items. And they're going to use that small advantage to get the Rift Herald. Now, that mid tower did, of course, drop for BDS, giving Vitality a bit more control. You can see them pushing all the way through bot. They can now bring VTO over to mid, and they can even start threatening that tier 2 in mid lane if they want, or maybe just using this pressure to move into the top side and gain that vision control. It just gives them a lot more options now that they've unlocked that tower.
A note on video, well, yes, the classics coming up next, guys. Fnatic G2. Who would want to watch that right now? We're looking forward to it as well. That after this, video is fed. Now, when this disappears, look at the CS, 223. 19 minutes into the game. Is this guy choving? I think I'll leave it up to your interpretation because 2 items down with Seeker's Armor Guard activation, and he's level 14. No one else in the game is sitting at his EXP bar. Half the way to 15 as well. I mean, Video had a really good performance against SK. We saw the Orianna gameplay, which was really clean. He played supportive gameplay on it, but that's just because he didn't get any kills.
His early game was definitely questionable. We saw him get caught out a couple times.
But then it wasn't,
But then it wasn't, you're quite right.
What was the game 3? Game 3 wasn't the Orianna.
It was the Jace.
The Chase, that's right. The early triple kill. And Video carried from there. So he is a reliable carry when he gets his hands on a bit of money. In this game, he's definitely got that. He's definitely close to getting towards
I mean, he's also just stealing his jungler's farm. You see him right now. He just took the Raptors. I think he's on red buff.
Well, that's okay.
He is just...
we don't need the small parts of it. We just need to know that he's doing well with CS,
Oh, he certainly is. He's absorbing as much farm as he can. He's trying to get online as quickly as possible. Now, the fight over the mid wave.
Whoa.
Stun connects onto Hilly.
That's a Glacial Fissure sent out as well onto Labrov. Very defensive here as Herald comes through. Kazi, remember, we just saw a Scout of the Week go shy of hitting him. If it lands, he has no cleanse. There's no bell to get him out of it as Herald gets sent away. Arcane shift forward again. Good poke again. Nature's Grass out. Destiny is looking for the 5v5 off the side. Photon joins in. Gold card. Scatter the Week in response, but Douglas separates them all. Running forward. Hilly gets in the way as Video depth charged out. But for BDS, they wanted to take a 5v5, but without hitting anything, without setting it up, it's easy for Hilly to just go, no, 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 no.
Wow. I'm surprised by how aggressive Vitality were in that force. They're going to start the Baron. There's no smite for BDS, but they still have members alive to contest.
Mega Gnar with ulti and flash available. That's one thing that wasn't used here for BDS. Adam trying to get on in at 2K. They're going to flip it around. Smite comes through and Vitality get the Baron as Adam gets stunned up. Shuffled back. Ulti is not going to be used. He wants to escape, but not today. Kazi barrages through. Another kill for the man in the bottom lane who's only taken names at this point. Nuke stands there to deliver, but he gets delivered out. And for Vitality this game, the more aggression we see, the better it keeps looking.
I mean, it's just a slaughter. It's a shame we don't get to see the team fight because I love the way in which Vitality played it, utilizing Hilly and Douglas on the front line to chase down the retreating BDS members. This is just a matter of cleanup as BDS are trying their best to escape. But there's so much single target CC. If either the Braum Q connects or the TF stun lands, you're dead.
I mean, no, the only cleanse on this game is ice, right? So, you know, whether you're going to pick up a QSS, will it even matter at this point? You're 5k gold behind as BDS, and I think, again, we can be realistic about what we've seen this game, right? Damage is good from Nuke, as you'd expect, but we have not seen Sheo or Nuke sync up the ulti, sync up the CC. We haven't seen the picks from BDS that open the game up. And Beatrice, when we talk about this being a team fighting team as well, I think let's also be real, we haven't had a clear front to back fight from mid, but they were running away.
I think the beauty of Vitality's comp in this situation is that they have so many options.
Yeah.
Right? You can actually play the 5v5s, you can look for picks, you can play through side lanes, you can play 1-4, you can send a Zero off to a side lane, you can play 1-3-1.
True.
Right? Your biggest weakness is if you fall behind in the early game, it's easy to kind of get run over, I guess, but Vitality dominated the bot lane 2 versus 2. They played around their early pressure very well. Now with the Baron, they're playing on multiple lanes. They're keeping this pressure up. Photon's going to secure another tower. They look to try and attack the flank. There's no wave in mid, so it's hard for Vitality to keep that pressure going. Photon has to wait.
How do they deal with this minion? How do they deal with the range that comes through from these cannon minions? Has to be Nuke, right?
It has to be. Ideally, he can grab it. Maybe he can bring it over, but right now it looks like it's going to crumble. Hysterics.
Just like BDS's game plan at this point. With all the options taken away, the base now broken. You see bot side, Photon's there. Shero has to make a move with Adam at his side, but it's a mini-Gnar. Damage will come through, and Photon looks to die, but he flashes over the wall, gets out in an instant, and now Sheo's isolated without any mana. Good scout of the week, though, is Hilly is still frontlining. Unleash powered on as well. You can see Kazi and Video aren't there. So even though it ends up being a trade, I guess BDS using their options wisely while the damage wasn't following up.
The crazy thing is Photon actually destinied out of that fight.
Oh, did he? Right.
He didn't even have his flash available.
Very true.
But basically, you're quite right. BDS were just desperate in that situation. They were looking to try and find a pick. They looked to try and get something back, slow the pressure down that was coming from Vitality. The best they could get was Hilly. And we look at this engage, he pops the Destiny early. He knows that once the Q is used from the Vi, oh, he gets the stun actually, and then Destiny's over the wall.
Yeah, okay.
Nicely done by him. Now Hilly has used everything, of course. The Unbreakable is gone, and so he's kind of left at the whims. Kazi and Vitio, though, doing their best to get damage over the wall. I guess at that point the fight is already over because BDS are now looking to disengage.
Yep.
Ends up being a 1-for-1, but Vitality, they got what they needed out of that Baron. Inhibitor taken down, another tower secured in bot. Dragon as well. Everything looking up for Vitality in this first game.
Really is. I mean, at the start of this week when we opened up, the Vitality SK game we've already talked about, quick side note, will be the option of SK to try and fight their way out of Team Heretics. Those are the lower brackets, those are elimination rounds tomorrow.
And I want to use this time as well to just, we talked in the earlier game about how I think Douglas acts as this glue for what is this team of great individual players. 1-1-10. He's been involved in every single of the team's kills. When we see Vitality looking good, I feel like we always see Douglas looking good.
Yep.
And I think that he is so crucial to this team's success and just understanding of what he needs to do for his team, how he plays around his lanes, and how he ultimately sets them up for success. So huge credit for him, the amount of growth he's made this year. I know that there was a lot of skepticism about him joining the roster, but I think he's grown into exactly what Vitality needs, and he's having a great game so far.
And his jungle pool's expanding as well. It's not just a rel on the brand anymore. This guy can play what he needs to play in the meta. I think that's another adaptation I've seen that's been impressive. As Vitality continue to impress in this game one, it's us talking about them all the time because 7k gold lead now. Adam's just trying to get something back. He has teleport available, but his damage to turrets with Sterix Gauge second ain't that much at this point. And as Baron now wears off, as Vitality run forward, this turret is just going to drop. Adam has to make a move because it's going to be a second inhibitor as well. And the game could just end if Vitality are able to poke out and destroy one person.
They do not care about the Baron there. Going to throw the Maokai ultimate to zone them away.
There we go. Fish is down as well. Nature's Grasp Vitality going to get scattered the week as well for Nuke, but no damage into Douglas. None whatsoever. Unleash what? Okay. There's an execute on Nuke now, it seems, as that's one pick to delay the inevitable, but Destiny going to be used. Photon ended games before, but is the Nexus open? He jumps back in. Gold card. Again, Video separates spaces. That's going to get him out alive. But BDS, hold on. No one dies. And the ending here for Vitality, not going to be as clean as we were talking it up before.
Nice fight from BDS. They hold the line. They keep the game alive a little bit longer. But it does feel like that they're just buying minutes. They lost an they lost a Nexus tower, I should say.
Yep.
Douglas was not expecting that damage to come through from Nuke. I mean, I know you weren't.
Yep.
Stun comes through. They're still controlling this top side of the jungle. They know they need to keep Baron safe while Dagnus respawns. He is now back alive, making his way towards the top side of the map. Flashes are being pinged from the side of BDS. They're keeping track of the fact that Vito, Douglas, and Photon don't have those available. And so if they're going to find a fight, it'll be around this Baron, but they need to gain access into their jungle. That's why this vision, this window to move into their top side, get vision control while they can is so important.
There was that one ward that wasn't cleared away that might have spotted the partial members of Vitality backing, so BDS now slowly is at least a 3-man unit of walking in. Ice reacting to the wave, but remember there's 2 waves to react to. Nuke has to sit topside and get rid of the supers there too. And so for Vitality, they regain control of the jungle themselves once again. Vision getting slimmed out, and it's only these small windows for BDS, these small wards that are being avoided, that are giving them information as now it might not matter. The feathers fly on out, and Hylissang says no, Nature's Grasp as well. The poke heard from Kazi. Watch this, Ezreal, as Nuke runs up, and he better run again. He flashes away, and BDS just...
Did you see that flash in from Hilly? He flashed in to force the flash out from Nuke, because if he connected his Q, they would have been able to get the kill. Yep. That's the beauty of Hilly. Great awareness from him. Does get the flash out from the mid laner, and ultimately this fight was just to force BDS back.
Yeah.
No risk of a steal, no flips of the Baron. Ultimately a very clean Baron secure from Vitality, and a significant improvement from what we saw against SK.
True. It was a lot more back and forth. It was that, I guess, the one-ending play topside has been the only thing that's been on the fence for Vitality so far, but let's be real. Nothing really to complain about through the early game. The control of bot side, Dagger's being where he needs to be on the map. We've said great things, and now it's going to get even greater because 5 seconds till the soul comes up. That's Vitality's for the taking. Baron is in their back pocket and should lead them to that last inhibitor turret in bot side. So right now, BDS just hoping they can get a miracle pinch, a miracle setup from this Syndra, from the Vive, Eddie.
Pretty much.
Something that gets you the game back, gets some gold back.
They want to sync up these lanes now. I expect Vito to try and catch this mid wave early. Adam's going to try and walk it down further to desync bot, because you can see bot is already connecting onto the wave. Personally, I think Vitality shouldn't be pushing in this bot wave. They ideally want mid wave to connect at the same time, but I guess with an exposed inhibitor, it does give you a bit more freedom. Here we go, the siege begins. The poke is going to come through from Kazi. You can see Labrov already at 50% HP.
Oh
Another Q connects.
Another one as well. Kazi arcane shifts, looks for Adam, and Labrov might have to think about going back. Nuke as well.
Oh my goodness, Kazi
is hitting every shot. 3.5 item. Ezreal does that. He's been hurting all game long, and now it's just open season on the inhibitor turret because BDS had to base because of the poke keep flying through.
Vitality still playing at range. The Maokai ultimate sure to come soon.
Can they defend the last turret? I mean, again, being outranged is great. There's Destiny used. Labrov doesn't even get to engage. Vitality hitting from afar. Adam flashes in, but Video goes golden, so it's only Hilly. Glacial Fissure again sends them backwards. As for BDS, it is all about denying them access to the Ezreal, to the Azir. Video and Kazi fire once more, and with the Nexus down, this game one ain't like winter. It's Vitality on the board.
Clean game from start to finish, ultimately from Vitality. Very little to criticize in the grand scheme of things. Huge credit to Douglas and supporting his bot side of the map very early on. I expected BDS to try and put pressure on the bot side of the map, but they just couldn't do it. And very impressive stuff overall, game one for Vitality.
Well, as they open up the series, we're going to see if BDS can fight back. We'll go to a short break. When we return, BDS's redemption arc after this.
Freely using Katarina's cook.
Kindred cautiously cooked Kit Kat cupcake.
Kindred cautiously cooked Kit Kat cupcake.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Carefreely using...
Kindred cautiously cooked Kit Kat cupcake.
Oh, it doesn't even matter. I'm ready. It's fine.
Hey, shouldn't you be on stage right now?
Hey, you got a pick. Tom Kent? What? I was not expecting this.
And a crazy off-meta pick that secured you the win. How did you come up with it?
Oh. I just listened to my gut.
Today when you guys start inting me, I will start screaming, let me perform. Let me perform!
Douglas is still here though.
Hello, Peekaboo. He's been so patient himself. They jump onto Sheo. Who would expect this man to stick around for so long? Kazi gets to CS.
Yeah, look. Knock.
They're stopped.
Nautilus, kill Nautilus. Even. Nano push. You have him. I'm going forward here, okay? Yeah, I pushed up. I pushed up. Yeah.
And welcome back to the LEC as Vitality opens up the score here against BDS. And guys, we had Nuke in the pregame interview saying that it was going to be a 2-0 for BDS. April Fools. Let's blame it on that. Didn't go so well.
No, it did not. Yeah, I don't think BDS were necessarily ready for specifically a lot of what happened in the early game, right? It felt like Vitality came into it from the jump, right? Before minions even spawned, they were getting really aggressive everywhere on the map looking for information. And that was kind of the start of a lot of the troubles for BDS in terms of trying to actually find a foothold anywhere on the map.
I mean, that's the thing, Broxa. When you look at the map here, you don't know what to expect from Vitality, right? But I don't think BDS expected to see them every side of the map. Whenever they're here, they're here. Whenever they open the fridge, Vitality is here as well. How did this define the early game?
Well, it defined pretty much the entire game as a whole, because they had info on Sheo the entire early game. Douglas knew he was topside, he goes for bot gank, he knows he's walking in towards bot, he sits in the bush waiting for him and gets a kill. And one thing that I really like about this is that on Fnatic in 2019, Huli was like the level 1 master. Like he would literally do presentations for all of us about where we were going to move all our pieces around level 1 and how we could get an advantage. I obviously can't know for sure if he's the one who made this call, but I love to see it because it was so well planned that BDS at no point in the game had any chance to even breathe.
Yeah, and I think the better thing about it was one of the kind of criticisms that you can have sometimes of Vitality is mostly Douglas. Sometimes it feels like he's doing a bit of cardio on the map and he doesn't necessarily have a goal, right? And I feel like with the amount of information that Douglas was afforded this game, it actually gave him clear direction on where he should be and where he shouldn't be. And it felt like he was almost always out positioning Sheo on the map because Sheo was just not afforded that same level of information.
And usually when you don't have the jungler roaming around your lane, you know that it's going to give you a bit more freedom. And especially here when you look at bot lane and how this guy, Karzi, here was set up for success, I feel like his team empowered him to do the heavy lifting, but I also feel like he's often doing the heavy lifting, guys. And I do wonder if we don't underestimate Karzi and how strong and complete of an AD carry he is.
I think Karzi is an incredible player, but I also think him and Huli as a duo is very explosive, which can lead to him, sure, dealing a very high damage consistently, but the two of them also die a lot. And I think what happened in this game is exactly what we needed to see coming out of Vitality. Some sort of structure, a clear plan going into the game, and just some discipline, really. And outside of like one mistake around Dragon where Karzi got caught, everything was near flawless, really. It was just on point.
That's the thing. I feel like with the way they played the early game, they didn't leave a lot of windows for BDS to come back either, Jamada. And on top of this, when you look at the way they executed the mid-game into the late-game fights, again, flawless from Vitality. But is it going to be just a one-game thing, or is it actually going to be defining the series? Because when I see them working like this together, that's a winning team. That's a top team for me. That's what I expect from them.
Yeah, you know, I think the thing for me is always a mindset thing. And Vitality, it's really funny because when the draft was being broken down, it was a lot about, all right, Vitality have this very like kite back heavy composition. Vitality were the ones getting aggressive the majority of the time. And I know there's a bit of a meme about Hylissang making a lot of space at the minute. And I'll tell you what, he was making very good space in this game, constantly trading his flash for either nukes or Ices, very consistently flashing forward, queuing, ulting, and just making sure that a summoner spell was blown on the other end. And I think the fact that Vitality were able to be this aggressive, again, just kind of plays into the mindset of, hey, we don't care what composition we have. We know when we have these windows to abuse our opponent. And in this case, BDS had no answer, no window themselves to actually look through because of that.
What do we make of BDS, Broxa? Because I know that they couldn't do anything here, but they won so dominantly yesterday. And I was like, okay, maybe that's the time. Maybe that's the time to wake up for BDS through a new form, through different picks. Here, I didn't see what I expected from them, but maybe the game did not allow them to do so.
I think one of the issues with them is that they are a little bit predictable so far, and they need to show us something new and different. Like, Vitality were very well prepared. They took away their Seer. They responded to Nautilus with the Braum. They had Twisted Fate ready, and he got a free matchup into Nah. And they just had so much pressure, so much prior in every lane, and that combined with them tracking the enemy jungler all throughout the early game just gave BDS no opportunity of actually responding. Now with them being in blue side, having the first pick, and certainly getting the likes of Azir if it's open is going to change things quite a bit. But at the same time, you know, Vitality on the other hand has shown so much, like the Cillian support, the Yasuo center lane. They might have some other crazy strategy up their sleeves, and
yeah,
it's hard to say how the draft is going to play out.
I mean, they have more for sure. At least that's what Pat said to us last week in PGL. But what I find surprising is that when I talked to VTO yesterday, he was like, I don't think we saw a lot from BDS. He did not know what to expect from them. But here it feels like it's Vitality that's on the driver's seat. Yeah,
no, Vitality are in the driver's seat, plain and simple. And I think the fact that now we have BDS moving over to blue side, in this weird way, even though Vitality banned out the Azir, I wouldn't be surprised if they leave it open just to try and bait BDS into a first pick to have some kind of strange answer, because that seems to be Vitality's MO a lot of the time. They'll prep for a team and they'll have something ready in expectance of, you know, if it was the Smolder, it was a TF bot, right? And if it was a couple of other things like bringing out the Camille in the support role as well, it seems like Vitality will likely have an answer to whatever BDS are trying to prep here on this blue side.
Yeah, and I don't feel like VTO is the kind of player who's going to be scared to go up against an Azir. We know that he has answers against it. So let's see what they open the draft with. Rumble on one side, Olaf on the other. Classic. You don't want to leave Olaf to add-on either way.
Yeah, so in the first game we saw Vitality banning Olaf, Orianna and Varus. BDS banned Rumble, Jace and Kalista. Obviously now with sides being different, things change a little bit. Vitality so far committing to the two same bans, whereas BDS banned Rumble, but instead of banning Jace or Kalista, they opted into the Twisted Fate ban, which I think is very smart for them. Don't let Photon have that pick. He's a very strong carry top laner, and you don't want to give him so much pressure in the top lane to shut down Adam.
Yeah, now I'm really curious about whether or not Vitality are going to stick to the same Varus ban, or they're just going to leave the Azir open. They took it for themselves the first time around. They will ban out the Varus, so happy potentially to give this one over. And okay, it's a slam from BDS. And so Vitality have to have an option for it. Jace, early rotation, and this very well could just be VTOs, and Maokai then also sets up for a lot of objective control in the mid game once those items come.
Does it stay flex for now, though? I think it can.
Yeah, it probably does, right? It's also, I feel like, a champion that does quite well into a lot of what Adam usually brings out, so this is definitely going to be a pick I'm expecting to be held for a long time in terms of just making sure that BDS have no idea where it's going.
Interestingly enough, Jace was also the first champion that was led through from, you know, last game to this one. Like, it was banned in the previous one, and I think it's interesting that Vitality intentionally left the Seer open, having the Jace ready, insta-locking in, and now coming in with a clear plan. Now, also worth noting that, you know, both team comps already, just with the junglers locked in, are going to have a very, very strong front to back. And I think on the side of BDS, Azir, Siri, Rel, incredible late game, incredible team fighting. Now on Vitality, we just need to see, you know, some sort of hyper carrier stable pick come in to secure that that's kind of scaling too.
You know, strangely, I think they might just default back to the Ezreal, because in my mind right now, or even a Kai'Sa, which I think also offers some of the same kind of things that Ezreal can in terms of poke builds and such, because when you're against an Azir, when you're against a Zeri, one thing that these two champions hate is poke, is range, right? They still, even though they've got ranged options in their kit, if they get outranged, it still sucks for them. So I like this Vitality lock-in through the Kai'Sa. And technically, though we don't see it very often, the Kai'Sa's kind of a flex, right? Remember, VTO used to play it.
I was about to say,
I don't want to give anyone any false hope here that we see it outside of the bottom lane, because I do anticipate it will be bot.
Agreed.
But still, a lot of flexibility has been afforded to Vitality's opening so far as they remove away Adam's Renekton moving into the second ban phase.
But it shows the diversity of what Vitality can pull here. If you consider the fact that Jace was first pick for them, you want to see top lane ban on the rest of their phase here for Vitality. But are we going to leave this Jax flex? Is it going to go mid? What do you expect, Broxa? And how is BDS going to answer this?
If I was Vitality now, I would look for my support pick on 4. I think the BDS Nautilus ban makes a lot of sense, because he's just an easy champion to always plug in. He brings engage, he brings frontline, and in an ideal world, when you already have Jace and Kai'Sa poking, you want somebody next to Maokai who can start fights, who can get those hard engages going. Now with Rel being removed, with Nautilus being banned away, the likes of Rakan and Alistar could be considered. If you want just to focus on team fighting, you could also consider something like the Renata. Different directions they can go, really. And I mean, we're also looking at Huli. He played Cillian the other day. You never know what he's going to be cooking for us, right? But saving, you know, last pick for, you know, a potential flex makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and I like this Rakan, right? There's obviously a fair bit of CC between the Rel and the Azir to kind of peel it away, but I look at this composition and I say it's just another way to enable Douglas to also kind of set up for these engages once that poke comes through from the Jace. And I'm imagining Kai'Sa in this kind of setup is gonna go the poke build. We never know, right? It kind of just depends on how Kazi's gonna be feeling in this one. There's the Vi, so we get the reveal on the Rel flex. That's going to be Rel bot. Gragas on the top side, so a lot of now all of a sudden disengage as well as, you know, a mix of committal and non-committal engage with the Gragas.
And now we see how the rest of the draft is going to unfold for Vitality. Are they coming up with something new here? There's a lot of poke.
I think it's interesting not putting the Rel jungle, taking the Vi instead, because often we see Rel just being locked into jungle right away. It's one of the strongest junglers in the game, but BDS is saying they want to have more clear engage. They know Vi is an option. They know that Jace and Kai'Sa want to poke. They don't want to let them do it. So now, you know, they lock in Vi, they hit press R, they get a fight started immediately, and it just makes everything so easy for them to play out front to backwise in team fights. I think Vitality responding with the Tristana and putting Kai'Sa bot also is really solid, because now VTO is going to be able to pressure. They'll see in the early game, they're going to have a pressure top, and you know, both Kai'Sa and Tristana are going to be pretty safe in team fights and won't worry too much about the Vi.
Yeah, I think what I'm anticipating now with the Tristana going mid, I'm expecting Kazi will go the poke build alongside having that Jace, and then you have that Tristana as the DPS backup to that. Still, Kai'Sa, very, very flexible, and I feel like Vitality have given themselves some mid to late game options, but the early game is definitely going to be a lot about where BDS decide to attack, because they've got so many proactive tools available to them.
What we saw from Vitality last game was incredible in the early game. They played proactive, they played confident, they were aggressive. With this team comp, they need to do the exact same thing. If they do, I think it's going to be hard for BDS to survive, but if early game doesn't go the way they want it to, BDS might just outscale them.
And let's see if BDS finally got the answer after game 2 here. Let's send it over to the casters for Vitality versus BDS.
Well, one step away now as we're about to head on to Summoner's Rift. One step away for Vitality to go into that round 4. It means you guarantee top 3. That's right.
Yep.
Top 3. Points, as we're talking about for MSI, are huge.
I can tell you right now, the last time Vitality was top 3 in our current format was last spring.
Wow.
Do you want to know what happened last spring?
Yeah.
They met BDS and they got 3-0'd. And then they met Mad Lions and they got 3-0'd.
Oh, yeah. So fond memories.
So, yeah, they would like a better performance than that.
Yep.
Let's see. First of all, they got to win this game, and game 1 definitely set us up for some nice expectations. We got some clear expectations from our analysts around what they'd like to see from Vitality, and already they're up to some early shenanigans once again. The goal of the game in the early is to get level 1 wards. Where is that pesky jungler starting? Because that gives a lot of information to your laners about how they can play and what their game plan is going to be. And I'm curious if that red ward did actually spot out Sheo or not on the bottom Raptors. But regardless, it should spot him out at some point. As Adam, that's just rude, okay? Yeah. That is... Gragas did get nerfed on this patch, you were telling me earlier, Hysterics. Little nerf on the grand scheme of things, but definitely makes his laning phase a little bit weaker. We haven't seen Gragas a huge amount, but it's been widely accepted among the top laners that as far as safe top laners go, Gragas is definitely one of them.
And I think when it was the Cassante era that was getting picked up every game, everyone was like, hang on a minute, I can play this into it, do well, and have maybe more impact in team fights as well. So, you know, seeing Adam on it as well, we're expecting that said team fight impact with what the desk was talking about, that the scaling elements in this game come through, it's going to have its part to play. For Vitality as well, Vedis, you were talking in the draft while you and I were discussing it, watching it, that, you know, we've got a lot of range here again. We've got double AD here again, as just a side note that Sheo is spotted on that ward that expires. And so there is a lot of potency for the laning phase to take off, especially with mid here, as we know Tristana, if he gets unraveled through, if he finds freedom in the lane, could be a really potent 1-2-item mid carry.
I remember this matchup, I forget which season it was. I don't know if it was last split or if it was the end of last year, but this was like the most common mid matchup, right? When Tristana was just being blind picked mids.
And it would just do this.
Yep.
Be like, okay, I'm going to jump on your head and take trades and like ends up kind of being even. Nuke a little bit
I mean,
worse
both
for wear.
pots already used for Nuke. Of course, they'll both have TP. I wouldn't be surprised if they invested early. But this is where jungle ganks get dangerous. And as I say that, look at Douglas.
Flash over. From where did he come from? Bramble smash. Kill over to Video, and Douglas won't die from the turret. Beautiful first blood, and like I said, give something over to Tristana, and he'll be off.
Douglas. Wow, he is online today. Great pathing from him. He does a full topside clear. That tiny window where they spotted Sheo out was all he needed. Again, Vitality have used this level 1 warding information to identify what Sheo is up to, and he has pathed around and taken advantage of it. Great play, great pathing from Douglas, finds first blood for Vitality.
Again, I can't cop it out much more than this. He's where you need him to be at all times. Seems like even here at the level 3, that opening gank was huge. It's a 500 gold lead for mid as well. Already with the Vamp Scepter, while Sheo tries to get some information out and spot quite aggressively, I might add, where Douglas is pathing next. But
Photon
still on his defensive side, as you mentioned. Photon pushing up here.
He's definitely in some danger. Sheo with a nice angle for a gank.
And he's gone fleet, not phase rush. So this guy is going to be bopped around. He's got no escape method. Even sent away, trying to get the trade on Data. He does! Photon even flashes away. He uses the movement speed from the gate as well. He doesn't get out here. Surely not! Surely not! But that's just Photon for you, isn't it? The legend in the top lane.
Truly a legend in the top lane. Photon. Wow, 1 versus 2, Hilly.
I think Nuke's now just dead. Vitality, take it to a new meeting. Flash over the wall, Video with another. Hilly survives. Now, we talked about this being an aggressive team, but against BDS, I don't think they know what hit them.
Vitality is making fun of BDS right now. What a performance from them. 2 ganks in mid onto Nuke, both working out into a 1 versus 2 top where Photon, I mean, he just writes top gap. Right? I mean, well, what else is there to say? Clearly, he saw Impact performing yesterday and was like, well, I can't be outdone by that guy.
Surely.
Impressive stuff from him. Gets himself a kill. Now has a healthy advantage in top lane. Nearly a 2k gold lead already. Kazi in a bit of danger here, at risk of getting dived. Hilly has to make a beeline back towards the lane to offer that support, but information has been garnered thanks to that control ward. They know where Lebrov is, they know where Sheo is. Kazi should be safe to catch this whole wave.
The other potency of Maokai saplings provide vision, and Hilly looking to stop this, but not in time.
Not going to interrupt it. Didn't actually have vision in the brush there.
But man, let's look, what replay is this?
Oh,
the top
nice.
1v2, let's watch Photon perform.
So crucially, he creates distance between him and Sheo, and then he takes advantage of the fact that he gets the triple auto attack from his W in the ranged form to combine that with his Q, lands the last auto attack, and we got a reaction from Douglas, but not Photon, because Photon's like, another day in the office for me.
Yeah. He got upset last game when he outplayed. You know, when he got away, he was like, I could have played that better.
Even gets the flash out from Sheo as well.
Yep.
I mean,
that's huge.
Really impressive stuff.
Adam, body slam out.
He's in kill range.
No flash available, but as you said, another shock blast combination. Let's see if Adam can heal up in time.
Hilly's mid again.
He's got the ganky flashes on the rocket jump immediately. Nuke is getting bullied around, and that gets the reset. Video able to rocket jump away. Hilly's out of range. Lebrov can't do anything. Was that a tilted flash or what?
I mean, was Hilly getting upset that Douglas was stealing the show and said, you know what, I can gank too? Twice now in the mid lane. A flash W to guarantee the knock-up. The burst from Vitio is monstrous. You were talking about his Jace performance a few days ago where he got a triple kill on the Jace near the start of the game against SK. He's now 3-0-0, 1.4k on the Trist, and we're not even at the 7-minute mark.
Bro, it's almost a 3k gold lead at the top of your screen. Grubs were also taken by Douglas thanks to the solo lane pressure. And when I say solo lane pressure, I don't mean just Hilly ganking mid over and over and Video getting kills. Video also now, because of it, has a CS lead about 15. Look at top, 20 CS there for Photon versus Adam. Now, we talk about Gragas being able to withstand pressure and being one of those safer lanes, but the problem is when Jace gets ahead, when you get lethality, in a much better environment now since it's changed, against a tank of Gragas who's going AP, by the way, to start off.
I mean, I'll tell you right now, Hysterics, like I've been casting EU for 8 years.
You've been here a while.
Okay.
At least 30.
EU Jace has definitely had its highs and lows. Unfortunately, Photon has brought his knowledge from Korea. It's blessing us with Korean Jace right now.
He's going to die here, though. Nuke actually took two turret shots. Body Slam is there, looking for Photon to die. I mean, under turret here, the full commit. Adam takes another turret shot. He survives, though. So, there we go.
Not this time. Photon going to be shut down.
Redemption.
The solo laners from BDS get some revenge, and they take him down. He's still in a great spot. Vito eyeing up that mid tower. Wants to get some plates for himself.
That's the problem, isn't it? You move Nuke, moved up top for that. And Vito just gets himself more of the lane. Second turret plate for him as well.
Dragon as well for Vitality.
It's just all coming up.
Hilly, I swear, is convinced that that bot side jungle of BDS is his jungle.
Yeah.
He moves through it without a care in the world. Look, he's there again. Look at him sitting on the Raptors. He's eyeing up that bird in mid lane.
Look at him. Observers, if we could just highlight, thank you very much. Labrov now coming is like, surely this guy's here again. Douglas moving with Nature's Grasp. Hilly might only be level 5.
The collapse is coming.
And remember, mid can jump over the wall for this as well. For Labrov, what's the angle to take to get on out? There's Vito. Once again, the knock-on up for the grand entrance, and Labrov has a bomb on his head, but luckily out of range. Moves away as Nuke can't do anything but watch either, and that's Vitality, always hungry.
The advantage of this is you just free up Kazi. You allow him to play very safe on the bot side of the map. He's going to continue to free farm. Typically one of the advantages of Kai'Sa into, I was going to say Ezreal, into these more scaling or like passive laners is that you get so much opportunity to scale. And Kazi, he's a little bit behind in CS, he's a little bit behind in gold, of course, because Hilly has been roaming so much, but at the same time, this control of the bot side of the jungle just gives him that extra bit of safe. Now, I do believe Sheo was spotted there. Observers didn't quite get to show it, but in terms of what they could see, I'm pretty sure they could.
Hilly still goes in. I mean, still feeling confident. Ice and Labrov looking for the engage. Now level 6 with the Magnet Storm, so Labrov has an extra tool, but Vitality aren't going to give them the window to play. Sheo hovers around for the time being, but note that Douglas is also down here in the bottom side of the map again.
Now, it's not all doom and gloom for BDS. They are, of course, down 2k gold. Sub 10 minutes, that is a lot, but they do have a good scaling composition. You can never afford to underestimate Azir Zeri. The late game teamfight potential of this is very real. So we need to see Vitality keep this pressure up. They're doing a great job of controlling these early objectives. They've got lane leads in the 2 solo lanes for now.
Explosive cast.
Nice play from Adam.
Hang on, I mean, Adam has just felt it. Explosive solo kill. It is redemption as we look for Vito in the mid lane. He gets stunned up. Vitality might be caught out again. Sheo with the cease and desist. Douglas can't save it out, but he can trade a 1-for-1. But the shutdown goes to Nuke. And BDS, when the solo lane started to burn, they suddenly put out the fire.
That they do. BDS come back with a nice bit of aggression. Adam gets another solo kill, his second of the series. Remember, he got one in the previous game. He gets another one now against Photon. Just as we're singing his praises, Adam reaffirms who he is in Europe. TPing back, though, he could be in some danger.
We're just talking about this. Is this a caster curse? Explosive caster is not there because he used it before. He's over the wall, but Video matches that quite quickly, looking for the kill while Vitality moves a 4-man unit. Adam does manage to get out under the turret, but Hillisane's like,
going in.
I'm going in, boys. Come on, then. There's the range, and Adam now still going to die, but this could be a bit of an in. Video gets the last turret shot before almost dying. It turns out to be a good play.
That was, and I know for a fact that was a situation where Hilly said, you guys need to trust me because I'm going with you or without you. He makes the play work. Definitely agree with the call there from Hilly. And they get a trade back, punish Adam for his TP.
Labrov is just chilling here by himself. I mean, they're doing...
Isn't he going to die?
He is going to die. He's walking up, flashes away. That's going to be a waste.
That was a waste.
That was silly.
Can Vitality contest this, though? Kazi has come up. No, they can't.
I told you. I mean, we said this. You and I cast the SK series. It was, like I said, it's as close to LPL as we're going to get. I think it's just Vitality at this point. I mean, this team is crazy. Sometimes in bad ways.
I mean, I love the fact that BDS are now kind of catching up with the pace of the game. They realize this is a way more scrappy game.
Awake.
You need to be ready to fight. Nice TP comes through to match from Vito. Good flash from Adam to create space. The slow applied onto Vito means it's harder for him to chase. And then look, so Vito and Photon are disengaging. And Hilly's like, we are diving this, gentlemen. And they go, okay, fine, we're diving. He holds onto the tower aggro. Vito has to take one tower shot, but he has the reset on the W to be able to get away to safety. Well played overall. 7-3 now in kills. The goal difference not as big as it was. Nice interrupt there from Adam. Ease onto the hammer smash. Oh, nice sidestep from Photon.
I mean,
both these top laners are feeling it today.
Yeah. I mean, it's those interrupts from Adam, by the way, that led him to the solo kill before. Constant trades where Photon walked up and wasn't able to slowly whittle him down. Annoying thing about the Gragas I think we can find is that you've got the sustain there as well. You still got great base damage. Only the mana and the health that change for the Gragas in 14-6. So Adam's still showing us the proponents of it as he has got his Archangel staff, slowly stacking it up. While Youmu's in the top side, also a tier. Photon, so we'll wait for his tier item to build up as well. Body slam flashed away from. What else comes through? Barrel roll as well. There's good damage. Photon's flash might lead to another solo kill. Adam trying to outplay, no explosive cards. The jump on! It's solo kill galore up here. Who can flex harder?
I was not expecting this between the two top laners today. Rarely do we get to see that role in particular being such a brawl. Photon returned to the solo kill of his own. Gonna get another plate, maybe even two. The Dragon being started. TP's unavailable for the tops, meaning it's gonna be a 4v4. BDS don't like the look of the fight. They're gonna give it away to Vitality.
But they're giving away the fight, BDS, and they're giving away 3 turret plates, I think, in the end. 2 or 3 in the top side. More gold for Photon. As now Vitality looking for the fight afterwards as well. It's just the ward for the time being, but it's followed up, started by Douglas. The Prob jumps on him, Magnet Storm, but quickness by Hilly. Video from the side angle though. He's on to Nuke as Nuke re-engages and distributes his weight to the left, but the Ignite ticking down. He's lucky to survive. For now, Shayo bops Video not into turret range because Video has an auto jet as TP from Photons, turning this in to a bigger engage. Ice now coming on in as Video dies. Hilly isolated, flashes away. Photon threatens and BDS don't want to touch that Jace. In the end, BDS actually getting a bit of gold from Vitality, feeling themselves again.
At first, I thought that was a mistake from the Brov, just contesting vision of that Tri-Brush. I thought he was just going to die, but Vito is very slow to go. Just watch Vito, okay? So the fight kicks off, and he's like, I've got to catch this wave. He's still hitting onto the minions while the fight is fully breaking out.
At least he got them.
At this point, Douglas is already at 50%. Now he joins the fight. A nice ulti comes out from Nuke, and he has the shield from his E to create space between him and Vito. And at this point now, Shayo is full health. Vito doesn't have anything left in the tank, and they convert it into another kill. Nice knockup from Hilly to keep his mid laner alive, but with Ice's arrival, he's forced to disengage. Bit of a blunder there from Vitality. BDS happy to take those kills.
And Photon TP'd for that. He lost top turret because of that as well. So Adam got himself solo first turret blood in the top side. Gold is now actually closer to even. And even though for Vitality, they look to take that fight, that really stung them in the back.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the gold. Earlier, it was a 2K difference. Now there's only 500 gold. BDS definitely still relevant in this game. You look at the bottom of your screen, and you can see the gold gaps exist still between mid and top. But this Gragas, even at that gold deficit, has still found ways to go toe-to-toe with the Jace. It's just about whether or not Adam takes that overstep. His flash is going to be up. Nuke.
As his flash available, shifting sands as well, pays respect while Video now hovering in the side lane. The power of the Tristana.
So do you remember in game 1 I said Hilly is like glued to Kazi?
Yep.
This game, Hilly is averse to Kazi. He is avoiding him at all costs.
Yeah.
He is roaming around the map incessantly looking for plays. Credit to him, he's found a lot of great ones, in particular around mid, but this was another example of helping his team secure that top tower. It is going to now be 1-to-1 in objectives, but BDS cross map very wisely. They put pressure on the bot side of the map. They're eyeing up this tower. You can see it in the picture-in-picture. Tower going to be secured in exchange for the Herald. Vitality likely going to use this to throw it down mid, around the spawning of the next dragon, so they can use it to have control. Maybe look to contest the third dragon of the game.
And I want to do a bit of a check-in on Ice, because the one player and the one lane we haven't been talking about naturally because of how quiet it's been, which is really refreshing for League of Legends over the past 6 to 12 months, is bot side. Ice 180 CS, ahead of the clock, almost 2 items on this series. Had a cull earlier in the lane and stacked up nicely. It's actually 1k ahead of Kazi. So we need to remember that what the devs talked about, what you talked about, BDS, was the fact that this comp can team fight, and we know Nuke and Ice. There's going to be a lot of tools that on their side of BDS, they can work around and put out this DPS. So I think, again, you have to be scared if you're Vitality that if you let this game go on long enough, like Brox has said, it's going to be some outscaling there. We just have to watch and see versus Vitality try to play the sides for now, with Hilly once again roaming to one of those solo laners.
He's back to his part of the jungle, right? We already established earlier this place belongs to him. Labrov, cautious of the vision that's being dropped. Gonna clear that one out with a control ward. But he's just hovering around Jace. He spots out Sheo, realizes we can't take this fight, chooses to back off. Sheo then escorts Adam through the bot side, helps him push out this wave. Meanwhile, Vito top lane. Billy gonna be forced back as, again, a lot of fighting over the vision. Kazi is going for that build, the hybrid, primarily AP build, but it doesn't really come online for a while, so wouldn't actually be surprised to see Vitality concede this next objective. It depends how strong they think Vito and Photon are relative to their counterparts.
Just want to give up on his jungle in the meantime. We'll see. 45 seconds till we find out that answer. Quick side note, on the Maokai skin, the saplings look like Mike Wazowski from Monsters Inc. Yeah. Like, no, sorry, not Mike. It looks like Boo. You know, in the outfit,
Boo.
you know, in the fake alien outfit?
Oh.
I feel like I'm talking a lot. Look at it. How is that not Boo?
But aren't those the alpacas? Isn't that the shout out to Deft?
Oh, is it?
The DRX skin.
Okay, well,
haven't we had this conversation before?
I think we have. I keep bringing it up because I'm like, look at it. It looks like Boo.
Now, the Dragon, 15 seconds, as we talked about, dropped in mids, used to unlock this mid tower, gain control. That TPE, fine?
Yeah, okay.
It's fine.
If
Okay,
only
close
just.
one. But this now gives them access into the river. Vision is still shared by both teams. And here we go, the Dragon spawning. Looks like Vitality's ready to fight.
Engaged onto Douglas, so he's happy to absorb explosive
nice.
darts. So takes out the jungler. No one there to back him up. Nicely done. And Adam again, these ultis are on point.
Very nice punish from BDS. They see Douglas isolated in the river. Sheo, zero hesitation, connects with the Q. The ultimate then comes out from Gragas to knock him into his team, and Vitality don't even get a chance to respond. Dragon secured for BDS.
I mean, Adam is still having a great performance despite what happened earlier. I mean, as we said, picked up a solo kill in response to smooth outplays from Photon. You can just see the Gragas in a team fight, what he can achieve. And for BDS, they stopped that Dragon stacking, as we said. They're still within range of gold, where this early game turned out as a bit of a disaster. We started praising Vitality right off the get-go. The first 10 minutes of the game were like we were in the church of Vitality, you know?
For sure.
But maybe we're heathens. Maybe we need to reevaluate, go through a reformation of sorts and start talking up BDS, because we're almost at 2 items here. 2 items there as well for Ice. Just teleports coming in. Photon, it shocked me by surprise as he flashes away. Kind of caught out with Adam and Nuke now moving in. It's primarily Nuke. Cease and desist. Photon's here, and now he's not. A shutdown, unfortunately, onto Sheo. But Vitality are like, look, everyone's bot. We're just going to start the purple worm.
They've got him out this fast.
Brov is there first for the engage. Ice, as I said, 2 items. He can team fight. There's going to be good damage, but Sheo needs to get over the wall and get that smite steal. Will he find it? No! In the end, it's Brov somehow who gets it down. Nuke gets the ulti over the wall as Kazi is the next victim, and somehow, some way, BDS just walk in. Rel steals it with a shattering strike. And a big mistake for Vitality. Why do we keep 50-50ing the Baron?
Well, I mean, in that instance, I understand the logic. You've got 3 members committed, bot, a TP gets vested as well. You're trying to rush the Baron down, but they can't do it fast enough. The smite, I guess, is too early. I don't even know if he used the smite in that exchange. Either way, it is BDS that secure it. They win the team fight to boot. And they chuck out a cheeky XDD in the all chat to round things out. I mean, BDS have flipped this game completely on its head. The early game, as you rightly said, was all about Vitality. But now BDS are the ones in the driver's seat. And with the scaling they have on their side, Vitality, they're going to have to find some creative plays to turn this one around.
And I mean, how difficult it's going to be, because as I was saying before the fight with the TP bot side, you know, Ice is well on his way to his 3rd item. Second one picked up for Nuke after that fight with Rabadon's death cap. 2 and a bit items for Sheo as well. And I mean, this Vi means business. And all in the while, you know, we've been looking at video all game long. He's now getting trailed quite nicely by Nuke. We know what the Azir is going to do versus the Tristana is. Now with the Baron buff, let's kind of talk it up here. 4K gold play already starting off for BDS as they reclaim topside jungle. And the wave pushing in from Adam is setting up for the next inner play.
Kazi still a ways off from really coming online. 2 levels now behind Ice. The cross map coming in from Photon to trade this out of tower, but BDS more than happy to get themselves a tier 2. Photon going to keep the push going. This wave is relatively thin. If they can interrupt some of the backs, that would be ideal, but not going to be given that opportunity. So Photon is going to be forced to base. BDS likely setting up for the next Dragon, but with still a minute left on the Baron, I think they can get another tower out of it. If nothing else, they're going to want to try and clear out this bot side vision. You can see all these wards littering, being highlighted by our observers right now. BDS, though, great play from them. They find the pick and bot. They're able to collapse onto the Baron. They find a great fight. And as we mentioned, they are now fully in the driver's seat, looking to equalize this series 1-1.
Feels like it at this point as well. You just see, look at that massive flip. That was the Baron power play just after 20 minutes. And, you know, for Lebrov, I'm pretty sure it was just a Q. Still showing you how this rel damage on neutrals is absolutely busted. Next interrupt, though, it's BDS on bot side. Hylissang looking for a flank. Lebrov goes over for the Hex Flash. There is an angle here for Vitality, but again, they need a good engage on the carries, and you can't get past Lebrov at this point. Sheo also with the engage tool. Hilly just getting threatened. The turret goes down all the same.
BDS systematically tearing apart the map, denying vision information from Vitality. Hilly trying to get some of that vision back, but BDS is making it very difficult.
How annoying is it? I mean, cease and desist used the Magnet Storm as well. Oh, baby! Roll him in. Hylissang going to get sniped out, but narrowly avoids. TP going to be burned. Vitality bring 5 members mid. Now, BDS might have opened things up to move to the inner and mid, but now that BDO's here, Wave Clear's also here, and it's too risky to continue on.
Very close situation. Adam? Did he want to time a flash there, or?
Now, you know what? He's that confident. Check all chat, BDS, see what happens.
There's nothing in all chat.
Okay.
I have no idea what that was. I can only assume a misclick, or he was trying to type something and he didn't press enter.
Classic. Well,
I don't know. Either way, that's a flash down. Vitality want to try and answer this Dragon. I don't think they're going to get here in time, though. And BDS are going to get away scot-free. Bit of a close fight there. Now, Vitality's not done.
Oh, they're not at all. I mean, Adam, perfect engage, followed up by Lebrov. The Wombo's in, Hilly's dead. BDO will be up next. Even his ulti comes through, but he can't disengage. Adam finds another, and again, on this Gragas, what great tools. It has completely rocked the game state, and I feel like for BDS, slowing this game down.
I mean, we talk about impact of junglers, and Sheo definitely making his presence known throughout this game.
Much better game, too.
Didn't quite make the gank happen. Level 3 against Photon, but outside of that, he's been finding some great opportunities for his team. We look back at this engage. Vitality, I imagine they're just trying to interrupt the backs. Maybe they can find a pick. But Adam reads the play. Nice combo from him. The follow-up from Lebrov over the wall. Hilly gets chain CC'd. VTO then has no way of getting out of this situation, loses life as well. Now the kills 12-8. The gold 6K, 6.5K in BDS's favor. The Baron spawning in less than a minute. No reason for BDS to push anything other than wait for that objective. Maybe Vitality can find a steal, but they're in some very dire straits right now. Kazi getting close to being online. Ideally wants that Crypt Bloom to come through.
But is it too late or what?
May very well be.
Because, I mean, we got Infinity Edge here for Ice now.
Yep.
That third item hit. Nuke close to his, and you know, Adam's been sitting on it as well. Rod of Ages about to fully stack up as well. So think about the bonus of Rod of Ages. You know, that extra level that comes in as well. Adam is level 15 right now. He's probably going to be 16 by the time he gets 10 stacks in a couple of minutes. That is going to be a level 17 Gragas with a level advantage, unkillable. His damage really undeniable at this point.
Look at Hilly flank. Maybe he can find something here. BDS actually moving into the top side, though. It's going to make that flank that much harder for Hilly.
But Baron's up there on the right side of the map. BDS
they're going to start this one off smart. Force Vitality to face check into your Gragas, into your Rel. We've already seen what happens, and look at how quickly it melts with the Zeri.
Oh yeah, especially that third item. Look how easy it is. The poke helps out as well. Kazi tries to get in, but it's smited down. BDS won't be flipping this one. Lebrov with the Magnet Storm flash as well. Shattering Strike, and the all-in. Sheo is the full target, but he's taking all the attention. Even with the fail flash, doesn't matter because Nuke comes in, saves the day. Lebrov flips him out once again, and the Penta out of left field. That felt so easy for Ice, baby.
A pentakill for Ice as he cleans up the fight. Vitality are left wanting as BDS are going to equalize the series.
In the BDS way, the team fight came online and BDS came on with it. For Vitality, early game or not, past 15 minutes, BDS felt like they started playing with the to and fro of the game status. BDS, I'm not sure if it'll be open now. Healy's going to delay it at the very least. He will die here, though. And with the death time is at 5 seconds, another ace goes in. Let's call that a hexa kill, may as well. And the Nexus turret's going to follow through with it. The minion wave close enough to soften the turrets once again. As Vitality respawn, but I think BDS can fight another round. Teleport coming in as well. We're going to a game 3 when round 4 is on the line. You better believe BDS are going to fight it to the very brim.
That pentakill really did just come out of nowhere. We didn't see the double or the triple, it was just straight into 5. Great team fight from Ice to round things out. Really, you could see that Vitality were kind of losing control throughout the game, and then BDS just needed that one big fight to turn it in their favor. Good stuff from them. They keep this series competitive.
Well, let's see. I mean, again, BDS are given time. They can run with it. We'll go to a short break. When we return, though, our final game of the series to find out who goes to that upper bracket final.
Wow, this is amazing.
I mean, I had a break, so... do you want to try? I'll be right back.
I want to try. Me? Maybe. What am I gonna do?
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Wow, Veli! Incroyable, magnifique. What? No, what are you doing? What are you doing? No, keep it. It was so good.
Yours was better.
Welcome everyone to the Kia Tilt-Proof Challenge. We're here to see if 4 gamers can stand up to the test.
¿Dónde está? Uy. Ah, gas.
Dios mío de mi vida.
I think I lost.
I'm so happy that I didn't eat before.
Red Bull gives you wings.
phase rush. So this guy is going to be bopped around. He's got no escape method. Even sent away, trying to get the trade on Adam. He does! Photon even flashes away, uses the movement speed from the gate as well. He doesn't get out here. Surely not! Surely not!
Okay. I got it somehow.
Let's go, let's go.
Hey, stop. Nice, guys.
Nice, guys, nice.
Really good, really good. Okay.
Oh, you still miss?
Yeah, we still miss.
Penta.
Let's go.
Okay, listen.
And welcome back to the LEC as BDS strikes back here. And guys, I think we have the answer to the debate we had in Regicheck. Is bot lane or top lane broken? Zeri moment here again from Ice, taking the victory in the end, but that's for the end of the game. Let's talk about what happened here. BDS coming back, what did it take? We set up the expectations for both drafts. It didn't go well for them in the early game though.
No, it didn't, but I mean, you mentioned bot lane being broken. I think BDS with the Seer is a little bit broken, because the issue for them last game was that Nuke was stuck and then the control mage didn't have much agency and just kind of rolled over. But this time around, they fell behind again early, but they just kept finding openings with Nuke's roams and the Seer will place.
Yeah, I just feel like BDS as a whole just feels so much more comfortable having the Azir in the game, simply because it can band-aid so many of the issues of, okay, you've got range wave clear, you've got a lot of follow-up to engage, right, which a lot of the time it tends to be Labrov going in first. In this game it was a little bit more Sheo first, but again it's about having a little bit more follow-up, and a lot of the time Nuke does play that additional kind of diver alongside his support or his jungler, and I feel like that was a very, very crucial thing to making sure they were punishing Vitality's oversteps.
I mean, that's the thing. Yesterday they managed to show us that they can win without Azir. I think it's safe to say that they won't see the champion again for the rest of the series, I think, for the last game. But it's interesting to see how how good is Nuke to create plays when the rest of his team is actually not performing so well. But is it Vitality that dropped the ball here?
Well, I think usually in League there's two ways to look at a game like this. You could say that Vitality dropped the ball and that they should definitely have won with the advantage they had. I think that would be a fair point to make. But at the same time, BDS were able to punish a semi-directionless Vitality. Like Vitality kind of went back to their old ways where it seemed like they didn't have a clear plan in the mid-game. Everything just kind of happened randomly. And that led to BDS finding openings and getting picks here and there. The first pick led to them getting a dragon. Later they got another pick, and then, you know, it led to them getting Baron, and it just kept snowballing.
Yeah, you know, it's weird though, because I think Vitality did have a plan, but they just weren't on the same page at the same time, right? You have, in this specific clip right here, Douglas getting caught out, but everyone on Vitality was kind of spread out. Their end goal was probably to be in the river, but again, BDS recognized it, chucked all their ultimates at Douglas and killed him, and it turned into a bit of a turnaround play, and from there, it felt like BDS always had tempo on a play. Vitality weren't able to layer in any of their poke, which was kind of what we thought was going to be the main point of that composition. And again, it turned into BDS just pulling the trigger whenever they felt like Vitality, from that point onwards, stepped too far forward or getting desperate trying to make plays.
Yeah, in a way it's kind of a shame, because in game one, something I really liked from Vitality was them being able to group as 5 and just playing as Deathball. In this game, if they have done the same thing, they probably would have won the game, but they were just so split, you know, all in different places all at once, and that you know, disconnect led to them getting destroyed in the mid game, basically.
I mean, it's kind of the problem with Vitality is that we see game 1, we're like, okay, guys, this is good. This is what we want to see from them. And then they throw it game 2. I understand why they would want to play a poke composition, but for me, when you're not going to be stable enough, especially when it comes to transitioning mid-game, if you fall behind with a composition, it's going to be really hard to come back. You don't have vision. And here, I feel like if they make things a bit easier for themselves, would have been the victory here.
Yeah, I mean, I think lowering the execution floor is always a good direction. You know, I think the fact that they gave over the Azir at the same time, and then that just enables BDS to kind of, you know, again, have so many engage tools into a poke, which is kind of like the old school way of looking at it. Poke used to beat, or poke always gets beat by engage, because you get engaged on, then you just don't get to poke, right? So I feel like it was more a good read from BDS overall going into it. And yeah, Vitality made the game a little bit too complicated for themselves, even though they played out the first 15-ish minutes of the game relatively well.
And giving us a pentakill in
and
the end on the side of BDS. You want to rewatch this?
Sure,
it's a Zeri moment, we know it, but it's 2024 and it still happens. Props to him though.
Yeah, he did play incredibly well in the team fight, but you know, AD carry is such an interesting role. We talked about earlier whether top or AD is more broken. I think in this clip we see clearly how, you know, AD carry is amazing when the entire team has set up around you. And I think here you got to give huge props to BDS as well for enabling Ice. Like, you could see how he was just walking around freely in the entire fight. And when you're doing that on a champion like Siri, well, there's no hope for the enemy team.
Oof. He was so excited in the end, looking at the voice com and the mic check here. Looking at the next game, though, we have Vitality, who chose blue side. So exclusively blue side wins so far in this series. How much does it say when it comes to priorities in draft in the first rotations, Jamada and Boxer?
There's a bird champion that I'm thinking about again.
I mean, yeah.
And I have a feeling that Vitality are either going to first pick it or they're just going to ban it and just not allow BDS to have it. I think that's the easiest way to go about this, right? Not that BDS are, you know, kind of a one-trick team in that kind of sense. We've seen some of the versatility from yesterday, but I just feel like right now, if you're Vitality, you want to not give BDS as much comfort as possible. And as long as you have a very easy to execute composition, from what we've seen on the hands department, right? I mean, Photon was kind of manhandling Adam a little bit, right, in that Jace game. And I feel like, to me, you give yourself a low execution floor, you make sure you've got very easy lanes to play around, you give Douglas early information so that he's not doing cardio on the map, and they can have a good run of it. BDS, I feel like they can kind of look for something similar in this game. Very easy, engage, and reliable tools to consistently lock down whoever they need to.
And let's see who takes it at the end of the road. As we said, a place in the upper bracket to play best of 5. Casters, take it away for Game 3.
First pick Azir. Yes, first pick Azir. That's going to be the game plan for both these teams as we head into. Welcome to a cast of videos. It is going to be that Azir. We've already seen it first picked from both sides now throughout this series, and
yes,
it is.
Get up here as well.
Yeah, we're getting casual, we're getting cozy.
That's real nice.
So let's see. Will it be banned? Will it be first picked? That song can be applied to both, and we got my favorite draft music. We got the funk going.
Oh yes, they knew what's up.
The tension is mounting.
By the
Let's see. I imagine Olaf going to be banned from the side of Vitality. Rumble going to be the response from BDS.
I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Gragas after the last game. No.
I don't know if they will put it that high priority. Looks like they're just going to emulate their similar bans to Game 1. Orianna going to be taken away as well. Varus should be the final ban from Vitality. Twisted Fate, the addition from BDS. They don't want to have to deal with that from Photon. Actually, Rel added to the pool. I mean, we talked at length how surprised we were to see it get through the entire draft in Game 1.
True.
Not going to be allowed to have that flexibility this time around. So Varus and Kalista are up. The question is, are these champions even relevant in today's meta? Do they have the same impact given the recent changes to crit atomization? They do generate a lot of priority in the bot side of the map, but are they what you want when Azir is up and available? What's it going to be?
Surely takeaway,
It looks like our song was in fact accurate.
It was very accurate. The dance moves maybe not correct to what I remember in Year 6, but at the very least with Azir first pick, now we just got to ask, do BDS want to give Ice the Varus again? They're looking at the Ahri right now, but we've seen Varus banned consistently throughout. Or do they want to go for a different direction with their usual team fighting style? Is something strong for Nuke?
I mean, let's not forget, Game 1 it was Xayah, Nautilus,
Yep.
and then they weren't able to find advantages in bot lane.
True.
So, what is the pivot going to be?
Zeri Vi.
Zeri Vi. I mean, it makes sense. They found success with both champions in the previous game.
True.
You guarantee a strong jungle for Sheo, something that he can look for picks on, have team fight impact. He's got a smile on his face, feeling happy about this one.
Top it.
No, it's not going to be. Don't. You never talk about the hovers because they're always tempting you, you know?
They're always for champions that you won't see.
Oh, bit of a shift.
Wow.
We're going to Maokai, taking that away from Douglas. This is going to force him onto something different. I wonder if Sejuani's going to rise in priority here. We often see it as a pairing alongside things like the Azir, just to act as a front line. Also a good champion for starting fights and being able to find picks on both a team fight and a side lane. What will the direction be? Are they going to look to lock in their AD carry here, perhaps? They could get their hands on the Xayah. Oh, just as I say it, locked in for Kazi.
Xayah Rakan.
Xayah Rakan could be a viable option, unless they want to lock in their jungle. They could get the Vi for themselves. Alternatively, Sejuani, also a very viable pick. I'd be surprised if they go for Volibear with this draft.
Maybe they go for nothing.
Option.
Oh, there we go, Nautilus. The time ran down a while ago, so just wondering where that pick is. Our orange bar likes to indicate when time is out, but apparently for Team Vitality it goes a little bit further. So still an engaged tool, nevertheless, and just not the Xayah Rakan. And now let's answer that question on the bottom side of BDS, as you'd expect.
Do you remember that brief stint of Nautilus jungle
Oh, yeah.
Was it Tarzan that was playing there?
I think it was a bit, yeah.
I mean, a bunch of LPL junglers played it. I remember we saw it in EU a little bit as well. But like, I always think in the back of my mind, could this be a Nautilus jungle game?
Your mind's back there. I'm still in the Nautilus mid meta, to be fair.
That's fair.
I
the
mean,
glory days for the LPL, perhaps.
Yeah, the do and be mid.
Rakan going to be the response from Lebrov. Very common pairing in the bot lane. Zeri, Rakan. Zeri's such a safe laner. You give a lot of freedom for the Rakan to roam around. Another form of engage for BDS as well.
Sure.
Jace going to be taken away from Photon. Should come as no surprise. I imagine that ban will be directed towards that top side, but they could also look to attack jungle. The Darius ban. Now, what does this suggest? Could be Renekton. I'm trying to run through my pool of top laners now.
I'm now just thinking they ban Garen after this as well and just go for the remainder of the pool.
I mean, they could. Usually he picks Garen into things like Kalista. Often we see it into like AD carry matchups more so than necessarily
a little bit harder with the
top lane matchups. Maybe Gwen, possibly a Cassante. The Sejuani ban I like. We talked at length about it as a possibility. Honestly, I'm stumped. I mean, okay, I'm wrong. They just banned away Adam
I was
champions.
kind of maybeing, but there it is.
What we banned away? We banned the God.
Set's open.
Set is open.
Adam's like...
But Adam's expanded his pool, man. He's like a different top laner now. He's playing Gragas, he's playing Twisted Fate.
But that's even more of a problem
Rumble.
because you don't know what he's going to play. He's got about 1 million champions up there. As we said, Twisted Fate's been played, but now we look at mid. Nuke's going to pull up the Hui.
I haven't seen Hui in a little while.
No.
We had a brief stint in winter where it was very, or was it even the regular season where it was very popular?
It was the regular season.
Yeah.
It was when Azir wasn't open, remember? And people started going outside the box for mid laners when Orianna was even higher priority.
It's a very versatile champion. Aatrox, of course. How could I forget about this champion?
Wow, Aatrox.
Relatively safe. Also, just all of Adam's champions are usually pretty good into it.
Yep.
So it makes a lot of sense. Now, the jungle. What have you got for us, Douglas? What's the plan? You'd expect some type of engage. And we talked about how Sejuani was a possibility with that banned away. You turn to the Volibear. Fair enough. Okay. A lot of early game impact. They're going to be looking to try and make ganks happen. Bot lane should be the primary focus for Vitality, similar to what we saw in game 1. Now, BDS, they need to round out with a top lane answer of their own. Will it be something safe like a Renekton? Yes, it will be. So
what a very different and interesting draft. At least the Hui's in there, you know? But everything else, I think I saw someone's life fall out of their mouth just a second ago in the crowd. I heard this massive sigh when the Volibear was locked in. So, I don't know. Vedius, where would you like to start? At least it's game 3. At least we know we're going to get a hell of a lot of skirmishing
BDS
here.
have drafted the most BDS comp you'll ever see, right?
Okay.
It is Shea on a tank, form of engage, Lebrov on an additional form of engage, scaling mid and AD carry, Adam on some sort of early game threat that can threaten the backline, like very team fight driven, a little bit of side lane presence. Ultimately, it's a front to back composition. Vitality have a very similar comp with a lot more early game agency, specifically towards the bot side of the map. A slightly stronger scaling top lane in form of the Aatrox. We've all seen how powerful this champion can be. You, better than anyone, given you're such a the shy enjoyer, know how powerful the champion can be in the late game.
I can.
And when you pair that up with an Azir, obviously you've got a lot of range at your disposal. I do think that BDS's comp is a little easier to execute, but I also think that Vitality has a slightly stronger front line. I think both comps want to do very similar things, so tough for me to say who I really favor in this situation. Ultimately, it depends on how well Vitality can get an early lead and then what they can do with it. Because I think the analyst desk was right in that I really do think that they just kind of fumbled in the mid game after getting a pretty healthy early game lead.
They did. It was rough to watch out after how good the early game was. He didn't transition in. BDS showed their experience and cleaned up game number 2. And now that we're here, Elise Volibear back on the scene. Let's see if there's going to be crime done by Vitality, because it was just a shame. It was a shame how after that game started and we were praising them, especially after the first game, like Vitality struggling a little bit to get it over the line. You've already heard me say it's such an important series. You get to round 4, you verse the winner of G2 Fnatic as well. And then for the battle to get in the finals, top 3 guaranteed. You're still in the double elim. You still got that backup game that can get you into the finals. 2 chances to get into the spring finals as well, by the way, if you win this series. It's only a best of 3, so the next game wins. And as you said, for BDS on their other side, I mean, drafting a very BDS-style composition. A lot of comfort here, especially what we've seen Ice getting a pentakill last game on the Zeri.
100%, yep.
Out of nowhere, by the way. It just came through in the last game like, oh, Zeri moment. But also Nuke.
It's funny because he was just at 2 kills. You know?
True.
He was just chilling, farming the whole game. The man has been very difficult to kill throughout this whole series. He only died once in the first game.
Wow.
And I don't actually think he died at all in the second. You know, people have praised him, but he is a very consistent AD carry, regardless of his team's performance. And when given the opportunity to perform, he definitely will. Well, let's see how he does. Kazi and Hilly return to the bot lane already.
Nice.
Hilly connects a hook, but nice trade back from Ice. Hilly taking the worst end of that trade. This mage matchup in mid is how you'd expect most mage matchups to be.
Exciting.
Not quite the word I would use, but definitely one of them, depending on your perception.
Okay.
So, going to be doing his Raptors into bot side clear, moving into top. A lot of the reason why junglers do this is because they expect their bot side to get invaded.
Yep.
Expecting Kazi and Hylissang to have prio in this 2 versus 2, and Volibear loves to fight you in the early game. He's saying, you know what, there's a very good chance that this Volibear is going to want to come into my side of the map, so I'm just going to concede it for now. And sorry, I'm going to clear it as quickly as I can, and then move back up for a clear towards the top side.
Well, it's important also to note that while we're talking about junglers, Douglas was on vision on the red buff, so they know exactly where he was down the bottom side. You can see LeBron and Ice paid respect, pulling back to the turret. While top side, while that vision was given over, it enables Adam to play a little bit more aggressively in Photon's face, where some of those good trades we saw on our camera before, showing that Photon was slowly losing out. As Sheo, by the way, still down on that bottom side, but Douglas has gone back to top side clear. So there is going to be an advantage for BDS as Hilly goes in deep. He gets that information out, but can he get out is the new question.
He's fine.
You're right.
This is a very common trade pattern you'll see from Hui players. Quickly pops the passive, and due to the slow that gets applied in the CC, means that you take a lot of damage.
Yep.
And it's annoying to deal with. PTO trading back pretty effectively though. It's very, very small lead for Nuke, but nothing too consequential.
God, he's doing well though.
Yeah, getting push in this lane. Kind of, I do expect that against many Azir. Control mages have the ability to just get that fast push just because Azir doesn't have the craziest wave clear compared to many other mages in the mid lane. Douglas though making his way up towards top. Hiding in the fog of war.
Not spotted out, yeah. Good timing. Wave's going to get pushed. Douglas will be able to move up here, and there's no ward in the brush for now. Adam playing cautiously, but also has Sheo at his heel. Adam going to step up, slice and dice. Oh, it's a bait in. Nicely done. Dice out, but he has to flash. Good gank from Douglas. That's Summoner out of the Renekton, and that opens up Photon.
I wonder if BDS was expecting that, because Sheo, based on his early pathing, suggested that they were concerned about the invade on bot, but after they actually moved back into their jungle and cleared Gromp, they should have expected that Volley wasn't going to be in the area, threatening any sort of bot lane dive, meaning they should have anticipated Douglas hovering around the top, but I guess Adam wasn't really prepared for that lane gank. And they get a Summoner spell out from him. Small advantage gained, but the real advantage is in this bot lane. Kazi and Hilly trading very nicely.
True.
To build themselves a bit of a gold lead. Look, I mean, that's 250 gold already. Very close to a kill, so credit to them.
Wasn't it just like game one? And Kazi doing really well in his lane in game one as well?
I mean, Kazi Hilly are very good laners, but when you give them a winning matchup like this, they do very well. Of course, Grubs and Dragon are on the board. You can see a ward drop from BDS onto the Grubs. Suspicious of Douglas looking to start them early. Volibear, pretty good champion at clearing those out thanks to his passive. Hilly,
already moving.
Roaming top.
What a surprise. Where's Douglas? He's far behind because Douglas is on his Raptors moving up towards topside now. Hilly's being patient and waiting for that sync up. Sharon Lebrov doing the same thing, but it's more towards bot lane as Nuke has just used his TP towards mid. Waiting to see if anything comes of Hylissang making this early movement. The answer for now is no. He's going to go back towards his bottom side and Douglas goes up towards top, and no one looking seriously at objectives for the time being either. So lanes just continue to play out. Hilly will get spotted here by Control Ward. Sheo might even think of starting this bot side as the wave's pushed out. Nuke's also here with level 6. That also helps.
Photon, one more creep to get that level 6 secured. Never mind, 2 more creeps to get that level 6 secured.
Close. Dredgeline's out though. Does connect onto Ice. response from Labrov. Kazi with a nice sidestep backwards. Dragon still being done here by BDS. It's just going to be an average trade, average Joe blow. Douglas in the top side, getting his grubs in the meantime.
This will be BDS's first Dragon of the series. So far, Vitality have done a good job of controlling that objective. Admittedly, though, Vitality have been finding some very... Let's not forget, in Game 2, at this point in the game, the Tristana had a 1.4k gold lead.
That was also true.
So there is a slight difference in the pacing of this early game.
As Hilly walks into Brush, I mean, Dragon was just done. Hilly walking into Tri-Brush here, he flashes away. Video's coming to support him, but Ice is getting low. Kazi going to try and take him out, but as mid lane is now moving, join on up. Nuke, remember, has the range. Nuke is going to run on in, take on Hilly, get first blood. A mistake walking into the Tri-Brush there. Dragon was just done. He dies for his vision.
Yeah, I mean, BDS have the numbers advantage. They punish Hilly for overstepping in the bot lane. Jungler is nowhere close from Vitality to offer that support. And the idea was good, Hilly, flashing over the wall to get away to safety, creating space between the three members, but of course Nuke then gets the collapse.
Watch it again. BDS, break it down. You're good at that.
I mean, what else is there really to add? I mean, just a big mistake, I feel, from Hilly. Trying to contest vision here with the numbers advantage, and nice collapse from Nuke. Converts into an easy kill. First blood secured for him.
So, first blood over to Hui. Great start for BDS. Probably exactly where you want it to go. And as we see the trade, I think you and I are just kind of getting under wraps that this is the slowest game we've experienced today.
Yeah, correct.
And it's weird. When we've gone through those first two games, and it's been like, you know, watching Millhouse run away from the FBI. Don't ask.
Yeah, what reference is that?
Have you not seen, you know, I told you I didn't do anything. I don't care. you know, shove me. People out there who are
What show
my age.
is this?
This is Simpsons,
Oh,
bro.
The Simpsons.
Who else would be Millhouse?
I don't know. You Australians have weird interests.
It could just be me. Are we getting a dive here? Could be the weird question I ask next. Video says thumbs up. Yes, indeed. Obviously listening to the casters. 4 people down on the bottom turret, though. I mean, it just opens up for Kazi to take away almost a second bit of plating. And LeBron the Nice again, consistently. Let's try wording again. Consistently. There we go. Getting pushed in here. Well, no response on the other side of the map for the time being. I mean, again, you always kind of got to look. What are BDS playing for? What are they looking to do? For now, maybe just survive bot. I thought you were 30. I'm just surprised you didn't get the reference. I'm really
I've
surprised.
watched The Simpsons many times. Do I remember any? The thing I remember most about The Simpsons is Bart writing all those different things on the chalkboard at the beginning of every episode.
That's such a mild bit. Not even the most bit. Adam, wait. Wait.
I don't think he can kill it.
No. But wait. Just wait regardless.
I'm waiting.
Photon going to try and stop the back. He does have flash available.
Wait.
How cheeky. Still stops it. Where's the next wave? It's coming in. Photon will clear this out. Teleport's not available for Adam. So Photon will actually get a decent-sized lead up here in the meantime. I'll show you after the cast.
Thank you.
I'll show
I
you
appreciate
after.
you educating me on pop culture references.
Oh, God.
Do you want to know one thing that... Hang on. Douglas setting up an invade here. I don't know if he can contest this, really.
He's a police officer. He can do whatever he wants. He can just run on in. Smite, he's going to come down, or rather, Cher holds onto it.
Not going to take the gamble. Going to walk away from that. Okay, fair enough. Pokes his nose in, has a sniff about, decides he doesn't want to run the risk. Did you know that Australia has multiple different time zones?
Yes, I know. I've lived there.
Hang on. That's not the main point. Did you know that there has different daylight savings time, and in the middle you have a half past?
I know. It's very rare.
And then the north and the south have different daylight savings times?
I know, yeah. South Australia's at half past. Good flash away from Nuke. Pause on that. Nuke down a summoner here on the way, which makes him very volatile.
But why did you do that?
I don't know. I don't know why we have a half past for a time zone. It's weird.
It's super weird.
It's so weird. And like Sydney and Western Australia are 3 hours apart, by the way, at times. So
that's an ult on the
spiraling
VTO.
despair. Yeah, Video might be dead, but he shuffles out. Good job, avoids the passive, because all about these grubs we're fighting now. Nature's Grasp out from Sheo, the flash. Commit onto Adam, he's dead. And I mean, Sheo's ult doesn't matter. Vitality, bring a Stormbringer over the wall. Douglas wants this badly, as Nuke now has nothing. He has no flash. Photon has everything, but doesn't land one thing. Dredgeline comes in. Philosang says, I'm going to flash on Sheo. Depth charge, re-engage. AoE heaven from Nuke, though. Photon gets a kill. Yakety sacks around the bend. It is like Millhouse. Where are my glasses to watch what just happened?
It ultimately ends in a 2-for-2, well, 2-for-1 in favor of Vitality. He executes Douglas on the back end. Gets him with the snipe. Nicely done. Nuke finds himself at 2-0-1 now in this game. It all starts with a contest around the grubs. Nuke gets zoned away. Sorry, Vito gets zoned away by Nuke, but they catch Adam off in a 2 versus 1. Both supports involve themselves in the skirmish towards the top side. Hilly is a little bit later to the party, but look at this. Hook connects and then he flash autos into ults. Nice play from Hilly to lock up Sheo, but they're all stacked up, which means so much value from the passive of Nuke is gained. He does a lot of damage to get a kill back at least. Now Douglas goes back to base here, thinks that he's safe. Vito is trying to protect him, but then the QW lands and gets an execute.
And we come back to live and Video's almost dead. So Nuke is putting on work. I mean, he got the first blood. Now we're going to see, Labrov and Blood combined is Labrov. Just found that out. Labrov is going to survive for the time being because Nuke is there to save the day. Sheo was doing Dragon in the meantime, and because that ended up being a bit of a flub, means BDS have to walk off this objective and Vitality can start it up again. Sheo, Nate just grasped one Video.
Oh, on a Vito.
But he can shove. So he's out. Wait, no, he's not. Nuke is going to get the fear here. Dragon does go down to Vitality in the end. Turns into another fight. Yeah! Let's go! We're fighting again. Kazi ulti's out as Photon is now joined in on the fun. And if you want to go pound for pound, Vitality will take you to the ground. This is their bread and butter as the double kill goes over to Video. The Severing Bolt doesn't connect on Nuke, who tries to play his range again. 5 members of Vitality standing strong. Kazi! He's out. In the nick of time. I mean, if you want to play in the mud, Vitality, they built the pit.
That they did. Great call, Hysterics, as Vitality find another 3 kills. They secure the Dragon as well. They balloon the gold lead to 2K. And a very nice fight from them overall. When we look back at the replay, crucial to keep an eye on positioning because a lot was used to try and keep Vito out of the fight. It starts off with Labrov losing so much of his HP, which means that one of the initiation tools from BDS no longer can get involved in the fight as much as he would like to. The objective is started off. Look at the bot lane. Easy access from Kazi, but that's one ulti used onto Vito, and that's a big CC tool, providing space for Douglas and Hilly to find the initiation. Good damage onto Vito, but then Kazi gets to unleash. Nice sidestep on the knockup. Throws the ultimate out early, and while good damage comes out from Nuke on the back end, it's not enough to really threaten Kazi. Again, nice sidestep from the Lightning Bolt, while Photon and Vito get the kill onto Adam in the top side.
Look at the stress. It's game 3 stress.
But how crazy was the spacing from Kazi in that fight, right? Such great awareness.
But we knew him for that on Mad Lions as well, right? One of the best team fighting 80 carriers of the LEC at the time, and still feels like when he hits his limits, he is.
Do you know, in fighting games, the commentators are always like, that, you know, like mix-up, they'll say, be honest, did you get hit? You know?
Oh, yeah.
We can be honest. Everyone would have got hit if they were Kazi in that situation. I mean, how could he... it's just such great awareness. The ultimate comes through.
Okay, flash away. That's worth. Hilly just gets the summoner simply from an ulti while Herald goes down to Vitality. And just a quick check-in because game state is Vitality's favor. It's 2K gold lead, and after that last fight, now Video sitting pretty again here on the Azir with more scaling potential. You can argue than last game.
Look at Photon in the top lane as well, just winning out on these trades.
He's smashing it.
Yeah, it's just kind of the scaling advantage that the Aatrox has. Eventually gets to a point in the matchup where he just starts winning and is going to offer so much value in these fights. It's one of the scary things that when Nuke or Ice doesn't have flash, Photon is going to be hunting you down.
Yeah.
And when there's a Volibear by his side, that's a scary duo to run up against.
Very true.
They're both ancient beings, known for their fury.
They're both gods or something. As speaking of godlike plays, Hilly set up the dredge line and Kazi spikes it down. Nuke He came in for that play. He's now dead as we get a 1v1 on the top side. In the meanwhile, I mean, these guys have been battling it out. Feels like ego at this point as it simply turns into a trade. Meanwhile, Herald mid. This is going to be another charge mid as well. Inner turret might not drop, but at the very least, Vitality get a turret, get a kill. Open up bot side as well, it feels like in the long run.
But this is the type of pace that I think Vitality need to keep up. They don't want to give BDS an opportunity to scale.
Not like last game, right?
Exactly. They don't want to slow the pressure down. They're unlocking more out of towers. Bot is going to quickly follow. Kazi's in a great position. This Xayah is incredibly strong. And now Vitality can turn their attention to this final outer tower in the top lane. Resets are going to come through. Buys are going to be completed.
Yep.
And I wouldn't be surprised to see the Xayah. Maybe they move the Xayah over to mid so they can use that mid pressure to then move Vision up towards the top sides. I wonder if they're going to send the Azir top. It looks like that they're sending both top. I hold my breath. BTO looks like he's actually pathing towards bot. All right, fair enough. Looks like they're going to keep the lane assignments, but I think crucially you want to move your AD carry towards mid just because he's so good at being able to gain control over the mid wave on this Xayah.
Yeah.
Then they'll use this pressure to move into both the top or the bot river, depending on where they want to invest that vision. Dragon spawning in about 40 seconds. I talked about that top outer tower. This is likely to be their next objective focus instead. The next wave they'll fight for once again. As Photon continues to pressure top, he has TP, Adam doesn't. So he's forced to come down here early. They're going to leverage their numbers to be able to secure that vision control. And Vitality are going to have to fight their way through. But because they have mid control, they still have access. Oh, TP!
It's a big flank at that as well. Sheo is behind enemy line, so they know he's there. Nature's Grasp, but Nuke is the one isolated. With Flash available, it's burnt early in the fight, but Douglas reacts immediately. Volibear stun over as Photon ain't letting this artist get away with it. It's only happy strokes from Photon. A step charge in the back line. A double knockup. A double from Photon again. BDS running backwards, and Vitality, as long as they keep the pace, Fedius says, they're quite all right.
Such a good flank TP from Photon. BDS were caught completely unawares. I mean, I was caught off guard as well, and I can see everything. Such a nice flank.
Sorry, that is true, not ego.
I mean, BDS thought that, hey, we have control over the bot side. We'll keep the pressure up here. Maybe we can unlock this tower. The TP catches them completely by surprise. Look at the positioning of Zeri, still catching that mid-wave. Vitality can guarantee the numbers advantage. And we talked about how when Nuke doesn't have flash, what can he do? He's at the mercy of the gods at this point. The three bruisers in Hilly, Photon, and Douglas run their opposition down, and the carry's clean up.
Can you imagine a giant bear that brings lightning? A guy who's killed many people with a giant sword, Demon Wings, versus Bob Ross. Not a very fair matchup. And Nuke, as you said, I mean, that flash is now down yet again. How potent those ganks, those angles, those pick plays are from Vitality when Nuke has no summoner to spare. Photon, by the way, going to finally pick up this turret because he TP'd for it before. Nuke at least getting some objective bounty, but for BDS, now we have to find out how they can slow the game down again, Fedius.
That's what they're looking to do.
Because, I mean, last game, they did it really well. They set up Zeri for success. We could argue that they had a little bit more tools to work with, something like the Gragas, you know, maybe a healthier front line, but I don't know. I mean, Vitality, they're not slowing down right now. All side lanes under threat apart from bot.
We take a second, take a breath.
Okay, sure.
Vitality have obviously exploded the game wide open. Photon finds himself with a 2.2k gold lead in the top lane matchup.
A lot of money.
That Aatrox is terrifying.
Yeah.
And it's something the PDS are going to have to try and find a solution for. 4.5k the gold lead right now for Vitality. Baron is now a card at play. Question is it a card that Vitality wants to play?
Is it a good one?
Is it a good one? Because last game, we did see a not so great Baron.
No.
The idea, I still stand by, was solid, you know?
Yep.
They see 3 members committed bot side. They think they can kill it fast enough. If they had been able to, they could have gotten away, trade top laner for Baron. Didn't work out. This time, though, they probably don't. If you send 3 members to go and kill this Aatrox, I question if you would succeed at this point in the game at the very least. Now, this Zeri is getting online quite quickly. 2 items finished. So, something that Vitality will still have to respect. But for now, Vitality just kind of playing the patient game. Figuring out their plan of what objective they want to play for next. Resets have come through, Vision restocked. Everyone's making their way back out onto the map. We see Vito in control of the bot lane. Gonna start pushing that one out. Topside jungle slowly starting to get cleared out. That one ward not spotted by Vitality's control ward to the left of Baron.
It's on the edge of it, isn't it?
Which means that BDS will always have information of this. But it's just fight for the vision around the topside jungle for now.
I'm just still worried, Vedius, you know.
What are you worried about, Frank?
A bit of trauma from last game, you know, from BDS again. As you said, I like that you mentioned, you know, Vitality, thinking about what their next move is. Spiraling Despair there, good damage. Nuke is another member who, as items come on board, we kind of have to watch out for as well. You know, BDS, it's the trauma of seeing one team fight turn their games around as well. Not only last game, but through spring regular season, through winter especially, I think. We kind of knew that to be more than just a meme. Hylissang stepping forward. Has he been caught out as he flashes? They're using a little bit to get him, but Dredgeline, and now that he's got no way up, no hope, Lebrov will look for another knockup. He's dead. This is what I'm talking about. This is why I have trauma. BDS now numbers advantage. Chili's not up for 25 seconds. They're going to be able to encroach Baron. Do they start it though, Betty? Do they feel confident enough, or do they just clear vision?
It's still a risky Baron. You have lost Hilly, but his death timer is not that long. Kazi is the one that needs to be careful, but he's going to be fine. Ultimately, an overstep from Hilly. The rest of his team weren't ready for a fight, so he loses his life. BDS throwing the ultimate down to gain control over this tower.
Nicely done. Flash away from Video as well. Flash for Nazir, a big tool as objective bounty mid about to be captured, and down it goes. Shared through the team as Photon going to be tagged out. Ice not fully committing though. BDS very healthy. They've opened up mid. They're once again threatening this area.
BDS can move into the top river and clear all this vision out now. But there's potential for a TP flanker. Observers highlighting it for us.
Ward. Another one there as
well. But the Dragon now up. BDS, nice. TP flank.
But BDS see that. Remember, on control wards, you do see the teleport. So, Photon spotted out, and Twisted Band's going to be taken, but what can he get? World Ender available with Flash as well. Lebrov coming to help out. He dissuades the gank as Douglas comes on through and makes a reality. Adam jumps in. It's a good Azir ult though as well, but Nuke is just standing there in a choke. Spiraling Despair! Bob Ross, you beautiful bastard! BDS running forward as Ice is ready to do the rest. There are no happy accidents here as Vitality try to outplay, but BDS, it was all on purpose, and it happened once again!
BDS find another incredible fight. Vitality overcommit, and this is going to be a Baron secured for BDS.
Healy's dead. Healy is dead. Healy is dead. Nuke close to killing him. It doesn't matter in the end that he survives. The Baron goes down. That is, there are going to be a lot of people that are going to be asking me who I see as a counselor because the trauma returns. I think Vitality might be first on the list to ask because BDS now in with a gold lead.
Vitality overcommits to the flank. The TP in the idea makes sense, but Sheo plays it well. W into knockback, the slow is applied, he creates space. Lebrov with a great knockup. Look at the positioning of the Zeri and the Hui. Completely safe on the backline. A great ultimate is going to come through from Nuke, forcing Photon to flash away. Still he loses his life, and then Zeri can join the fight. Now Kazi nearly turns this whole fight around.
As per usual.
Going into the choke point meant that he nearly shut everyone down, but he didn't quite have the HP, and BDS win out on the fight. The over-aggression from Vitality is once again punished, and BDS find themselves in the driving seat once more.
And when Ice has himself some gold, he has been a reliable carry. Once again, 3 items, folks. Got to mention it to you. Nuke as well, after we see this Red Bull Baron power play disappear. Let's have a look. 3 items. Oh, holy dooly. That is an issue. What? It was a kids band like the Wiggles.
Oh.
You know, the Hooly Doolies, but also kind of like a wowzers.
I see.
You know?
That all makes sense now.
It does.
BDS move to the bottom side jungle as they set their eyes on the tier 2 in the bot lane. Vitality see a window to force this mid tower down.
There's a good wave clear. Wait. Spiraling Despair. Ulti out. So Dagler flashes forward. Good opportunity from Vitality. Nuke is just going to die here. A shutdown and a turret as well. Are we too far on the guns? Are we too far on the horses here? In a turret on the bottom side going to be traded off. It is against Baron. But Vitality trading up on Baron, or at least trading even, is still pretty good.
I mean, it certainly is. Getting a tier 2 for a tier 2 along with a kill to boot, removing one of those Barons, just a misplay from Nuke. He did not respect the fact that he didn't have Flash, and Douglas did. Made it easy for him to set up the play. Nice initiation play from Douglas. Kazi finds himself at level 14, a full level behind Ice though. The itemization is clear. A 2k gold advantage in favor of the Zeri is something scary for Vitality to have to deal with.
Yeah.
That Aatrox now not looking all that world-endery as he was before.
No, he's a world midi at the moment, isn't he? Photon coming in though, wait, maybe he could end it. Onto Ice, he's in a pretty good angle. He needs to go into that set world ender as well, but at half HP, the fight again in a choke. Quickness is there, Medio hasn't joined in. Now shoves through, but it's a good one, but the fight feels like it's already done. Medio wasn't there! He wasn't there! As another penta! You have to be joking! Nuke is Bob Ross, I can see the afro from here!
That is a beautiful picture as BDS find themselves their second penta of the series. 9 kills for Nuke as he is looking to take BDS once more into the upper bracket.
Why do they keep winning team fights, Vedius?
Ice is the target, Vitality collapse. And without a flash, there's nowhere for him to go. Good ulti from Hilly, a good ulti from Kazi. But look at the TP in from Nuke. A massive wombo combo. Vitality think that they've won the fight. Oh my word. He sucks them all in. He gets the multi-man ultimate off. The passive doing so much damage as well. He wasn't even expecting that himself. He is elated off of that performance. Just when Vitality think they found a window, it is Nuke who shuts them down. Mejai is picked up now for the mid laner of BDS.
Oh, a shame it wasn't before, but hell, I love the confidence. He had 3 items before that fight, folks. And now, get ready, hold on. I mean, it's just for BDS. We used this the other day. It is absolute cinema for them in the 5v5. And now as we get towards Dragon, it was Vitality who were able to pick up the last one, move towards an Ocean Soul, but I don't think it's going to be the case. However, Adam could be caught out for BDS. When the game is looking so good for them, Adam cannot falter here.
That's a trade of ultimates, though. Let me have a quick look at the cooldowns on these. Photon likely going to have it up before the Dragon spawns. Very similar to Adam, so both pretty low cooldowns. I was worried that they wouldn't be available for the upcoming Dragon fight. The question is, can Vitality really fight this? Their positioning is not great. BDS have full control over the river and have even gained access into the enemy jungle. Hilly forced to face check, but VTO has to be so careful here.
They know that Douglas is top. I think he was spotted out. Ice got that info around. Kazi now mid, meeting with his enemy AD carry. Adam comes in as well. Remember, as Betty has said, that Dominant's not too far off. In fact, the cooldown should be there quite soon. They get mid push, they move down, and Vedius, we do this dance once more. Vitality looking to threaten on the Baron spawn. That's coming in 55 seconds. It's not going to link up with Dragon, about 30, 35 away from each other. But it is something that if Dragon is halted, could be an equal threat for Vitality.
Vitality right now are just controlling that Baron, making things scary for BDS. They're going to secure this Dragon. Vitality not too upset about that. Of course, they'd love to get the soul, but we already talked about that positioning was not optimal. They're going to trade it for a top tier 2. But also, crucially, vision around this top side.
Yep.
Do they want to gamble a Baron? I would say no. You look at this comp from BDS, it is so scary to play around if you're the one to start the Baron. So instead, they're just going to be happy with the vision. Maybe look for a pick. Kazi level 15, still a full level behind Ice.
Photon spotted. Shield not going to go down. Adam face checking, but his face checking at this point still hurts with people like Video on his ear. Lebrov sees, Lebrov leaves. Baron up. Now staring in the face, as Betty has said before, vision was taken away. BDS moving as a group, but remember, in a choke, if Vitality group up again, you have to be worried about Nuke. You also have to be worried about the Zeri that has AoE with autos with that ulti as well.
Kazi first on the wave, looking to try and clear that one out. Ice definitely not as afraid as he was earlier. But the wave has been cleared. Hilly looking for a play in mid, won't be able to find it. BDS desperately trying to fight their way in, but they've got the vision they need. You can see it just on the entrance of the Baron. Our observers next to Adam, highlighting it for us, that they see what they need to see. So Vitality, they've been forced back. BDS, good job. Nice patient play. They control both mid and that choke point, and they've been able to force their way in. It's a very tense moment. The gold, really insignificant at this point. It's all about those items, and BDS just have that item advantage on the members that matter most. Crucially, it's down to Photon and Douglas around whether or not they can get on top of Ice and Nuke. We both now have their flashes available.
And Seeker's Armor Guard for Nuke as well. So Stasis is there, buys more time. It's worth mentioning considering that, as you said, yeah, getting to those targets was so important here. Such an important game. It speaks for itself, doesn't it, folks? When Vitality and BDS are fighting to be top 3, to give themselves a real good running for MSI, a good chance. It would be such an achievement for Vitality, wouldn't it?
Certainly would. Again, Vitality, spring of last year was when we last saw them in the upper bracket, and it was against BDS, though they ended up falling short too. Vitality have both their carries a little isolated here, but they are fine. Labrov was looking for a flank angle. We'll just use this opportunity to drop a ward that's been spotted out. Photon has push over mid. BDS get control around the Baron. Observers showing us how little Vitality see and how scared they need to be. They have both of their blue trinkets available though. Labrov, is he in danger? No, he has the mobility. It's just a dance around the Baron. The question is who's going to start it off first. I can tell you right now, Vitality do not want to be the ones to start it.
Yep.
There are pros and cons to being first on an objective. One advantage of starting an objective is you force the enemy to walk into you. The disadvantage is if you start it, that thing is hitting you while also you're being hit by the enemy team. And that puts you in a pretty uncomfortable position.
And remember, if you're forced behind the Baron into an encroached space, MR debuff for the Hui, what a thing of beauty. Same can be said about the Azir as well. When Video, we haven't forgotten him, he can free fire. This game reaching its pinnacle now is BDS again. I said before, Vitality to get top 3 would be incredible. BDS, it would be another nice security for them as well. As a lot of people have faith that this team.
They just spotted out a base. Vitality spotted out someone basing, and now they're going to force this.
I mean, TP coming through. It'll go down quick. Vitality trying to punish a mistake. Shao ultis in at 4K. The steal. He gets it! Shao just punches over, takes it. Yoink, that's mine. Twisted advance after the spiraling despair. Vitality, it looks so smart. They saw the piece of information that could have won them the game, but now as Kazi feathers out, he's in the middle of no man's land. BDS just take it away. That is their biggest yoink I have ever seen to get you top 3 in the LEC.
Vitality take the flip, and BDS shut it down. Just like that, a single team fight is all it takes. A clean ace, and with the Nexus in their eyes, BDS are looking to take the series.
What a feeling for Vitality after coming this far. The mistake not punished, instead a mistake of its own. BDS will return to the top 3. Vitality will have to make another round, but hell, it's winter all over again, isn't it? It was just a harder run for BDS.
They have secured top 3 here in the LEC once again. Credit to BDS. A difficult regular season has turned into a positive playoffs. And again, they showcase how great their team fighting really is.
You vote for your key player of the series after that game. At LEC on Axe, Shao, Nuke, or Ice. Man, what do we know about BDS? A team fight they can take.
What I'll tell you is it felt like in that game, BDS realized that Vitality was struggling to know what to do with their lead. And they really did just sit and wait. It felt like that they were just playing the patient game, and they were more than happy to punish when they saw that opportunity.
Punish they did. A 2-1 for BDS again, locking in top 3. But as we go to a break here, we'll have an interview with Nuke right before our second series of our El Clasico, Fnatic versus G2.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Favor of Vitality. Ow! He executes Stadless on the back end.
I have no. I can ult. Zeri. Look, Zeri guys. Look, Zeri being kicked out already. Look, later. They kill Necton. Please don't shout. Can you ban? I don't Okay, let's do it.
We were very excited in that clip. The comms were great.
Yeah.
The atmosphere was great. But unfortunately, I'm going to have to take you back to the fact that you did unfortunately lose the first game in the series. And you came in earlier today saying, it's going to be a 2-0. It's going to be a quick one. But it wasn't. So what went wrong?
Yeah, I thought it was 2-0, but it was 2-1 indeed. First game was a bit strange, I would say. I think draft was not optimal, and we got a huge, they got a huge yield early on, so it made the game really hard. But I think in mid game we managed to play better overall, so we could catch up the lead. And I think if we just get to mid game, we'll just slowly win the game, and that's what happened.
Yeah, ahead of this game, though, you said that you posted something really interesting on Twitter. Well, BDS account did.
Yeah.
Do you want to explain it to us? Because at least now you won, so you talk the talk, and you could walk the walk. But if you didn't?
Well, basically the meme, it's there's a French song that is famous, and one guy was on TikTok and was just singing it in a special way. So we just replaced the word with the name of the mid laner I'm going to face. I don't know, I'm getting forced to do this, and
okay.
I'm just a clown for them, you know, so yeah.
Do you have one for every mid laner? Or?
No, we did one only for this round of playoff, right, so.
Okay, well, congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
But also, you're going to be the Kia player of the series.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
oh,
you did. You have a really nice pentakill with Hui, particularly. We saw your reaction already, but when it comes to that actually happening in real time, how did your team set you up for that success?
I'm not sure. This fight was a bit messy, and I just TP'd, and I was wait, they're all packed. I will just press Q, E, 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 and they will all die. And yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy now, so it's good.
You still have a way to go, and coming into this, we talked about MSI, we talked about finishing third last winter split. I want to look more at your performance individually. You've done really well in this series. I mean, we're not going to talk about the first game, right? Warm up.
It's okay.
If that's what you want to call it.
That's
but
okay.
in terms of your own personal goals moving forward, what are they looking like?
I've said it many times, it's basically to win a title in LEC, obviously, and to do that you have to beat G2, which still hold the high level of the LEC. So beating them obviously takes a lot of work, a lot of effort, a lot of involvement in the game. And more than that is just in the future, obviously, to be able to make Europe proud in international tournaments. So this is my goal, basically. So yeah.
Very admirable goal. Thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate it, and for the insight. We're going to be heading back over to the analyst stage this time around with Lore, so please do take it away.
Thank you so much, Ginny. Amazing to hear from Nuke as history repeats itself so far in the LEC playoffs in spring. And I'm only wondering if it's going to be the same case for the second series we're going to have on our hands today. Fnatic versus G2, El Clasico, a tale as old as time. But Broxa, as you eloquently said this morning on Twitter, it should be an amazing day. It should be an exciting day, because this time Fnatic versus G2 is competitive in 2024.
Yeah, I think for the first time in, well, a while, Fnatic might actually have a legitimate chance of beating G2 in a series. I think what they've showed the past couple of weeks makes me very comfortable in them. I would be confident as a Fnatic fan as well. And you know, I'm especially keeping my eyes on the mid-jungle duo of Humanoid and Razork. In the past, it felt like these two were lacking synergy, but now that that's coming together and they're playing so well individually, oh, they're looking scary. Yeah,
and I think it's the early game specifically where Fnatic are looking the most threatening. They seem really consistently getting good leads out of those first sort of 15-ish minutes. And I feel like that's where G2 have mostly been faltering throughout this split so far. They've been recovering in the mid games, but sometimes games can get out of hand, right? And if you fall far enough behind, like Fnatic can definitely put you far enough behind.
I mean, that's
you're going to struggle to get back into it.
And that's something that G2 said yesterday, actually. We're going to take a look at one of Duffman's tweet a bit later. But what do we define as being Fnatic's consistency here? We talked about the mid-jungle. I feel like the mid-jungle transitioning to bot lane, especially with the likes of Noah and Jun, has been phenomenal for Fnatic so far.
Yeah, I think if we look at the two teams, they just have different strengths and weaknesses. Fnatic is the team that's really strong and now also very proactive, unlike in the past in the early game. G2 usually struggles early and then has to play catch-up later and come back in mid and late game. But I think Fnatic in its current form, if they can continue beating them in the early game, G2 won't get those comeback opportunities.
Yeah, and it's about getting that man on your screen a lead, right? Noah has been doing phenomenally so far this playoffs, and to me, that's just kind of the structure of Fnatic. They also kind of mentioned it towards the last playoffs in winter, where it was like Noah and Jun weren't necessarily performing as well, and then the band-aid to it was just Razork sending himself to the bot lane consistently and fixing whatever issues are going on, and it built up a lot of confidence, and it felt like that has been the build-up throughout a lot of this split. And I just want to hope to continue to see that consistency come out of Fnatic into what seems like a very volatile performing Hans and Mickey at the moment in this playoffs.
Staying on Fnatic's side for now, we had the chance of talking to Nightshare, the head coach of Fnatic. Let's see what he had to say.
Hi guys, Ginny here, and I'm joined with Nightshade from Fnatic. Thank you so much for joining. I appreciate it.
Thank you for inviting me.
Well, you have a game coming up against G2, so I wanted a quick comment in terms of how you think that's going to go, what's the feelings right now, what's the prep, just anything you want to throw out there.
I think G2 and us, for us, G2 is kind of good matchup now, you know, so we are actually pretty confident. And we think it's going to be 2-1 for Fnatic.
Ooh, okay. Well, thank you so much for the prediction. I appreciate it.
No worries.
2-1 for Fnatic. The humble prediction on the side of Nightshade. I think it's fair because you never know which side of the G2 coin you're going to get. And I know that Duffman yesterday was saying that they make things hard for themselves, Jamada. And it's usually with the way they play that, I don't know, they trip into the carpet and sometimes it's hard to come back.
Yeah, you know, and a lot of it has been on the mechanical side of things, right? Like you mentioned, Duffman brought it up. It's a lot of these like slip-ups in the early game. Their mid-games look really good, right? And I think that's the annoying thing about playing against G2. Even if mechanically they're not all showing up on the day, it feels like they're always going to find a way to claw back gold throughout the middle of the game, whether it's structures, whether it's somehow a sneaky dragon or a herald past that sort of 14, 15-minute mark. And that's what the tricky thing is. Even if they kind of let themselves down in the early game, they're still going to outplay you in a chess sense in the mid-game.
And just from a organizational point of view, you have to remember, if you're a player on Fnatic or G2, like losing to the opposition is the worst thing you can ever imagine. Like I still can clearly remember how it felt losing close series to G2 back in the day, and that's not a fate I would want to wish on anyone. You have to win this series.
I mean, you're right. Like even the players, I think about this, and I know that I get called out often when I doubt G2 because G2 in regular season and G2 in playoffs usually is a different beast. Do we agree on what we saw in spring so far?
Yes, it's really annoying to talk about G2 because sometimes it feels like they're sandbagging themselves a little bit, having a little bit too much fun, and then the serious series start to show up and then it's, they're locked in, they're full focus. So it is a little bit hard to say, right? I think no matter what, there is always someone on G2 that's performing well, and I think you can definitely look to Caps in that regard, who has probably been the most consistent member of G2 so far this split, and that's probably where I'm expecting G2 to potentially try and start to play through as well.
And let's see if we get some info on the other side then with G2 as we had the chance to talk to Dylan Fatko. Ginny, take it away.
Thank you so much, guys. I'm joined with Dylan from G2. Thank you for joining me once again. 2 back-to-back interviews here. But a very quick one in regards to the upcoming match against Fnatic. Any thoughts you would like to share ahead of it? How's the team feeling right now?
We're feeling pretty good after our match yesterday. Second game was a bit close, but I think we played 2 very different team compositions, and we played actually very differently, very well in both. I think the interesting thing about our match against Fnatic is we didn't scrim them right going into this week because there was a high chance of us facing them. Yet we both came into the week playing very similar champions and very similar drafts. And I thought it was very interesting. They also played a game of Lucian Nami and a game of Jinx like we did. So I think today will be a lot about who understands this sort of meta a little bit better and who can kind of maximize based on the picks we'll be playing.
All right. Well, thank you so much for the insight. I really do appreciate it. And guys, back to you.
Thank you.
There's some nice insight walking up to this, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome you to G2 Fnatic. I'm Asterix, this is Vedius, and this will be a joy to cast because the winner, again, goes up and meets BDS in that round 4. In that upper bracket final, the BO5, yes, to double-check the BO5, that leads into the grand final itself.
Now, there's a lot more on the line for Fnatic here, because reminder that G2 has in fact locked a spot at MSI. But if G2 don't win the split, then it comes down to points.
Yep.
And BDS qualifying for this upper bracket puts them in a great position. Now, Fnatic can still catch up, but winning just makes that ever more likely. So, a lot on the line here. Fnatic versus G2, it's a tried and true matchup. Very excited to see them best of 3 against each other. And we heard it from Dylan Valko. We were just talking about it ourselves, Asterix. Their drafts, their champion pools have been very similar.
Yep.
And I'm curious as to what they have prepared today. They haven't been scrimming each other, so let's see what their approaches are. We're getting ready for draft game 1, G2 versus Fnatic. The audience is here, the fans are excited. The G2 diehards and the Fnatic faithful want to see their team succeed, secure a spot in top 3, the fight for MSI, and to claim the Spring Split title. So without further ado, let's get into the draft. Let's have a look and see what these teams have cooked up for us. Throughout the day, we have been seeing a number of different priorities. Things like Rumble has been a super high priority in terms of bans. I don't know if that's going to be the same coming into today. Obviously, Rek'Sai is a champion that both of these top laners have taken advantage of. Not as a high-priority early pick, but definitely later on into the draft to kind of round out compositions.
Yep.
Rel has to be somewhere high on the priority list.
Sure.
We know that Lucian Nami is something that both bot laners is prepared and willing to play. The question is, how high is the priority on getting that Lucian Nami? Fascinatingly, you look at the mid laners, 2 games for Taliyah, 2 games for Azir. 1 for Humanoid, 1 for Caps. Very different approaches, but very true to their style. Taliyah, a champion that gives you the ability to roam around the map, attack side lanes, try and get involved in your lanes earlier rather than later, whereas the Azir, much more about team fighting, potential individual playmaking, much more about that scaling element and offering more for your team. So I'm curious as to how both of these teams will present us. I was expecting the draft to come a little bit earlier, I will admit.
That's all right. Oh, your content's out, Medius. No. That's all right. I know there's a lot more because, you know, you're talking about specific pockets here. And I just want to raise a couple of issues I see. Teams that have before left over the Han Sama Draven. That's a big no-no. Humanoid Azir, you just mentioned before. Humanoid Azir historically has been also a big no-no, especially with how strong Azir is. I just did a stupid chicken dance for it. You know, like that's how big it is on the menu right now. You don't want to give it over to Humanoid. Well done. I also want to mention, you know, Noah during the regular season being a big proponent of the new Kai'Sa as well. You know, a lot of these big laning champions and champions as well. They can spike them 1, 2, 3 massive items. So there's a lot of power picks coming through. I could just keep going. I could talk about Broken Blade's Rek'Sai. I could talk about the thing he's played Zac, but that was into K'Sante. You know, a few times.
Well, so K'Sante's a great point, though, because we have seen teams starting to ban that away from Oscar.
Because that's all he played. That's his majority pick.
Yeah, it's one of his best champions as well. But I can see now we're getting much closer to the draft.
How much closer?
So much closer.
Like right in
Like I can taste it.
Oh, there it is. That tastes like a good series ahead, doesn't it? Draven ban we're talking about. Broken Blade, actually, they're banning the Rek'Sai against Fnatic here. Also, when you're playing versus Razork, I think Vi is also a must-do.
I will say, a Nautilus ban after Mickey's Nautilus yesterday, a little bit questionable, but hey, you've always got to trust that the man can perform when he needs to, and in a series like this, everyone is going to be firing on all cylinders.
There's that Rel ban.
There it is. The Rek'Sai did come through, and the Rumble priority, we talked about, will it be a high priority in this series? I didn't think it would be. Oscar proves me wrong. Immediately locked in. You have to imagine that G2, will they lock in their bot lane? Yesterday, we did see them put a high priority on things like the Lucian Nami.
Yep.
The question is, do they care about doing that right now? TF is also open. They could potentially match that up towards the top side or even keep it as a flex pick.
There it is again. I mean, I was going to question whether a team against a team like Fnatic that's still trying to leverage this 2v2 that I'd call one of the riskiest ones, especially in the LEC and LCS. Now, you'd expect something like the Nami, the Milio, but do they try and get jungle priority here, Bedius, when a couple have been taken away? And, you know, for Yike, things like what? The Viego's still open, the Jarvan, he played in the regular season as well. Volibear, another one.
An aggressive comp already coming out from G2. I wonder what Razork will go for. The thing about Razork is he's a player that always, you've got to think about things like the Poppy as well in the back of your mind, right? He's a big carry jungle player that loves to play them if he gets his hand on them. Things like Taliyah is something he's well known for. Originally, he was a big Echo one-trick. Ashe coming out from Fnatic.
Ooh.
This is a champion that we have seen kind of shift away in the ban table, except against certain players because of their champion priorities. But now we're going to get to see it, I imagine, in the hands of Jun as a support, but there's always the ability for them to flex it into AD carry while Humanoid locks in his Orianna. So Orianna Rumble, you're looking at like a Jarvan game right now, you know what I mean? You need that kind of engaged jungler, you need someone that can provide the utility, provide the CC. Lucian as a champion has a lot of mobility, so maybe they don't want to go for the Jarvan. Maybe they'll look for a different type of engage, something like the Sejuani could be a possibility. I wonder if G2 will look to ban those away, because you imagine jungle is where G2 is going to look to try and limit.
I will say, though, with things like Azir still on the board, we're seeing Fnatic build up very powerful lanes so far, Bedius. And what I'm also now thinking is like, if Fnatic get their hands on something like Varus Ashe in the East is such a potent 2v2 as well.
It is.
And so that's something I got my eyes on, as Nico also banned away a tool from Caps when the desk was just talking about Caps being the most consistent member. Hell, if you've been watching G2 all year like I have, you know that Caps has been the most consistent mid laner, I feel like, in the league entirely.
I mean, he was the undisputed best mid laner from Winter.
I don't think anyone voted against.
Only G2 did, because they weren't allowed to vote for Caps. So
that's great.
The man's continuing his form into spring. He has his eyes set on redeeming the failures from last year, ultimately. We heard Dylan Falco talk about yesterday that their priority is not actually on MSI, it's on winning Spring Split, being the back-to-back champions of the first half of the year. That's what they want to cement themselves as. Go into MSI as the first seed, and they want to make sure that they can maintain a high level of performance today. You can see a much more early game focused comp from them. Early game is an area that has been criticized throughout the year. While their mid-game macro is strong, their ability to transition leads into victories is very effective.
Yeah.
It's about building those leads in the first place that question marks are thrown towards this G2 squad.
I mean, points yesterday, question marks against Mad. You know, I think it was the second game, if memory recalls. G2 didn't do it convincingly. It's Aurelion Sol.
We saw it
this
banned yesterday.
Yeah. And maybe for good reason. I mean, it was also brought out overnight by ARPA on TL. Absolutely annihilated FlyQuest over in NA.
That was the Jarvan hover. Also the Xin Zhao, another effective ball delivery system. The only reason why I like Jarvan more is just because it provides that innate ultimate AoE CC.
It syncs up a lot better,
which
doesn't it?
syncs up quite right with both the Rumble and the Orianna. But admittedly, it is very one-dimensional, and you have a decent amount of mobility on the side of G2, so they're going to go with the Xin, give Razork a little bit more damage, more skirmishing power. Orianna and Xin, I think, is a very effective 2v2 jungle. Oh, it's Rumble support!
It is. So that
I
Ash is AD.
completely forgot about this. I'm frustrated that I didn't predict this.
You did say Ash AD carry, to be fair, and we didn't know to the last pick for
But
this.
Rumble support, we've been, I mean, you should be an expert on it. We've been seeing it over in the LPL to have so much effect.
Yeah.
We've been seeing it pop up around the world. I think we also saw it in the LCK. I missed if we saw it in the LPL or not, but sorry, the LCS is what I meant.
Lucio brought it out.
Yeah. So it's a champion that can have so much power in the bot side of the map. Finally, we're getting to see it in Europe. Incredibly excited to see it come through from Noah and Jun, because you look at the threat of Ashe Rumble. Oh, that's a scary bot lane to play into.
It really is. And remember, a lot of the time as well, Electro Harpoon Max as well. At level 4, when you get 2 points in it, man, that stings. With Ignite mixed in the bag as well, that is a strong 2v2, but let's see how Hansummer and Mickey hold on, because there's been a lot of questions through the regular season as to how Hansummer and Mickey X play to their level, how they're going to play in comparison to some of these other top teams as well. As we go into game number 1, I think we've got fun drafts to open us up.
I'm super excited. We got some more originality coming out from G2 by bringing out the Aurelion Sol. We were denied it yesterday thanks to the ban that came out from MDK. We're getting to see it from Caps today. I mean, it was a hot topic on Reddit about the nerfs, the buffs, the adjustments that happened. Even though it was a nerf, it was still an overall buff and all that. Caps is going to show us what you can do on the champion. I'm excited. Fnatic coming out with a very aggressive bot lane 2 versus 2. There's going to be a lot of action on the bot side of the map. El Clasico is looking to deliver as we get ready for game 1 of this best of 3.
I've been waiting for this. Let's call it the Gyos. I like it. You know,
my favorite thing about that is like you've got this big crowd all shouting FNC, and then there's just one guy like FNC.
Yeah, he's completely out of time. He doesn't care.
He's still there. He's like, yeah, I'm here. FNC, woohoo.
I mean, look, it is nice again. You always know G2 Fnatic's going to deliver not only with the games, but usually also with the crowd and the support. Being historic organizations, the LEC. I think the biggest thing as well is we know it's going to deliver since that we got a regular season. Fnatic beat G2. That was always a nice touch. I know it's only best of 1, but still.
I mean, and we go back to last split. It was G2 who got the better of them in the best of 3, winning out in 2-1 in favor of G2, moving into the upper bracket where they went up against BDS. And then Fnatic met MDK in the lower bracket. Many expected them to be favorites. It was a very tense series, went to the full 5 games in which MDK actually managed to come out
won
on
the game
top.
5, yeah.
It was crazy. But Fnatic definitely, I would say, looks stronger this split overall. Expectations are high. They did finish first in the regular season. Obviously, there's a bit of an asterisk next to that,
like a four-way tie,
considering how our end of season did end.
Yep.
But you can't take away the fact that I still think Razork, while he didn't have the strongest week 3, remains the best performing jungler of our split.
Wow, Breath of Light.
Now, the stacking passive on that Q is lethal. Very scary, does a lot of damage.
Yep.
And basically, while it does force Caps to be stationary, you can see that as long as he's proccing it, he's often able to win out on those trades. So while Humanoid is guaranteed to trade back, as long as he can proc it, he's fine, but that's what Humanoid needs to do. Take those short trades, get a little bit of damage in, then walk out of range, so that he's not proccing that entire multiple stacks.
Still getting some damage down is good. I was just wondering, Singularity, no, Breath of Light again.
I've never seen an Aurelion Sol this aggressive before. People often associate the champion with a lot more scaling. For those unfamiliar with our overlay, you can keep track of the stacks next to Caps. It is that 8 number just above his level on the right hand of your screen.
Thank you, Vetis.
But so far in this early game, we see Raptor Star into blue Gromp for Yike. Meanwhile, we see a full topside clear for Razork. He has his eyes set on the bot side, which already Noah Jun. We were drawn towards the mid lane, but we have to talk about this Ashe Rumble.
We do.
So much power in the bot lane 2 versus 2. The fact that Hans and Mickey are yet to take any damage goes to show that they are showing a lot of respect to their opponents. They know the damage potential is very real. They're falling a little bit behind in the laning phase, which honestly is not the end of the world. Very early levels for Lucian Nami are not the strongest. Once he gets a few levels under his belt is when you'll start to see a little bit more trading. But all the health pots gone in mid lane. Only the biscuits left.
True.
Mean that it's ganking season in the mid lane, is what I'll tell you.
Astral Flight away. Caps just saw Humanoid step up an inch, and I think Humanoid definitely learning very fast here as to how he can play that range. Really nice again, watching these mid laners fight it out, especially when Humanoid and Caps, I mean, these are legends in the scene. I think a lot of the time we know Fnatic's success also hinges on people like Humanoid, Razork, how they sync up. It's been talked about many different broadcasts. How good are the mid jungle of Fnatic? Well, in games that they take over, in games that they can, with things like the Orianna here with the Xin Zhao, if they can punish Caps, then you'll find out the answer the hard way.
The wave clear on Caps already. So much control in this lane. Obviously not too significant in terms of any advantages gained for now, as we'd expect, as Razork
sneaky
has his eyes on this bot side of the map. Vision is looking good for Fnatic, but Yike, very aware of how dangerous this bot lane looks, and is there to cover as well.
I'm going to top for the time being, because Oscarinen gets the pull back in, but junglers are still bot. 3v3 could erupt here. Jun is about to go to overheat, so he needs to wait a bit as well. Yike has done great damage as well, you're right. He gets buffed up as well. Mickey presses the E. So another chunk taken out. That is a hungry, hungry bear. And for Fnatic, their bottom lane has to just reserve back under the turret while we go back up to top side. Broken Blade is getting low. He has a full Fury bar, though. He just has to queue in the wave, but still scared of Oscarinen, who's got a massive health advantage.
I mean, that's a huge wave, and they're even on CS. He's doing a great job in terms of the 1v1. Humanoid winning out on these trades, though.
Caps goes again. Wait, Singularity's out. Wait for the Breath of Light. Humanoid might die, but no! Just presses QW. Caps thought he could. He was waiting for the proc. The Humanoid bides his time.
Caps is a player known for playing on the edge, but Humanoid just kicked him right off it. First blood goes to Humanoid. The man is having a great split himself, and he gets a solo kill onto Caps.
That's big. That is massive, Vetis, when we talked about the lane for Aurelion Sol needing a bit of time, as we expect, the champion itself as well. But opening up the game for Humanoid. Now Shockwave available as well.
I mean, I was very surprised. Caps uses his EQ to aggress, which means that he now doesn't have it to disengage. And Humanoid, recognizing that, just bursts him out. Well played. It's a solo kill. Gold, not going to be too significant. The difference is the kill that Fnatic have gained. No other objectives being set up for now. I'm surprised that we haven't seen more involvement from the junglers around this bot side of the map, but ultimately, Noah Jun, Hans Mickey, all just showing the greatest of respect. They're aware of how volatile this bot lane can be, And they're respecting it. Humanoid Shockwave.
Oh, it's big damage as well. I mean, Caps, the sky's going to fall, but Humanoid flashes out of the way, but here's Retribution. Caps has a bit of help from Yike, and now the score's settled.
Now, Humanoid knew that he would be able to do more damage. He saw an opportunity for another solo kill, but Yike slightly adjusts his pathing and is there to cover. Has to spend the flash, but they're 1-1. Gold dead even once more. And this is what we wanted. Hysterics, G2 versus Fnatic. Razork knows he can't get anything.
Not gonna be too greedy.
Not gonna force it. All right, but hang on, Yike has been left alone here. A bit of trading between the bot laners. Nice damage from Hans, even
and the
better.
burn. Wait, Jun can kill him. Jun can kill him. He flashes out of the way. He's overheated. No one finishes off the job. Yes, he does. Even with the flash away, Jun now going to be traded off, but the sky is descending in a different way this time. It's lightning from Yike to bide time as Razork jumps in. 1, 2, and 3, but onto Mickey X instead. The range there from Noah, good damage, but still there. Mickey playing so aggro on the Nami, man. That guy is not becoming tuner anytime soon.
Hans Summer, I wonder if he cancelled an auto attack at the end there. It looked like that he tried to land an auto onto Jun, but he may have just walked out of range. Would have been a 1-for-1. And ultimately it is, thanks to Mickey being able to get that kill back. But Noah picking up that initial kill is going to give him a slight advantage in the 2v2. A lot more action happening around this bot side. We look back at it. A nice trade initially from Hans Summer. Look at this chunk he gets onto Jun, but immediately they turn it back. Nice cleanse comes out from Hans, a flash. He just couldn't quite get in range. The slow from Noah is what means that he can't land that last auto. Mickey there to clean up, but then with the arrival of Razork, they know that they don't have the damage to win out on this. The only reason why there's an opportunity is because he takes that initial tower shot, and then he takes a second one. Mickey then uses his E to apply a couple slows. A nice dodge from Razork, knowing that the thunderstorm falling from the sky would have been enough to kill him. Oh, I love it. Hysterics, 12.5 to 12.5, 8 minutes into the game. Dead even between the two teams. Dragon still available, not secured by anyone. Grub still on the field.
But Arrow now up. Arrow is available. A tool we all know too well through League of Legends. Engage from G2 starts us off. Sky Splitter again. Yike is not taking any damage from Razork. Turns around, that arrow flies in onto Mickey, but they can't get the job done. Yike zones out Noah, and Jun is just in no man's land. Overheats, tries to get Mickey, but will not. The sky! It's falling again, though, in the meantime. And G2 bide their time. Fnatic can't turn it around, and the early game is quickly becoming theirs.
Just like that, 3 kills are secured for G2. Fnatic caught off guard by the damage, and it seems to be a bit of a mixed target focus. When we get a replay, we can properly break it down, but G2 find themselves a lead. They won't go for the objective, they won't overstay, and instead they'll look to reset.
Ultimate used in topside though, hang on. Is this going to be a 1v1? Oscar in with the World Ender as well, trying to kite it out for Broken Blade. He's got flash available, remember, but a lot of the time you just see ult for ult trades up between these two.
Broken Blade worried about a potential jungle gank.
Yeah,
we look back at this. You talked about the arrow. A nice bubble connects, flashing away from the damage of Yike, but the initial damage has already been done. The press the attack comes through. They tried to kill out Mickey, but they don't quite have the damage. A nice ulti from Yike forces Noah away. Jun tries to get something back.
We just, live, bottom left, Caps just got a kill.
Oh, you did?
Caps just got another kill. Humanoid just got nuked by a fish and a dragon that's about 1,000 years old. Third kill for this Aurelion Sol. I am officially concerned for Fnatic to verse this guy.
Yeah, that one definitely caught me off guard. Was not expecting that to happen. But yeah, Caps now finds himself, as you rightly said, with 3 kills. The Rylai's finished. We've been seeing this more from Aurelion Sols, picking up that early utility, making it easier to fully stack that Stardust from the queue. Gives you so much extra damage, makes your trading in lane that much stronger. I will say, again, probably the most aggressive Aurelion Sol I have ever seen.
I know. We just came off watching Vitality's early game. And then we watched G2 here as Yike is just soloing out the dragon. And Caps is playing like, I mean, like he's the Renekton. How nice is it watching Singularity as the stacks build up? For Caps, it is still a falling star, by the way.
Nice. We are going to get a replay. So never mind,
because what's happening? It's another Skyfall again. Man, everyone is just coming from the clouds. Yike, though, might die, getting burnt down by Jun. Close to dying, but gives the kill over to Humanoid. He TP'd for that, so it's a nice trade. While again, Noah hits the grave.
It's a 1-for-1. I was thinking Mickey has ult. Maybe they can make something happen, but now Razor cross-mapping, looking at top. Broken Blade does have his ultimate available.
And Flash too as well. Look at the minion wave. He should be able to queue through as Razork thinks about it a second time. Not tanking up the turret because Razork didn't hit him. And well spotted. Just paying respect to Broken Blade after the ult's been pulled out.
Yeah, and this will make the laning a little bit easier for Oscar. Reminder, we literally just saw this matchup from Photon. We know how strong the Aatrox can get later on into the game.
I hate this champion. I mean, look, it's great. It's satisfying.
Imagine that big black hole is like Aurelion Sol's stomach as he just gobbles up all the minions for food.
I can see that, yeah.
And then he mushes it down with his breath and then swallows it all up. It's like a tasty soup, a minion soup.
You've been watching Attack on Titan or something, haven't you?
No, I haven't. But, that's a dark comparison.
Well, the minions are people too, Benny, so I don't know what you're insinuating. That's not very nice. Are we doing this thing in the top lane again? Our observers seem to think so. They just like seeing top laners fight, and so do we all. But I want to know what's happening bot because it's a bit of an encroachment into the enemy jungle. It's set up from Hansama on the bot side wave.
I mean, let's take a look at Hansama. 700 gold is his lead. A bot lane that we were expecting to have the advantage just as a result of a few skirmishes not quite going the way of Fnatic.
Yeah.
Have now meant that Hansama ties with Caps at the top of the table in terms of gold. They must be feeling very strong right now. Level 8 for the Lucian secured. Static Shiv finished as well. Dragon has been secured. Oh, Shockwave. Caps should be able to glide on out away to safety. Gobble, gobble, gobble.
It does sound like you've watched Attack on Titan, I'm just saying.
Okay, I have watched it, but that's not what inspires me.
Okay. That's actually a good thing, because it might be a bit...
Attack on Titan and dragons are not similar topics.
No, they're not, but consuming minions are, you know? When you talk about it like that going into the belly, that's all I think. TP going to be moved by Caps, by the way. Good Acro Prism from Mickey, in case Fnatic were looking for the chase here. They're still going into the enemy jungle, where Yike now spots out Razor.
Look at that burst damage.
Yuck. Also,
he stands his ground.
Sky Descend, excuse me. I've been saying it all game already. Now it's truly up and available. So a much bigger ult for Caps, who went back and got himself...
I have to remind myself how many passive stacks it is.
It's 75 each time you have your ult, as in the first time, to pick up Sky's Descent.
Right.
So
yes.
every 75 Stardust called the next one to transform into the Sky's Descent. Dominus in the meantime, though. Let's watch this. Culver Meat comes through. Dunk flashed away from.
That does surprise me. Broken Blade, I think, showing a little too much respect there, but here comes Caps.
Okay, Astral Flight comes through, and remember that ult there. Will he need it? Maybe in the end. No, he just breathes hot fire again. 4-1. He just doesn't slow down.
I mean, the Dragon's gliding around the map right now. We saw him make a roam bot. He roams top as well. I guess the idea behind the Orianna matchup is, yes, he did blunder that initial first blood over to Humanoid, but you can see at a certain point he starts winning out on these trades, Humanoids.
Ulti from the Nami as well. Humanoid going to flash from the Aqua Prison. That's what you want to see out of the Lucian Nami, using the pressure. Mickey X and Hansama not disappointing here as G2, their early game is all about action. Now that action moves to the top side. Herald with a 2k gold lead.
Caps is getting scary very quickly.
Yeah, it's way too early for that. But it's not really anymore, is it?
Oh, hang on a second. Razork goes in.
Jump in.
Oh, nice prediction on the dash there. Won't push it any further than that, though. I'm keeping my eyes on the minimap because I see Caps roaming bots.
Let the sky fall, and it crumbles, and Jun's just getting breezed on, but the arrow's good, it interrupts, Cav's gonna get traded! No one gets a big shutdown, Shockwave brings Broken Blade back in as well as Fnatic have Razork for backup. A good punish, G2 overconfident, and Fnatic snap them back to reality.
That just goes to show the damage of this Rumble support. Well played by Fnatic to get something back. They get a nice shutdown handed over to Noah. They will open up the mid tower, G2. Dropping the Heralds, getting another charge down, but Oscar pushing in top. The awareness from both teams, it's always about trading other things on the map. Second tower secured for G2 in mid lane, but Fnatic should be able to get one both top and bot in exchange. So overall, an equal trade in towers. The gold still in G2's favor. But it just goes to show that Caps sometimes getting a little overzealous with this Aurelion Sol.
True.
And Humanoid poised to try and answer. You look at that gold difference now between the mid laners, non-existent.
Because the shutdown was given over to Noah too. I mean, a great carry to give it over, especially when we're going to be expecting the DPS mainly to be coming out of this guy. 2 items almost acquired, caught up a bit to Hansama, who had a bit of a lead due to the CS and the pressure in lane that we saw from G2 in the early game. Now only 500 in the lead, or 400 I should say, is Hansama. So it's a recovery for Fnatic. We're now onto the Dragon. It looks like this recovery wants to extend into G2's denial of stacking up this early game objective.
Razork realizes he's not in a great position.
Caps is there again.
But he wants to keep the aggro. Aatrox has made his way over. Here comes Broken Blade too. No flashes for the top lane as the Dragon 50%.
Broken Blade with Dominus though. When is he going to make his move? Oscar in and on the side, thinking the same thing. 4v4 in the river. Broken Blade now shows Singularity, zones them out. Dragon at 2k as the top laners battle it out on the side. Ignore that for the time being because Razork thinking about the steal, jumps on in, looks at the charge, smite down, and it goes over to Fnatic, but Razork looking to be the first to die, but as he flashes out the equalizer, zones him off. Meanwhile, Oscar in doing his job on the backside, making sure BB can't be involved, but he'll cost his life for it. Caps with a kill steal, thanks to a comet from Narnia. And again, my favorite place to visit is G2 at least getting something off the back of losing it.
A star connects with Oscar, and he's not able to tank it. Nice smite coming in from Razork. Look at when he gets low, he engages on the volley bet, tries to get him out of the fight. Stun comes through, nice ulti, but he's still able to secure the objective. Caps comes over, a good flash from Razork is enough to get him away to safety as G2 now turn their attention onto Oscar, who is trying to create pressure on the flank. He did a good job.
Oh wow.
Hans.
No one might be dead. Culling not there. Was used before, I believe.
Now that is what we like to see.
That solution, I mean, that's the power of it.
Yeah, it is.
That we rarely see.
Noah forced to flash away. Nicely done by Hans, showing us what this champion can do in the right hands. That could be devastating for Noah as we get closer to these upcoming team fights, but obviously everyone taking a breather for the time being. No objectives on the map ready to play for. You're looking at these outer towers to potentially unlock, giving you more space to contest for that deep vision. G2 actually investing on the top side. They want to go and catch that wave. Hansama, ideally they want to keep around the mid lane, but with no wave to fight for now, they're just working with their jungler to clear out this vision. They're going to send the Renekton down bot. These side towers are very annoying for G2.
Yeah.
Even though they've opened up mid, notice what Fnatic is doing is they push out bot, push out top, and they collapse mid now with 5. Now they can really start to threaten this mid tier 1.
And their wave clue's not here. The biggest part, the Aurelion Soul with Singularity is not there. Trying to zone out with Mickey. As you said, culling might have to be used, but they hold on for the time being, and Fnatic don't get the push, but they get a bit of chip damage down on mid as they continue trying to open up.
And Broken Blade's too hesitant now, because in that window, Fnatic, they put a bit of pressure onto the mid tower, get a bit of chip damage, and then Fnatic retreats, moves back to the side lanes, go and catches these waves. Humanoid going to do the exact same thing top. And unfortunately for G2, there's nothing that they can really do on the map. You notice Lucian in the mid lane pushing this out, but there's no objective for them to really be fighting over right now. So Fnatic's pretty happy with this state of affairs. Gives them the ability to keep catching these waves, play relatively safe. It's just Noah who's really the victim of, guys, I'm in danger, because he doesn't know what's lying in wait, and so he has to be escorted by his team to make sure that he knows it's safe to approach the wave.
Well, as we gear up, Baron in 30 seconds, just a quick reminder, set up there for Vision right now is Fnatic across a very humble line. Mickey not getting caught out, maybe he is. Arrow comes through, hits Hansama anyway. He's got cleanse, but he doesn't pop it. He doesn't pop it. Hansama didn't want to cleanse. He flashes in the end. Yike has to flash as well as the fight already started with Caps getting a kill, but he too burns the Summoner. And as Fnatic burn the Midnight Oil, they got Broken Blade in a pinch, but Oscar Renan takes all the absorbed damage. Hans doesn't want to walk back in. Caps does though. The astral flight from the Dragon. He spins the wheel, turns around, but it's into Oscar Renan. Broken Blade flashes behind the said demon god and picks up a double. Now onto Noah, make it a triple! Broken again! Is this Croc?
It's an ace for G2 as they wipe Fnatic off the map. A scary initial fight for both sides as Mickey lands a crazy two-man bubble. That's the go signal. They catch him out of position, they force his flash. A nice arrow onto Hansama, forces him very low. He holds the flash for a very long time, but on the backside, that combo from Mickey, Yike, and Caps just decimates so many of the damage dealers. Noah trying to play on the backline, utilize his space to slow down Broken Blade, but then the reset comes through. Caps is not afraid. Nice use of the Rylai's, chasing down their opposition. Razork with no fear goes back in, allows Oscar to get a kill back. Another good bubble comes out from Mickey. A good flash from Broken Blade to dodge out from that kill. But now Noah has no one left to hide behind, and he loses his life.
They expect Yike as we come back to live is in this pit, but as Shockwave comes through, here comes Caps flying in from nowhere again. The Singularity running through. Caps in the middle of 3 people. The arrow will fly and try and get the punishes. Razork is still on top of him, but everyone is helping the big bad dragon. Razork at least getting the trade, but the problem is now, every time Caps dies, you got to look at Broken Blade. He stands strong. He carries the rest of the fight with Hans Summer. And G2, the multiple windows just keep opening up.
This Renekton is just doing so much work in the fights. Broken Blade is popping off. This year, when the pressure is on, this man has been stepping up, and he's doing it once again against Fnatic in game 1. The Baron was open as an option. They're not going to go for it. They don't want to take the risk. Instead, they'll just be happy with the tower. Dragon is available as well. Instead, they're going to push out these waves, maybe just look for a reset and play safe for now.
I love the fact that Caps just flies in no matter what. He doesn't care. Again, from level 1, level 2 to now.
I mean, he has 4 deaths, but he has 7 kills.
That's true.
We haven't seen the damage dealt so far this game, but I assure you, Caps has done a lot.
Yeah.
He's just flying in, doing everything that he can, being as consistent as possible, and just being annoying.
Yep.
The Rylai's is not an item you get to experience that much in League today, but back in the day, back in our old day.
Oh yeah, those days.
It was an obnoxious item that many mid laners used to buy. And on Aurelion Sol, it just makes getting away from him so tricky. But now that the dragon is alive, it's Fnatic first to the river. Oscar has abandoned the bot wave and instead chosen to move in with his team.
Oscar's angle hasn't been spotted.
They don't
he
know.
Snuck in, but again, they're kind of suspecting it. Broken Blade playing coy until the culling comes out, and Oscar's just dead. And once again, let the skies descend! Bud Show 10 in for Humanoid. He gets dragged back in. Noah gets sent away. Yike cleans up the rest. And G2 are all class in this first game.
Caps truly does control the stars in this game, and he uses them all to crush Fnatic underfoot. Another ace in favor of Fnatic. They secure the dragon. Do they have their eyes on the Baron as well? It looks like they do. 23 kills to 7. We saw MDK ban away this Aurelion Sol yesterday, and now we understand why. Oscar tries to find a flank. He's snuck in. G2 don't know, but then he gets spotted at the last moment and he gets eviscerated. A beautiful culling from Ant. But look at this ultimate. It connects onto 3. Jun is forced to flash, and it feels like the fight is over before it even begins. Cosmic devastation on the side of Caps as the rest of G2 clean up the fight.
They make the planets align, and so perfectly did G2 see their vision of a 1 game, a 10k gold lead. How do you come back from this as Fnatic? There's been so many good plays, so many picks started off, things like the arrow, the shockwave, but just the multiple angles. I mean, Broken Blade's damage is up there with Caps. I'm kind of not surprised, but still a mighty effort from the solo laner who continues to impress.
What I'll say is one of the most annoying things about G2 is they keep coming into playoffs with 1 or 2 picks that you just don't expect.
True.
Last split, do you remember the Zac? They were considered Zac merchants and people didn't know how to deal with it, and so they started banning it, and then you put those bans there. And remember that every game you always have to ban the Draven. Hang on.
Again. Hang on. Singularity's out once again. The arrow hits Yike, equalized down, but it does nothing. And as the mighty Sky falls a second time, it's a small one, but it's a good one. G2 know how to angle well as Oscar and Broken Blade fight it out in this. Renekton, look at the damage. Tanking up 3, 4 turret shots. Keeps the time of Fnatic in the base. Hysterics Gage doing the same. He flash Qs, trying to take on the world. He's still not dead though. The rest of Fnatic want the kill, but Razork will die for it. Broken Blade baits them in bit by bit by bit. And at 25 minutes, now that final bit is ending the game.
10, 4, and 13 for Caps has involved them in 24 of the team's 27 kills off the back of this Star Dragon. G2's looking to lock in game 1.
They're frustrating, aren't they? They may have finished 3rd in the regular season, but in this game 1, G2 look like in control again here at the start of this BO3.
We talked about it. This man comes into this game and gets solo killed by humanoids.
He's still flying. He just flew out. He didn't even look at the screen or anything. That was an astral flight right to the back rooms.
I mean, this man just continues to perform. Last year, he slumped around Spring, and he wasn't quite in the form that he wanted to for MSI, but right now, Caps is peaking, and he is looking on form.
And G2 are one step away from joining BDS in that upper bracket final. We'll go to a short break to find out if Fnatic can take us all the way.
Freely using Katarina's cook.
Kindred cautiously cooked Kit Kat cupcake. Kindred cautiously cooked Kit Kat cupcake.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Carefreely using...
Kindred cautiously cooked Kit Kat cupcake.
Oh, it doesn't even matter. I'm ready. It's fine.
Hey, shouldn't you be on stage right now?
Hey, you got a pick. Tom Kent?
What? I was not expecting this.
And a crazy off-meta pick that secured you the win. How did you come up with it?
I just listened to my gut.
Welcome everyone to the Kia Tilt-Proof Challenge. We're here to see if 4 gamers can stand up to the test.
Krass. Dios mío de mi vida.
I think I lost.
I'm so happy that I didn't eat before.
Yike zones out Noah, and Jun is just in no man's land. Overheats, tries to get Mickey, but will not. The sky! It's falling again, though, in the meantime.
I'm flying in. Stun. I don't have stun. Yes, flash. I'm getting out now. Nice.
Yeah, I'm 1 HP.
I will fly. Can you fly? Fly, yeah. Go flash in. Go flash. Nice CC.
I'm 1 HP.
Okay, we can.
W for you.
I'm strong.
I'm going
Nice. Get him. Nice. Go. What's up? Let's go.
And welcome back to the LEC as G2 opens up the score here against Fnatic. We wanted some exciting games. We got one. One-sided though, in favor of G2, but exciting draft for now, at least. 2 interesting picks we can talk about. Rumble on one side, didn't work so well. Aurelion Sol in the hands of Caps though. What did we think of the champion?
I was a little bit skeptical at first because, I mean, he did start the game getting solo killed by Humanoid pretty early. It looked like he didn't know his limits, but apparently he got the int out of his system and then just fully unleashed. I think what was impressive about it is that, you know, Aurelion has always been this kind of champion that can roam around the map and make plays, and that's exactly what Caps did. Like, first he just dropped the mid wave or roamed down and found an opportunity. Later, he pushes in mid, immediately roams top, and you know, these are only 2 examples, but that's what he did the entire game. He was everywhere.
Yeah, I think after that early laning, yes, a couple of hiccups there and there. I think the fact that he was able to get out onto the map so freely to enable these, you know, in theory, or not even in theory, on paper, very, very strong side lane picks between the Renekton and the Lucian Nami, making sure that he's always there. And, you know, Humanoid wanting to be a little bit more stacked, trying to build his own lead inside the lane. It just felt like Fnatic never really had the numbers, and this was that big, major fight, right? The huge wombo. There's not really much that Fnatic can do when you get double bubble, double wave, and then double ultimate by the ASOL. It's too much TC, too much burst, and that's the kind of thing that, you know, ASOL eventually comes and brings into these mid-game team fights.
I mean, that's the thing. Slower mid-game, honestly, not quite what I was expecting on the side of G2, but they just had to wait here, and we saw here on this fight initiation from Fnatic Broxa, but in the end, G2 gets the best of it because they have the tools to do so and also the perfect execution to do it as well.
Most of the fights felt kind of similar, where Fnatic knows that they have to deal with Caps in order to, you know, actually come out on top. So often, Broken Blade was just left on the side, just, you know, soaking up damage and kind of waiting for Caps to eventually drop low or die, and then he could just kill everybody who was low as a result of Caps' immense damage. And I think in that sense, the comps just complemented each other so nicely, because you have so many early game tools, but then it doesn't really matter going almost all in an early game, because Aurelion Sol scales better than any other champion in the game.
Yeah, and that's why I like the theory of this draft so much from G2, because it is basically, all right, if all else fails, Caps will be able to wave clear, Caps will be able to eventually scale, and, you know, even if they weren't having such strong side lane states, Caps probably would have done something similar. Even if it's not like necessarily game winning, it's going to be one of those things where Fnatic have to fight tooth and nail to get through a champion like ASOL. And yeah, I can only really continue to commend Caps for bringing it out and making it look so damn good, because look at the stats.
Look at this. He's making the champion look easy. We replaced a cute dragon with a space dragon here, and I feel like he feels completely what G2 wants to do in-game, in the sense that I agree on what you said. Caps is often the late-game insurance, the carry insurance for G2. Having some slack maybe in the early game, but you know that he's going to be able to show up in the later stages of the game. Do you want to give the Space Dragon to Caps again? The champion seems tailored for him, and it fits in the meta as well.
Well, I can imagine if you're a Fnatic, this is a situation you want to avoid, because I also think this draft approach from G2 made so much sense. Generally, early game has been one of their clear weaknesses. Now, drafting in this sort of way secured them monster strong top, jungle, and bot, with Caps being the late game insurance, being the scaling, and everything just complemented each other so nicely, and it was almost a band-aid to their normally rather poor early game, where, you know, we said it going into the series, we need Fnatic to smash them early to have a chance. If G2 continues to draft this way, it ain't happening.
Yeah, and you know what? That's why I kind of liked what Fnatic were going for. Through this Rumble and the Ashe on the bottom side of the map, right? They kind of identify that, okay, there's been a bit of volatility between hands and between Mickey X, so let's try and pick something that in theory should be a very strong lane. You kind of have a lot of outrange, and then it's all about the all-in, basically flashing in as Rumble with the overheat and trying to just one-shot the opponent. It didn't quite get to work out, right? And Fnatic did try to, on occasion, force some skirmishes, but again, there was the numbers advantage from Caps being able to have first move after the first, or like 7-8 minutes, or just sacking waves, which really made it difficult for that bottom lane of Fnatic to really try and do its thing.
I also think it's interesting that Fnatic decided to go red side going into the next game. Traditionally, a team would always choose blue, because then you kind of, you know, choose the floor of the draft, so to speak. But in this case, it kind of tells me that, you know, Fnatic don't want to show their hand. They don't want to give up anything. They don't want to give G2 counter. They would rather have G2 pick whatever they would like and then try to adapt and respond so you can avoid situations like this one.
That's the thing. How do you adapt then? Who do you want to empower the most?
Well, in this particular game, we saw bans coming out of Fnatic for Draven, Kalista, and Nautilus. They were targeting bot lane pretty heavily. Now, we saw from G2 that the bans didn't really matter, and at the end of the day, in this particular game, the Caps and Broken Blade were the main characters, and I think that's what makes G2 a really scary team, that you can't really ban out anybody. Like, if you target one role, somebody else is just going to step it up instead.
Yeah, I do feel like banning champions is not going to be enough here. We're going to head to the second draft, though, in a few minutes here and see which direction Fnatic wants to take here. We've been critical of G2's approach, method, and maybe discipline in-game. What do you do against a G2 that's fully disciplined here?
I mean, I think for me, the shining sort of point for Fnatic in this game one was Humanoid, right? So I would really love to see somehow in draft if Fnatic are able to try and enable him a little bit more in a more, you know, proactive lane, shall we say, right? I think giving him the Orianna is always going to be fine. You know what you're getting out of the Orianna. But again, it's somewhat in that matchup, which probably maybe you were expecting, maybe you weren't. He's been playing it a lot in solo queue, as Derek's was saying. You know, you're locked into lane, you don't really get to help out until basically the laning phase is done. I feel like Fnatic, again, not being able to enable Razork through the mid lane to then play through bot was the major deciding factor in some of those early game skirmishes.
I think G2 is actually making pretty good adaptations here, knowing that their blue side, like before they were banning Vi, Rexa, and Rel, now, you know, they know Fnatic is always going to be responding, so they get rid of annoying counter picks like Rumble or Twisted Fate. I mean, keep in mind, Rumble you can even pick early, and then Fnatic can keep it till the end flexed to a top support, whatever. So they get rid of those picks, insta-lock the Volibear, that's the strongest jungler, and Volibear alone is just going to help enable them early game. Now, we did see the Jax being picked the other day by BDS versus Volibear. Shio in that game was able to just match Volibear and, you know, kind of negate everything he wanted to do throughout the game. That combined with the Siri could help them survive early game, and then they have late game insurance.
Yeah. Could help them, but we know how coin flip the Jax pick can be. He needs to find success here.
And I suppose in some ways it's also obviously a flex, right? And now that G2 have revealed the Rek'Sai, this is also the other thing. Rek'Sai and Volibear are interchangeable, so they can kind of just go whatever matchup they want. I wonder if Fnatic in their own right actually have something that they can go towards in the top jungle at the same time. Something maybe like Gragas, but then you're maybe looking at an AD mid, and we haven't necessarily seen Humanoid lean on that too much. This split, no.
Of course, it's going to be the classic Azir Corki.
No.
We all missed it, haven't we?
When all else fails, I guess, Corki is it.
Back to basics, guys.
This for me now, Rox, I don't know how you feel, but it's just a whole bunch of scaling on the Fnatic side, right? It's even more passiveness, and I wonder if G2 are just going to take this opportunity to try and slam a very, very proactive bottom lane and just run the game over in like 25 minutes and basically stop Fnatic from playing any kind of proactive game anywhere on the map.
Yeah, I think if you're a Fnatic, you have to consider getting rid of something like the Lucian Nami at this point. Because the thing is, both comps have really good scaling, but on G2, you do have a lot of proactivity coming out. The Seer, he's going to push in Corki early, which could lead to Caps just roaming to side lanes like we saw in the last game. Rek'Sai also, in the past, was considered an early game champion, but now with the tank built top, he's also going to have pressure and be a bit of a monster in the later stages. So Fnatic, they have scaling, now they need a way to survive early game, and they need somebody who can engage and start fights.
Yeah, exactly. They need some form of reliable engage, I think, is the main thing. I suppose in some ways G2 are kind of lacking that as well, so I wonder if that's going to kind of prompt more of a bit of a more neutral ban from G2, not necessarily the Nautilus, because that's probably the thing that's on both these teams' mind. Fnatic would love a Nautilus right now just to be able to have the setup, but also G2 would love another point-and-click CC to actually shut down the Zeri in the mid to late game. So let's see what G2 decide to do, because that's got to be the pick that's on their mind. Whether or not they want to give it over to Fnatic and then maybe look for a positive support matchup is more or less the trade I think that G2 will be looking towards. They lock down the Blitzcrank, so
I think G2's logic here is that while Fnatic would benefit a lot from having a Nautilus, Braum is open, and Braum traditionally counters Nautilus. He's going to be great into Siri and Corki as well. I think the Olaf adaptation from Fnatic is pretty smart because, you know, just hold on to your support pick a little bit longer, prevent the Nautilus getting countered by Braum, leave your options open. If they go Nautilus or Braum now on G2's side, Olaf is just going to smash them in team fights.
Yeah.
Matching the late
Definitely
game here on the side of G2, I guess.
Yeah, with this and Thresh. Okay.
I love it.
I
so
love
aggression.
it.
Yeah. Early game playmaking.
And Mickey's Thresh, I miss this.
Yeah, I can't remember the last time I saw Mickey Thresh. I feel like it's been a while, and now
Thresh in general, like
yeah,
it's coming back. It's coming back.
I hope we see it more. Is the main thing. So much playmaking, so much utility through the land, and one of the best design champs in the game. That aside, Fnatic, they do lock down the Nautilus, so they've got a bit of hard committal engage if they want it, and the setup will be there if they can actually find both Hans and Caps at some point. But to me, I feel like, again, even though they've got that Nautilus, my idea of Nautilus in this game is probably he's running towards the top side and he's trying to enable this Olaf and the Jax. Or maybe it's going to be the three-man show on the bottom side. I feel like there are options for Fnatic, but again, they're waiting for a long time for both the Zeri and the Corki to come online.
I think that's really the challenge for them at this point. The draft, in a lot of ways, is similar to the one in last game, where the question becomes, can Fnatic survive the early game? Sure, you know, G2 locked in champions like Asir and Jinx, who are pretty scaling oriented, but they will have push both mid and bot in the early game, and that puts a lot of pressure on Oscar. This boy is going to have to perform on the Olaf. Top is going to be really volatile, and I imagine both junglers are going to want to get involved up there. But if top goes south for Fnatic, it's going to be hard to come back.
I like the adaptation though on the side of Fnatic, and in Winter we got to see 3 games between these two teams. Let's see if it can happen again. Casters, over to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this one is heating up. Thank you to the desk. It's so hot, in fact, that Vedius, are you okay? A bit of hot tea on your hand.
I'm good.
You're right. Vedius is going to recover for the start of this one. It was that spicy of a game that Vedius decided a bit of hot tea to get into this one. Not for the throat, but for the finger. It's now going to be recovered. I'm going to look after him, ladies and gentlemen. Don't worry. If he doesn't make it through the cast, I can give him a bit of time, because G2 Fnatic will also like it as well. Heat up. Crowd is supporting Fnatic. I think G2 did the talking in game 1. Now Fnatic fans need to do the same. Broken Blades Rek'Sai. Seeing that again. Oscar in on something that has a bit more carry potential that can fall flat as well. We have to see how it does in the lane. How you doing? You all right?
All right, mate.
Good.
My hand is warm.
Oh, yeah. There is a tissue around it right now. I don't think that's just warm. I think that might be a bit burnt. So
we'll be fine. Let's have a look at this early game. Always got to keep track of early jungle pathing.
True.
There's a lot of scaling this time round. I look at what Fnatic have drafted, and you've got a lot of range, things like Corki, Zeri. I don't expect as much action to happen in the early game. You can never really be too sure when it comes to these two teams. Fnatic looking to get a bit of information in the early game. Vision dropped around Raptor camp already. Let's see where Yike is starting. And I definitely think that we've seen a number of answers into the Rek'Sai. I quite like Olaf, the idea being that, well, things that have sustain are always pretty good into the Rek'Sai.
Yep.
But crucially, the fact that you can avoid getting knocked up once you get that ultimate is incredibly valuable. So we'll see how things pan out on that top side. I do expect this Olaf to be able to have a little bit more priority in the early laning phase. Already a couple trades towards the bot side of the map.
Some good ones at that as well from Mickey X on something that, again, they're talking about on desk is coming back in a way as well. It's nice to see Thresh a lot more playmaking into the meta as well. But remember as well, the good thing and the interaction about Nautilus, I think a lot of analysts have said over the years, is the danger is Thresh throws out the hook. He stands still, giving a free Nautilus hook in the same vein as well. So with a risk, sometimes it goes against a reward. Good trades from Broken Blade in the top side in the meanwhile. At least in early levels. I mean, this is the annoying thing. Have you noticed with the Rek'Sai top? It is frustrating as the game goes on, because the healing is just so much.
Yeah, it's so much in the early game, especially because Oscar, he's not going to have the amount of sustain that he needs, but he does have a lot of trading power thanks to his Q. Yike, though, making a beeline towards top lane.
How quick can he get in? Flash is available. Oscarinen's gone for the big trade here. The damage onto Broken Blade. Oscar flashes immediately, but Broken Blade matches that, and here's Yike. A stun up, and there's no unstoppable yet. First blood over to Yike, and G2 again. The early game is in.
Nice adaptation on the pathing there from Yike. The comms come through from Broken Blade. Hey, I think that we can get a nice kill onto Oscar. And he sets it up nicely. Flash for the knock-up. The follow-up from Yike. Easy kill. Jun making his way towards mid.
Mickey stops the back because he knows now that he's here, Jun can make a play of his own, but Dredge Line already used, so Mickey just hovers over the wall into Fogabore in the meantime. Well, Razork now on top side, but not much he can do here. Broken Blade back in the lane. I just want to see where the minion wave's at. Yeah, in a very good spot for Broken Blade here. It's just slowly crashing into him, and Razork can't do anything but watch.
Razork gonna secure that top crab. They should have information. The bot crab is also up. Bot wave being pushed in by Noah. Broken Blade still looking for a few trades. This wave is in a pretty good spot though. Still has the TP available, which is such a nice position for him to be in. Are they really going to try and dive this? I think Rek'Sai is a very difficult champion to dive. Perhaps the priority here for Razork is just to make sure that his top laner feels covered. But if he keeps fighting like this...
Actually, the helper could enable something. Hey, knockup's there. Razork comes in. Broken Blade, remember, no flash. And Razork doesn't get the stun. Broken Blade gets out of range. And I've seen this tunnel story before. Ganking Broken Blade, a fool's errand. I'm pretty concerned.
Broken Blade able to get away from what was a pretty dangerous situation. Very clutch play, Fnatic, but ultimately a lot of time wasted now. They have their eyes on the bot side of the map. We see Broken Blade going for a trade against Oscar once again.
He does damage. It's getting risky here, though. I mean, Oscar and Sun to do damage himself. For BB, as he walks forward, I mean, that top lane is where our eyes are, but we haven't talked about G2's bot. Razork now comes in, but over Yike, I mean, everyone's here from G2. Razork going in early. His E is not going to get the stun up. Yike comes back in. He's going to get the kill. Noah and Jun can't add too much here as Hansama gets excited, and now we step away again. G2, it ain't just the top side of the map, but now the bottom side of the map is set up for success.
Hysterics, I wasn't expecting aggression in the early game. I was expecting a slow, more passive, farm-oriented approach.
That's what the comp says, doesn't it?
But Yike is not interested. He's looking for a fight, and he makes one happen. Razork, by so much time, thanks to his counter-strike. But then, once it dissipates, Yike goes for the all-in, and he's able to find a kill. 2-0 now on the Volley Bear is exactly where you want to be. A champion that has so much power in the early levels is doing work for G2.
I will say, after that gank, after Hansama helped out with the kill, they did base, and so a couple of minions will be lost, but it is a cannon wave bot side. So Noah isn't able to capitalize too much on that. But instead, as the wave crashes through, we'll just have to see how it equalizes in the CS score. Because of it, though, Yike, with the reset coming through from Fnatic's bottom lane, will now start off the Dragon. Looks like he'll take it as well, because you look at the minimap, ladies and gentlemen, Razork is mid. Nothing to speak of there as level 6 versus level 5. Broken Blade has the danger button to go onto Oscar Rinnan. He's not 6 yet. This could be a solo kill with level advantage, but Undertow follows through. Prey Seeker misses, though. There's no Void Rush to speak of. Oscar Rinnan walks back near the wave. How close is he to 6? How close is he to 6? How close? It ain't there just yet. And the next one now, Broken Blade, feels like he loses a lot of his chance. Feels like that solo kill potential, although it's still risky there for Oscar Rinnan. Undertow follows through, slowed down again. Prey Seeker, back and forth. Tunnel now used. Oscar Rinnan goes over it, picks up the Undertow again. I love how Observer's just stuck up here, but now that he's level 6, Broken Blade, your time has come. Goes into the Void Rush, but as he comes out, Oscar Rinnan, he bided his time so well there. And now for Yike as he flashes over the wall, Oscar Rinnan, really patient play, deserves the crowd chance.
Yeah, he finally gets something back in a much-needed moment of reprieve. We turn our attention back to top, though. Already, Broken Blade is here.
He TP'd back in, Counter-Strike onto Yike, but Broken Blade tunnels in. Oscar Rinnan doesn't have that rampage to go through, and with the damage that comes through, it's still a shutdown, but Broken Blade to get through, looking for the trade. Onto Razork, no tunnel to speak of. Razork gets a big shutdown there too, and Yike thought he had it.
And just like that, the gold is equalized in these extended skirmishes. Those auto attackers just have so much advantage.
Yeah.
Olaf plus the Jax really making it work. Fnatic bounce back, equalize the kills, equalize the gold, and we find ourselves in a similar state of affairs to what we saw in Game 1, Hysterics, where it was back and forth until G2 found a single fight that blew the whole game open. Oscar still has a slight gold lead in the top lane for now. Getting a plate back will definitely help Broken Blade in that regard. Oh, wow, well played to Razork, being in the right place, right time this time round, able to get the better of Yike in the small skirmish.
That's what we needed to see, right? With the Olaf top, we know if it doesn't find itself in the early game, it doesn't find some kind of momentum, your usefulness starts falling off, where we know that Broken Blade's Rek'Sai, we know that his tank top can be a nuisance all game long. So it is nice to see that Oscarinen gets his revenge as Broken Blade just goes in the enemy jungle. Razork does have Smite though, so there's not much he can do apart from gaining vision of where Razork is.
But look at this from the bot lane of G2. Putting pressure down onto the blue buff. The hook not going to connect from Mickey.
Look at him. How annoying is this pool party Rek'Sai?
So annoying. There is a wave that he needs to go and catch in the top lane though. So he's going to be forced to abandon all of this obnoxious pressure that he's been putting down. Oscar, now with some life steal, is going to make this matchup much more tolerable.
Yeah.
Having the sustain as well from his W is going to help. It's just that knock-up that's annoying for a lot of matchups, but of course once you get the level 6, as we saw earlier, it allows you to just chase the Rek'Sai down. But Oscar looking maybe for a window to roam down.
Flash. Mickey looking for a dredge line, gets it. Jun misses the dredge line himself, excuse me. It's a depth that's now found as Rocket comes through. Razork absorbs the damage, but they turn for Jun. Yike trying to find his own kill as Mickey gets charged on by Noah, but he's sitting in front of Han Summer, who gets excited now into Humanoid, cleans up the rest. As soon as that one evaporates, Jinx gets more than just excited. She blows up a fight.
This was, it's so similar to what we saw in game 1. Dead even, constant scrapping, but then G2 just finds a huge fight on the bot side of the map. We look back, and I have to question Noah's game plan here. A hook connects onto Jun. He gets chunked out right from the start of the fight. Good damage from Yike. They try to lock down Caps. He flashes away. Razork chains CC with a good ultimate response from Yike. Dives onto the backline. But look at Noah here. He puts himself on the front line of Hans. His priority is trying to kill Mickey. He keeps missing the Qs. He does finally get the kill, but Hansama turns it around. He gets the reset, gets himself a double. And now this Jinx has an 800 gold lead.
And I talked up Han Summer in the fight, but really it was Yike, wasn't it? Yike again, just picking off the pieces. His gold the highest in the game right now for a certain reason. And this early game Volibear, I mean, a lot of the time we talk about it falling off or not being as relevant, but I think this is a game where Yike is going to show us how much you can evaporate the early game in your favor. 2k gold lead by G2 in that regard as well. They got the first dragon. Next one's up in 30 seconds. I'm just looking across the board. I see first item in the Sundered Sky for Yike. We've also got, I was going to say Wit's End, that is not correct. Nash is picked up by Caps.
Yep.
Hansama with Zeus's Lightning Bolt as well. That's also there. So with the Static Shiv, a lot of damage now for this next dragon for G2 to contest.
The good news for Fnatic is that their comp still scales very well, even though they find themselves at a deficit. I mean, against Volibear, you expect to struggle in the early skirmishes. I will say, probably not to this extent. This is not the ideal situation Fnatic want to find themselves in. It comes down to how well G2 can accelerate this game. If you're a G2 fan, though, you have to be ecstatic about seeing them find these leads in the early game.
True, that's what we said.
Probably the biggest point of criticism that they've had this year.
Yep.
And we heard Broxer talking about it on the desk where he said, they're going for more of these drafts where they just have more tools in the early game to be able to fight and skirmish, and then always having that scaling insurance. And this game, it is Caps, it is Hansama to be their late game insurance, while Yike is just unlocked on the map, doing as much as possible, been involved in 5 of the team's 6 kills. 4 kills for himself. The Sundered Sky is going to make him very strong, and while I do think Jax can be a good pick into the Volibear, at this point, the Volibear just does a lot of damage that you're probably going to want to avoid him for a little while.
I mean, agreed. Especially since, you know, for Yike, he's going to destroy people like Noah. No cleanse available, his flash is there, but for Yike, now thinking about a pivot onto Razork. Humanoid moving in, but no package there. Something we haven't mentioned yet is what's going on topside. The bros brawling once again as Void Rush was used by Broken Blade. We just talked about, you know, getting the Vamp Scepter, maybe the matchup turning around. Oscarinen still doesn't feel like he's in control here.
I mean, Broken Blade's using the tunnels very well.
He is.
Every time that ultimate is popped, he's creating a gap between him and Oscar. He's looking for a kill.
He's got flash knock-up. Ulti's
down.
Down.
That's too much health back, I think. I think it's too dangerous.
Okay.
Oh, it was the Rocky. He was trying to bait him into it.
And then he gets the kill, yeah.
Oscar, though, fancy feet, dodges away from that one. Next dragon in 3.5 minutes, so that's going to be a ways away, but the grubs are up. Oh, I say grub is up. Yike going to ignore it, though. Going to walk over a ward. Yeah, Oscar, he needs to leave. And Yike has said, I'm here
He's
to
got flash
evict you
as well.
from the residence.
No way he survives. Wait, yes he does. Okay, that one fan, very much an Oscar Ridden fan, as Yike is now caught in the middle of 3 people. Okay, scream louder, the shutdown for Humanoid. I guess you should be if Fnatic are getting something back in this game.
Broken Blade thinks that he's sitting in fog, but look at Jun making the pass around.
Hello there. Broken Blade, the tunnel system is there. Jun trying to interrupt, Dredgeline pulls him back again. He's the tank, so he's trying to buy time, heal up, but he can't go underground. And Broken Blade drops down. Humanoid with 2 quick kills on the Corki. Suddenly Fnatic, their mid laner is alive.
G2 are cross-mapping plates elsewhere on the map, but ultimately an overcommitment from G2.
Yeah.
Yike committed his flash to getting the kill on Oscar when I think they should have just been content with zoning him away. Greeting for that kill meant that Humanoid could TP in and punish.
Boy.
Ooh, nice dash away from the hook. Meanwhile, Broken Blade didn't realize that he was just sitting on a ward, so he also gets collapsed on. Fnatic get 2 kills back, definitely valuable for them, and crucially, they go on to Humanoid.
Yeah.
But Fnatic lose mid tower. The bot lane has also suffered heavy damages, and 1.5k is the gold advantage for Hans Summer. A player that we haven't talked a lot about, but he's someone I've been thinking more, when you go into the draft against G2, what's banned every game? Draven Callista.
Yeah.
Every game, he always draws bans. And one of the criticisms thrown towards Hans Summer is his pool, not that big, right? He can only play hyper-aggressive ADs, and if he's not on something that is winning the lane, that he's not offering that much value. But he's having a great series so far.
That's been well. To be used again, the Ragnarok to run. Caps now in damage range though. Stormbringer turns off the turret. Oscarin runs out of the ulti, and Yike runs his life down. Top turret in the meantime, that's a kill. But remember, it's actually not the first turret, ladies and gentlemen. That's the second one. Sorry, 3rd of the game. But it will be more pressure bot. I'm just wondering if this inner turret's going to go down bot side. It's Mickey hovering around. Yike's still here as well. Another death sentence close to Noah's life, but his throat is clear for the meantime. Next wave crashing in, and G2 consistently hover around and try and push in this
Let's just look at
wave.
the minimap right now and all these points of pressure that they're creating. They heavy index towards the bot side of the map, putting all this vision down, clearing out what Fnatic can see while keeping a lot of wards and hitting onto this bot tower. That then gives freedom for Hans Summer to go and catch this wave, push it all the way in mid, and basically just create all these points with which Fnatic have to deal with. And they can't deal with all of them at once.
True.
Because in the meantime, top lane, oh, there's Broken Blade. And we come back to this whole idea of the mid game of G2, the area that they've spent this entire year improving and trying to focus on. And it's examples like this that make them a cut above many of the other teams in Europe. When they get a lead, they just don't relent. They force you to respond to everything. And if you do, they're always getting something back elsewhere on the map. So Fnatic are kind of being run around right now. That goal gap continues to grow. G2 looking for a collapse on the Humanoids.
He's got flash available. Where's that Valkyrie coming from? Descendants to get into range with a flash match. Broken Blade's underneath. Double play though. Zeri ulti used. Broken Blade in the backline goes deep. It's a 1-for-1. Yike picks up the kill again, but now I'm worried about the bot side turret as Fnatic took a meaty trade for that as well.
The idea being that Dragon spawns in 10 seconds time.
There you go.
Let's use TP to force them out before Fnatic can set up for the objective. And now even Razork has gone back to base. G2 keep up the pressure.
But Mickey took this fight, but now getting excited, it makes a worthwhile trade. Caps missing the ulti there. Noah gets over the wall.
Nice play from Noah. Sidesteps the engage from Caps. Another member falls though. Yike pulls off the Dragon. 3 members are alive for Fnatic, and they're keen to still try and fight this Broken Blade. Obviously used his TP in the last exchange. Gonna start making their way back out. I don't think this brawl is over yet.
But Noah has no ultis at half HP coming in. Hans Summer using Ranger's TP, flies through. There's the quick strikers onto Yike. He's going to find the stun. Razork starting us off, and Immune in the backside. But Caps and Hans Summer are ordering for their life. Humanoid used the package, but doesn't get the kill. The flash away. Hans not going to burn today. Yike died in the meantime, but Caps flies through the skies faster than a dog on a weird carriage. As Noah ulti, no, Broken Blade steals it. A shutdown, and now more to come. Razork low, Hans Summer between him as well. His sap zones out. He doesn't want to get near the fight, but don't worry about it, he says. Counter-strike there, but Broken Blade follows through. You get into these team fights, and G2 still managed to find a way.
An incredibly long back and forth between the two teams. Ultimately, it is G2 that walk away with more kills, but the Dragon remains standing. Yike is going to come back out onto the map. Razork in about 15 seconds. Broken Blade will secure a tower. And G2 looking to control this game. 4K now, the gold lead.
I think we've got to learn not to give Broken Blade the Rek'Sai. It is a nuisance, it's a pain, it is controlling, you know. I know we've used this word a lot today, but literally that's what it does. It controls space, doesn't it, as we watch this replay again.
We go back to the beginning of the exchange. The commitment onto Humanoid is a bit too deep, and Broken Blade loses his life in exchange. Great stuff from Humanoid, doing as much damage as he can before he falls. The problem for Fnatic is their jungler is forced to go back. So as G2 move back into the jungle, their goal is to secure the dragon. This is where it gets a little too greedy from G2 because they overcommit trying to get this kill. They see Hans Summer there, ends up being another 1-for-1. Nice glide over the wall from Noah, creates space between him and Caps. And now it's a 3v3, so Yike is forced to pull away from the dragon. It ends up being another brawl after the fact, which G2 are able to win out on. Now the Herald is alive. The dragon did end up going down in favor of G2, and they're looking to turn this into another objective, but very quickly, Fnatic is losing full control over this game.
And so now we need to start timing things like the package right. Herald goes down, as you mentioned, but as Baron comes up in 30 seconds, as Dragon will be coming up as a sole priority, Fnatic now looking to fight off the back end. Humanoid poking from afar. Look, who's who isolated. It's Mickey. Caps can't get the damage over the wall. Good pick for Fnatic. As I was just saying, they need to start utilizing some of these tools, using Razork at least being one of them.
The problem for Fnatic is that they're just stemming the bleeding right now. Razork has the ultimate, has flash.
They got the damage for this. Broken
No, he's going to get away to safety. He's fine. You kind of look at the map state, though. Bot is being pushed in by G2. Yep. They can catch another wave mid. They could even threaten a dive onto the mid tier 1. They're going to go for it. Yike has his ulti.
Noah's got no summoners available. Yike ulti there. Noah runs away. Yike just zones off, threatens off. Broken Blade doing the same thing as well. Inner turret goes down. This Herald's going to get a charge mid. Look at where Razork is, Vedius. Nowhere nearby. Humanoid, nowhere nearby. Fnatic as a 3-core have just been out-rotated on. Noah trying to get away from Broken Blade. They're going to try and punish him, but in their own base. Again, they're not trading well. Comes down is Yike as the rocket is there, getting excited. Hans Summer finds range. Noah there too as Mickey. He flashed for that play, doesn't find it, but on the meantime, they've got a juicy mid laner. I mean, G2 seem to think so as Hans Summer gets the range once again. One mistake. They leave open mid, they look for the fight after it. No summoners on Noah may have cost them as well as they all run back. And G2, it's 20 minutes, almost 21. Cap says no, not this time. Noah drops down, and that is the best team in Europe. They're already going to MSI. But they want spring as well. Welcome to the upper bracket.
I was not expecting the game to end like that. When I said G2 put pressure on in the mid game, this is not what I was talking about. But a small misstep from Fnatic. They keep 2 members top to push out that wave, and it leaves mid completely open for G2 to just run down. Using their Herald, they just break tower after tower. And they win the game. Crazy ending to this series. And G2 end up taking it in clean 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, again, no one expected it. Vote for your key player of the series, though, at LEC on X. Is it BB, Yike, or Caps? Wow. I mean, Caps had a quieter second game. As we said, he was scaling up. I think Yike, if we just look at game 2 POG, Yike had an exceptional early game. That volley bear was lethal.
It's truly probably going to be Caps again.
It probably is. I think overall, I mean, Caps played smooth. That's the thing about Caps, is reliable. I mean, Yike was explosive though. Props to him. I think that was the best volley bear I've seen in LEC so far.
I mean, it's also just one of those things where naturally, especially this split, there's been a lot of skepticism from fans around the performance of our top teams.
Yep.
And like, this is a statement game from G2, right? They demonstrated that there is a clear gap between them and Fnatic. Fnatic will need to go back to the drawing board. They'll have to fight their way through the lower bracket for another opportunity to get a rematch against G2. But G2 are looking on form in their series today. And Caps in particular continues to look like the best player in Europe.
I was going to say, you know how they're doing work on their mid game. I mean, that right there, I know you weren't meaning that, but that's obviously more proof, isn't it? Like, that was a good punish. I mean, that's what we know them to do. They're really good. You said like cross-map movements, really good punishing. I think what we saw was the fact that Humanoid was top. Razork was nowhere to be found. They just run it down mid. They're like, okay.
But ultimately, like you do have to throw some criticism towards Fnatic as well. They shouldn't have tried to force those skirmishes in the early game, and G2 were very quick to take advantage of that.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we end out our day, and not end it out a week, because remember we're back tomorrow, we're going to toss to an interview with Hans Sama and Mickey X on stage with Ginny.
Thank you so much, Vidi and XD Derek's. We appreciate it. Thank you guys as well for joining me. Congratulations on your win. I thought I'd bring out the bot lane duo because we haven't heard from you guys in a little bit. And it feels like there have been changes in the bot lane. So I want to start with discussing those. Maybe potentially your Thresh pick, particularly not a champion that you're unfamiliar with, but still, what was the reasoning behind it?
Well, I think the Thresh was just kind of nice with Jinx because we wanted to pick Jinx there because they left it open to 4-5. And it just seemed to make sense with Volibear as well. It was just like kind of a pretty safe blind as well. So that's kind of why I picked it. And I have a good win rate on it, so I was like pretty confident.
What's the win rate?
I don't know, it's like 80%, so that's pretty good.
Ooh. That's pretty good, okay. You guys in bot lane though, like Hans, I want to turn this question towards you in terms of the AD carriers that are being picked, in terms of how it feels like more so we're focusing towards the top lane, the bot lane, you just want to scale later on. How have you been working on behind the scenes in terms of a increase in your own personal performances? Because obviously we've seen the spring, we've seen a couple of losses here and there, but then coming into playoffs, you guys have kind of just picked everything back up.
I think going towards the playoff, it's like a very different meta with the AD carry changes, or like there's more champions that can be played on the AD carry role. There's a lot of hyper carry, like a lot of Zeri, a lot of Jinx. So we were, I guess, focusing on that hyper carry meta a lot more in the like in our team, and also I think the strong AD is being still strong. Strong early game that they have to ban every single game.
Is this your favorite meta? Hyper carries, is that what you would like to play forever?
I think hyper carry is pretty fun meta. It does so much damage, so it's definitely super fun for me.
I see you saying, you're not an enjoyer of the hyper carries? You
No.
just want to like go roam?
I want to fight early.
Okay, fair. You just
I'm
want to
just
go.
farming. It's so boring.
You gotta help the AD carries, right, throughout that
so.
laning phase. So that is your job, like a little bit of a babysitter. But in terms of in playoffs, I feel like, as we've already mentioned, you guys have had a really significant improvement. What exactly is the final goal? Of course, we know you guys have already lifted the trophy in winter. Is it still the same goal? Is it going to that international event and representing EU to the best of your possibility?
Yeah, pretty much winning every game here in Europe and then going internationally and actually perform there compared to last year.
Actually perform.
Hopefully win there as well.
You don't have to bring that back. It's okay.
Yeah.
I'll let it slide this time
Thank
around. For you, Hansama?
Yeah, definitely dominating the playoffs run spring split here in EU, because last time we didn't win it last year. We won winter, but we didn't win spring, and we'd like to do a back-to-back title towards the MSI. I think when we went to MSI before, that was with like a big loss, not going as first seed, so that felt a bit not the greatest. But this time around, going there with the title would be very amazing. So yeah, definitely gonna try our best to really beat the Asian teams.
Definitely on a great track for that. I mean, you guys are looking forward to that back-to-back title. Potentially, you know, like I don't want to jinx anything. But I want to talk more about your synergy as well together in the bot lane, because we've seen you guys competing together for a while. How do you, first of all, get that synergy, but then also maintain it?
Well, I guess getting the synergy is just about how people are on like just the human level, if they can talk to each other normally. I think me and Steven are pretty good at that. We talk to each other a lot. And that's also how we can keep improving on it. And yeah, we're both pretty open-minded, so it's not that hard.
Yeah, just we're willing to work with each other, like talk a lot about the game, what we can optimize, something about the bot lane. And yeah, I think that's very important in a AD carry support relationship.
Aw, that's really cute. Well, thank you guys so much for the interview. I appreciate it. We're ready to be heading over to the PGL with Laura Jamada, Roma, and Isma. So Laura, please do take it away.
Thank you so much, Ginny. And guys, thank you for joining me in PGL. It's been a year, so I think a catch-up is overdue to see how things are going at G2. First things first, congrats. Clean one, I would say. Would you agree on this?
Yeah, and the second one was really quick. I did not expect. I thought we would just go back, and then Dylan backstage said, they're going to finish. And then we kill one, we kill two, and the boys started to say, yeah, let's finish. What was the timing? 20 minutes something?
20-ish something.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, nice and clean. I think I expected a more, I don't know, maybe competitive series between these two teams. That's the expectations we had deceived once again, Jamara.
Yeah, you know, I feel like Fnatic had been kind of ramping up a little bit, but it's kind of what I said coming into the pre-match for this series. Like, it feels like in playoffs, you guys just lock in. And I kind of want to know, you know, what's going on behind the scenes, like sort of on that work ethic front when it comes to the difference between how you guys are approaching regular split and how you guys are approaching playoffs, because it does seem like you're on two separate levels, or perhaps you're experimenting a little bit more. As long as you're winning and you're getting decent placements in regular split, you're happy to then move on to playoffs and perhaps, you know, play a little bit more earnestly, perhaps.
I think it's not easy to keep, you know, like kind of very focused on what is happening throughout the splits. I think for us, spring split, it's always the split like, okay, we made it to MSI. There is not much there, only just to go first seed. So I think like working towards understanding how to practice every day with the monotony of the week. So it's not easy. So I don't think it's like we focus on, I don't know, playoffs. We ramp up all the time. I think like we always find challenges, and then that's how we try to you know, to prepare. Obviously, the guys are very excited with playoffs, and there is more like, let's say, a motivation or more like a specific focus. But I think it's a little bit of both, like how to work on the day-to-day and what we're doing to get better, because we know the big goal.
I think it's a bit like playing poker with no money. Because we already have the MSI ticket.
Yeah.
So, and for the 9 other teams, they have to try hard for the life, right? Because they need to make it to MSI. We have this ticket. So the ultimate goal is not there to motivate you. So it's a really good exercise for us to understand how we're doing things and why we're doing them. And we were super excited to face Fnatic today because they've been really good versus us on Scrim. They beat our ass on stage, you know? So we were really excited for the show. I agree with you, it ended up a bit shorter than what we expected, but I still believe it was a really good fight. I think the draft from Dilano were really good. So
I love the approach in draft, and I love the approach in game. And for me, as you said, Fnatic beat you guys last time. Regular season still was the best of one, but I don't know, what was the mindset of the guys today? Because I sense a lot of ego in the best way within your players right now, but I feel like when you're G2 and you lose against Fnatic, if you have this face-off again in playoff, you want to come back ready and you want to smash them. You don't just want to beat them, you want to smash them.
I'm not sure how much ego we're getting because we've been losing a bit more than usual on screen.
Yeah.
We've been losing on stage as well. And at the end of the day, if someone tries to have an ego, we lost to NRG and we got humiliated at Worlds, you know.
Is it like a reality
we didn't even
check?
make it to play to quarterfinals. So shut up, focus, and let's win. So I think we have way less egos than last year at the same time.
Yeah, I think like something we've been working a lot is to be honest with ourselves and be brave as well to speak those words that are important. Someone is getting a little bit over their top, so it's like, okay, we have a specific focus, right? I think, for example, this week, last week, we've been telling each other like, okay, there are going to be adversities. It's not going to be easy. Like, I think like maybe some players would like the games to be easy, to, you know, 2-0 wins and 3-0, you know, for best of fives. But there will be always something. And I think this is what, let's say, fans or people from the outside don't see. And every team has challenges. And we are bringing more this idea of bring it on, just go through this adversity together and let's learn from each other, because when we're at Worlds, when we're at MSI, things get more complicated and there are going to be more challenges. So it's getting comfortable with these things.
Talk to me about some of those challenges then, perhaps, that, you know, in recent history you guys have faced when it comes to some of those international stages, right? You've spoken a lot about remaining humble. You've spoken a lot about some of the values as a whole. Is there sort of a shift in some of that humility once you move out into international stages? Because I feel like a lot of the sort of mindset of a lot of teams once they make it to those international stages is, you know, playing not to lose a lot of the times. And I feel like you guys are kind of specialists at the opposite. You are very happy to play to win, even if it does mean you throw a couple of games that perhaps you probably should have ended up winning.
Yeah. Do you want to take this one?
It's a loaded one, I know.
I think it's like we talk about motivation, but I don't think the motivation is one of the challenges. The motivation is always there, but it's just, like for example, some of the players might struggle to understanding the meta or to understand what suits them the best. So obviously it's going to be seen in gameplay. Some of the players might struggle with coming to the day with a big focus on how to improve, because sometimes the only way how we improve is by playing the game all the time, and this is again the monotony. Obviously, the losses that we face, for example, against Vitality, I think it was a loss that no one was happy about, especially me, because my former team, we lost against Vitality and Rogue, so
it's never good.
Yeah, we have a conversation about it. But I think the losses affect you a lot, because it just makes you doubt about what you're doing, if you're on the right path or not. So I think putting everyone together on the same direction is one of the challenges, most important challenges for the team. And I think with the values that you just mentioned, we are very strong or very driven about values, which are very clear. Every split or every 2 splits, we renovate them, we reflect on them, and these basically guide our decisions or guide what we do in a day-to-day and help us to keep everyone accountable, especially the coaching staff and the players. So it is ways how we make sure that we're in the right direction, even though sometimes we're not sure if that's the right direction.
Can you give me more of the values that you guys are focusing on, Romain, maybe, for this split, specifically for these playoffs?
Brave and honesty, development-oriented are some of the really important ones. Positivity maybe a bit less, but yeah, for sure, brave and honesty. I mean, it's what every team is striving for, right? The ability to feedback your teammates and coaching staff on what you believe is the right way to win, trying to stay with a pretty open-minded approach and not just preaching for your own choir and just making sure your own position is going to work. I think also the fact we've been working with the same guys for a year and a half helps a lot there. We know our strength, and I believe we start to know them a bit deeper, which is going to be key at international event. To go back on your question earlier, for example, when you arrive at international event, the logistic of going somewhere else is sometimes a big hurdle, which some teams underestimate. I think we're starting to do a pretty good job at making sure we are not too lost when we arrive somewhere. But then you have to focus on how are we good at. It's a new meta, and we get a bit spanked by some of the Asian teams. So suddenly, oh wow, are we still good? What do we know? Do we have to pivot? And yeah, I think that's the core of the work we're doing right now. So like, let's stay honest on what we're good at. Let's identify it so we can replicate it, refine it, and the day we step on the international stage again, we can shine, finally.
I know that one of the great factors of G2's success is, of course, keeping Caps happy. Caps got the key player of the series today, so I want to know what is essential in keeping Caps happy, because a happy Caps is a performing Caps in the end.
Happy Caps is a performing Caps. He got, like, I think some of his teammates did an even better job today, but he shined yesterday, so maybe he was that good that he deserved double MVP. Yeah, I think keeping Caps happy is a big part of our work, keeping the 4 other players happy as well, because at the end of the day, the other players are as important to keep the whole team happy, you know. It's a team game, so I think that's the key, actually, to make sure everyone is.
I know that you work a lot with Caps,
I think for a happy Caps means a Caps who understands his sleep, what he needs to recover at the end of the day, to be, you know, with a lot of energy at the beginning of the day. I think like happy Caps is the one that recognizes what he needs, that even though, you know, playing the game you could be hyper-focused on specific things, I think the plans sometimes don't go as you think they should go. So I think for him has been very important to be very aware and recognize what he needs in specific moments. So I think we've been working a lot on reflecting back how he thinks, how he feels, and then how he can use that to help the team. Because when we have these happy Caps, he's the one who just guides the whole team to victory. And it's been like that. So I think like give him a lot of you know, autonomy for him to understand what he needs.
It's always difficult, Gemma. You want to say something?
Yeah, which also sync with accountability. If you want to fix something, you probably have to do it yourself. Like if you, I refuse a situation where you saw something and then once everything is done, you're like, yeah, but I knew it. I saw that before. No, if you see a challenge, you have to fix it. You have to communicate. You might have the best plan in your head. If it stays in your head and it's not shared with the rest of the team, we're not going to go anywhere. So happy Caps leads to communicating Caps.
And so far, so
this
good.
one is scary.
Yeah, it is scary, and it has been very scary, honestly, since the beginning of the split. We see him having fun, of course, on the Rift.
He's happy, he's smiling.
Yeah.
There's a chico lick. That's good, that's good.
Smile of, yeah, a murder on the Rift, let's say, so far in playoffs. Jamada, when we take a look at the bracket for playoffs,
yep.
So it's like winter.
Always has been.
Always has been. Always has been. Rerun of the bracket we had so far here in winter. And for Romain and Isma, actually the following question is going to be easy. Same bracket, same teams, same matchups. How do you treat them differently? How do you make sure the players are going to treat these matchups differently, leading into the BDS matchup you're going to have next week?
You focus on the plan rather than the opponent. Ultimately, you will have to focus on the specificities of the opponent, but the moment you start to focus too much on the opponent, you have expectations coming in. Oh, we're so much better. Oh, they are scary. And then you can divert from the plan. So the core of this next week is going to be refine our approach from the patch, understand what went right, copy past it, make it stronger. And yeah, it's going to be, those are the same players, but it's not the same. The pressure is much higher. If you lose there, you're on holidays for a month and a half, and for some of those teams, that's not even going to be holidays. So it's going to be a banger. There's some nice matchups incoming.
Yeah, I think like how we prepare, we have very good takeaways from this weekend of games. So we will reflect on those ones, but then as well how we can make sure that we're improving our attitude and just the processes that we end up here. I think we can tell that the guys felt more comfortable on stage this week. And I think there are many, many good things to reinforce for us to continue this week and doing them even better, because we still know that we can reach better performance.
Of course.
And just be ready for MSI.
Be ready for MSI, be ready for next week. We'll see G2 at the end of the week, actually. But we continue with the LEC tomorrow. Mega week, Jamada. And as Romain said, some teams are going to be going home. Unfortunately, we have Team Heretics versus SK, if I'm not mistaken, and GXMDK. What do we think of this one?
Yeah, I think the MDK series is going to be very interesting.
Yeah.
It was kind of strange to see them almost dispatched with not a lot of life per se. So I'm really, really curious about how they're going to bounce back, right? Especially after finishing in finals in winter. They actually are in a pretty good position as far as championship points are concerned. So they need this like they need water.
Yeah.
So I do hope that they can actually show something a little bit more, because you guys kind of dispatched them with very little, shown, I feel like, from Mad overall.
Go hard or go home tomorrow in the LEC. Guys, thank you so much for joining us. Always great catching up and talking about performance. Jamada, amazing job as usual. And as I said, don't forget, LEC tomorrow, same time, same place. Elimination games on the line for the 4 teams we have left. See you tomorrow.
Today when you guys start hinting me, I will start screaming, let me perform. Let me perform!
Hello, Peekaboo. He's been so patient himself. They jump onto Sheo. Who would expect this man to stick around for so long? Kazi gets the CS.
Yeah, I look. Look. Knock.
You're slow?
No, let's kill Nautilus.
Even.
Complete not phase rush. So this guy is going to be bopped around. He's got no escape method. Even sends Wade trying to get the trade on down him. He does! Photon even flashes away. He uses the movement speed from the gate as well. He doesn't get out here. Surely not! Surely not!
Okay. I got it somehow.
Let's go.
Hey, stop.
Nice, guys. Nice. Really good.
You finish?
Yeah, we still
la preuve. Penta.
Let's go.
In favor of Vitality. Oh! He executes Douglas on the back end.
I have no.
I can ult. Zeri.
Look, Zeri, guys. Look, Zeri, we need to kill the Renek.
Look, lento. We kill Renekton. Fuck them. Please don't shout. Can you battle?
I going there.
Don't have right?
Yo! Penta! I searched Penta! Oh my god! Okay, let's go in.
Overheats, tries to get Mickey, but will not. The sky! It's falling again, no!
I'm flying in. You have sun?
I don't have sun. Yes, flash. I'm getting out now. Nice.
I CC.
I'm 1 HP.
Yeah, we can't. I have W for you.
I'm strong.
Go on,
Nice.
We might end here. We might actually end.
Yeah.
I'm going on Corki, guys. I'm going on Corki.
I'll push. Me and Jinx has to push.
No W. You will die, okay? I will.
Just push.